Wayne, you ready?
Ready, sir?
All right, go ahead. Call the workshop to order, and if we don't mind, Mr. Wagner, will you offer us a prayer this morning, please, sir?
Sure. Father, thank you for another day. Thank you for all our blessings. I pray your blessing on our meeting today. I pray you give us wisdom, you lead us and guide us. Give our council and our staff wisdom today in every decision and all of our communication. And I ask for your continued blessing on our city. Thank you for all you've done and all the things you'll continue to do. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Right, thank you. And as usual, workshops are for information and gathering and discussion purpose only. We would, excuse me, we will not be voting on anything today. Okay, that being said, I don't know who all we have left here, but hopefully, I think we scheduled to be out of here, what, 5 o'clock today? About 5, and then, well, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
That being said, I turn over to you, Mr.
All right. Well, thank you. We got through our big departments yesterday and with the larger budget. So today we'll continue to talk and hopefully finish the rest of the departments today. And I'd like to start with Nathan Norris, our Economic Development Director. And recently, just so you all know, Nathan, Kurt and I spoke, and we felt like Nathan would be a good candidate to be our CRA director, so Nathan graciously accepted that role. So he's speaking in that role now too, and Kurt and I are very happy to have him coming along and being a support and leading that. So with that, I'll let Nathan go ahead and direct us in this conversation for his department.
Great, so we're going from the biggest to the smallest.
I didn't say that.
But can we go to the next slide? So just looking at this past year, the broad focus has been on the big investments that the council's made in the future of the community through the comprehensive plan, the form-based code. We've worked with numerous folks on development issues. And we focused a lot of our time on what we're calling just internally the Clermont business plan. That's essentially what are we going to do coming out of this comp plan effort. We're sort of at a historic moment for Clermont, where we've gone from growing citrus to growing subdivisions, and we've got to sort of look what is the next frontier for the community. And we've heard lots of things from the community. So most of the time has actually been spent listening to different leaders and citizens in the community, and listening to the council as well. And sort of seeing where are the key issues that we need to address. Those issues, as you know, are the ones that you get complaints about on a regular basis. Those are we've got traffic issues. We've got and how we can get around. We've got development controversies that arise on a regular basis. And then we have the issues of, okay, well, what is going to be the platform for creating prosperity going forward? So the specific initiatives have been listening to people, setting up interviews, doing the pre-shred outreach as well as now post-shred outreach for the comp plan and form-based code. And there's other things on here like Clermont Creates. That's a role where I'm merely facilitating private actors and improving our community. In that case, engaging the artist community to participate in our efforts. And we can go on and on about that. Next slide, please. So this is the personnel chart for the department. We had originally had an urban designer. And what we determined through what we did this year was that we could be more economically, fiscally responsible by essentially outsourcing the key things that we wanted to achieve with the urban design. So really the department is just one for the proposed 2027 budget. Next slide, please. Okay, and so we're going to continue to focus on the things we focused this past year, plus formally the Development and Design Center of the Downtown Master Plan. So really the big thing, we know what a Downtown Master Plan is. I wanted to be able to show what the Development and Design Center is about. This as it regards the specific initiatives, one of the most important ones that has already been started by a private group in town is the Greenways Network. As we try to deal with traffic, we focused on, well, how can we keep people from having to become traffic? And then how can we keep people from experiencing traffic? And one of the ways is just make it easier to get around without getting on 50 or 27. So that's what really the Greenways Network is, and we really appreciate Jim Mayworm's contributions to that committee. He's been hosting the committee, and we're making progress there. But the other elements are things that are really associated with the comp plan, whether it's how to leverage the educational ecosystem that we have today. You know, we no longer in a world where it's just a public school model for how we grow entrepreneurs and workers for the future workforce here. So getting involved with that is important. But really, I think that the thing I do want to talk about that not everybody has seen is the development of design center. Can you go to the next slide? And the basic idea is that the development design center serves as a concierge, essentially, for good development. You know, one of the principal goals coming out of all the planning that's been done this year is let's make it easier for developers to do what we really want to see, or do good development, what we believe is good. And one of the ways to get good development is to preempt bad development. So the idea is to go and work with different landowners and developers with them as they come up with their concepts. And so this is what the majority of our budget for outsourced services on design is all about, is providing these design steps. Now, this is coming up with concepts for how they can develop their site, coming up with the schematic site plans, how the buildings might lay out, working on floor plans, doing elevations, and then creating the eye candy. The eye candy is something that you will be able to see so you can better understand it. And it's photorealistic visualizations that are the eye candy that matter. That's in other words, it's not just artistry that gets people to believe the project's going to be better than it really is. It's actually coming up with a specific visualization that's realistic. Next slide. So we did one just for the buildings that are directly across from City Hall, across the street here. We said, okay, well, let's do an aerial here so we can show existing conditions. The next slide, please, just shows what if we were able to put additional buildings on those sites. And so in order to help create a sense of enclosure on our main street of Montrose, which is our most important street. Next slide, please. And so this was where we took a photo of what it looks like, and we said, well, what if we can show people what it could be, and then that could encourage the development to happen. So go to the next slide, please. All right, so that's just what happens when you put the buildings. All of a sudden, you can start to feel it feels more like a downtown as opposed to a suburban place where the parking is suggesting from. You could add buildings here again, and then you go to the next stage. You can start talking. Next slide, please. You can start to see how you can provide shade. Next slide, please. Then you can make it fancier if you want. Keep going. Just giving people options. These were called the Montrose Twins by someone we know. And so we thought, well, what if they're just fraternal twins? And so we went, next slide, please. And, you know, we can imagine different things. And then that becomes Claire and Monty, the two Montrose twins. But the idea is to give people ideas on how they can develop their property in a way that serves as an amenity or brings positive value to our existing residents, which I think is a really important way to judge development we bring into the community. Is it, you know, are we going to make it easier to develop places that bring value to existing residents? And that's an example where if we looked at a long-term evolution of the downtown right now, this block that we're on sort of is where people stop walking as part of the downtown. And the reason is there's not a sense of enclosure. If we put this, all of a sudden we might get something, a better redevelopment on the next corner where you're Lake and Montrose. And that, you know, that could really be something. We're also working with, like I said, owners right now through the comp plan and the downtown master plan on specific site plans. But next year we'll also have issues that pop up. As you know, we have a lot of issues that pop up regularly, and people are saying, well, what do we do about this? And that's essentially where my budget's focused, is where we can work through a continuing services agreement with the designers to come up with this information that makes it easier for our staff to deal with the development community, as well as the planning and zoning commission, and ultimately the council to make informed decisions about what the possibilities are. So, next slide, please. This just, show, we can do the floor plan, so it becomes even more real. Go to the next slide. And that's just a different story. Go to the next slide. And so that's that. There are no capital proposals for our department. Those are the things that we need to get accomplished will be done through other departments. And this is just a summary of it. Now, this is a little skewed in the fact that we didn't have an economic development department essentially previously that was staffed. And so we had to borrow from different departments to get through this year. But ultimately, what we're proposing for this year is that $545,000, which reflects personnel costs plus the operating, which when you see the 339, 160,000 of that is directly for the design assistance that comes through the Development and Design Center. The rest of it is miscellaneous consulting fees for things that we're already paying. For example, we pay Wellness Way consulting fees every year. We pay for lobbying fees in Tallahassee. That's going through the Economic Development Department. So that's why there's a difference between, technically it's $285,000 in consulting fees that are in the department. 160 is for the design stuff. The other is for these other things that we're already obligated. Any questions?
I got one question on personnel costs there. Is that for one or two people?
As for one.
206,000? Okay.
So last year, this position or these positions were funded from the city manager's department.
Correct.
Can we, first, I think it would be helpful if the fiscal year 26 budget showed what actually was either spent, so that we get an actual report, so that we can see apples to apples, what was in the, what was dedicated to this last year. Because I think our staffing personnel has actually gone down.
Yes, we had two, now we have one.
Right. And then I don't hear a lot of exciting things from the people who live in Wellness Way about the service that they're getting from the consultant that they have, who's been our economic development person in Wellness Way. So I'm questioning if the time comes to start cutting. I think that what you showed us as an example is going to be more helpful. Like if we think about that 7-Eleven application that came to us down in Wellness Way, I think the residents would have benefited, and I think the property owner would have benefited from us being able to say, hey, here's what could go on this corner, and to engage with the public to figure out the type of building they're looking for. Because I think the real issue there wasn't, I don't interpret the real issue being we're using cars, we're filling up a gas station. I think the real issue was I don't want my kids to be driving by a gas station. I don't want cars to be coming into my neighborhood. And so I think this is, again, we've asked for innovative solutions, and this is one. But I question if the money that we're currently spending on the Wellness Way consultant, which I believe is that 117 to 148 to 154, is actually helping the community. Whereas if the same 100, if 160 is what we need for the Development Design Center, could that help with Wellness Way, for example?
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm sure there's other issues involving the county, but since we had this position, we've added Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Mathis, and I think they're both very competent and capable. So I'd like to be comparing apples to apples on what we did last year. And then I also remember us being in these meetings and having a conversation about the economic development director being an arm of this council. which is why we put it in the city manager's department. So I'm questioning why we're creating another layer and separating this position from the city manager's direct report.
Yeah, we can run you the numbers of what was spent last year. I think the position came on, it was, I don't remember if it was the beginning of the fiscal year or sometime into it. So when council authorized it, they didn't really give us a budget. They just said bring on an economic development. They didn't give us like the daily operating budget. So we were absorbing those in the city manager's office. But we can get you what was actually spent on this position last year.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look, cause I thought we put in the budget, Scott, wasn't there a position for economic development director?
There
in the
was.
budget last year?
There was, but I'm saying you gave us the position, you authorized the position, but it wasn't like a whole bunch for it. It was just,
So we didn't fund it?
we did fund the position. Yes,
So we gave a position and funded it under the city manager's office?
correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, so I'm questioning why we're creating a new department.
The department was for potential growth. At one point, because we had two people in the department, we had an urban designer as well. And so we thought that it would be a department of its own to create ultimate growth over time. But at this point, we're not adding an additional one that was requested, but the urban designer is no longer with us, and we're using that right now to help fund the consultants to help out with the design studio.
Which I think is great. I'm fine with consultants, but I don't know if I don't think I'm asking the question right. The organizational chart originally had the
Correct.
economic development director
Under the
reporting to the city manager
manager.
in the city manager's office.
Right.
He still
Now it's a
does.
department,
Right.
which
Well-
changes the hierarchy.
Mhm.
And I'm probably gonna have the same question about the communications department that I'm seeing in the budget.
Okay.
We originally said communications is our voice, not staff's voice, the voice of this council to communicate to the public, which is why we wanted it directly under the city manager last year. We might have changed our minds
I was gonna
collectively.
say, I don't know that
Well-
I was ever a part of that conversation.
No, you weren't. This was
Well, you
last year
weren't,
during
no,
the
last
budget,
year.
Yeah,
the budget workshops. So the idea then, when we approved this original position and the communications, was that those would be under the city manager because we direct the city manager.
well, we
And
just
so-
created the communications positions just this year.
Yeah, well,
That was not a
The
last year
PIO
Well,
decision.
The PIO was under
Well,
the city manager,
but the PIO was always there. That was not a position that was created last year.
but it was under the city
it
manager.
was
Correct.
always under the
Now it's
city
being
manager.
broken out to a new department.
Well,
But
we
it's
don't have a
still-
PIO anymore. We're not proposing to have a PIO. I guess I hear what you're asking,
Yeah.
but I take a different viewpoint in the sense that all directors report
Report.
directly to the city manager.
Exactly.
So whether that director is in the office or in their own office in the org chart, they still directly report to the city manager. It
Exactly.
doesn't change how we interact because our interactions go directly through the city manager to the staff, then the city manager to the staff. So whether that's in the third floor office suite or somewhere else in the building, I guess I don't see, so help me understand.
Yeah.
If there's a concern why it needs to be within the city manager office versus its own office, why that piece of it is a concern if the reporting doesn't change either way.
Well, I don't think she's saying it has to be in the city manager's office. I think.
That's what I was hearing.
That's
Agree
what I'm
with agree with it. They can still be under city manager, but we create new departments. See,
Right.
rather than keeping the position directly, we don't need another department head, is what she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay. You know,
Oh,
you eliminated the PIO department, but now you're creating the whole communication department.
Right,
See.
we used to have.
So the
Same thing.
concern isn't that it's not about where the reporting line is, because the reporting line isn't changing. It's a philosophical issue of creating a department,
Yes.
even though the position still directly reports to the city manager. Is that
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
That's what
concern?
it is.
Okay.
Well, and
Okay.
then related to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the org chart has some department heads reporting to the deputy city manager.
They're all reporting to the city manager.
Direct reports to you. Okay, so that takes care of that concern, but that becomes, the wider we get spread with department different departments and
Yeah.
department budgets. It's kind of like the same issue that I brought up yesterday about the arts and recreation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've got some pieces of this function are in public works, some pieces are in arts and recreation, some are the historic village, and we don't know who's reporting to that, and it's like, I am concerned about the structure, so that's why, so there's kind of two questions I've had related to this department. One is the effectiveness of, if we're saying, Scott, can you tell me what the budget was last year that we spent on those two positions for economic development? It had to have been, what, $300,000?
So Allison, you feel like it's too many moving pieces?
Well, I feel like it's a lot of moving pieces, but, and so yes, so there's the structural, and then on the budget side, if we were around 300,000 last year for personnel, plus the operating, that's 454. So we're talking about 90,000 more, and I'm questioning if the existing consultant for Wellness Way is appropriately being paid 154, or if we look back at the last several years, could we keep the amount we've been spending the same by reducing the amount of time that the Wellness Way consultant is working and leveraging the advantages of this development design center?
Well, this council just approved the contract with the Wellness Way consultant.
Yeah, but I don't think of,
You know what, now that you say that.
We
how
just-
much was
we
that
just-
for?
We just
We-
approved it, like,
yeah,
within the last 3 months or so.
Yeah.
Was it 154,000?
no.
No, I don't think it was that.
No,
it was like
because
70, wasn't
we're
it?
not directly responsible for the
Yeah.
consultant, we actually pay the
Yeah.
county.
You're
We
right,
pay the county, we
pays the
get the
county.
county part of the money,
Yeah.
and I think it was only like $30,000 or $40,000 or
Oh.
something like
That
that.
part is split, so what's the 154
Yeah.
for
Where's that?
Wellness Way? Oh, is that
No,
also the
it's not for
lobbyists?
It's not just Wellness Way.
Yeah, and don't hold me to it, but I think Dan and I were just saying, I think the bonus way amount was 75,000. And then there's 35,000, if not mistaken, for the lobbyists. 45. 45.
45.
So where's the rest of it?
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
So Gray Robinson is included with that
okay,
Yeah.
for 50. We
okay,
have an interlocal agreement for 70.
okay.
That 35 of that is reimbursed back from the county.
From the county.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one we just approved to give the county, and it's 35.
Yeah.
And then Way Robinson 50, but it's not all dedicated to just Wellness Way.
Right.
It's for the
Okay, it's for the
entire
whole
city.
city.
And the other thing we were just talking about, there's always been an economic development department. They've had that for years, but we just put it in my budget previously. But they've had that separate, they were just telling me. So that's where, so it's not all,
Not like brand spanking.
So I
new,
guess that's
it's
where
been
I'm
in existence.
so,
Well, I didn't know we had an economic development department. I always said we didn't have one, so.
well, Jim Hitt used to be it years ago too.
Yeah. Yeah, but,
What is that?
but Ian, still on your personnel, so you eliminate the urban designer. Cause you still, your personnel, sheet here still saying it's 2 people.
We have an agreement with the continued services when there's a project for design. That's my understanding how we're doing that.
No, the mayor's looking, I believe, at the documents.
I'm not looking at the
Originally had
document.
2.
That's why I asked how much, was it,
Okay.
the personnel cost the 206 for 1 or 2 people, because, I heard him say it's just him and no longer an urban designer, but his sheet showing he still got an urban designer, it's 2
So you-
people.
Are you bringing?
Right,
something?
Oh,
we just
so-
updated that.
That's a mistake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the page 95 should be, the urban designer
It's
FTE
gone.
should be eliminated.
Yeah,
And, it basically is a reduction of 1 FTE
Precisely.
for the
Right.
city.
Well, and we didn't have one in 2025. if I'm not
Right.
So, Councilmember Strange, you just asked me what I was looking at here. This is I had made a request, I think, end of like, I think everybody got this.
Yeah.
It was a, list of everybody in every department
Oh,
and where they're at salary wise and when they were hired. And the economic development director and the urban designer were both hired back in October of 2025. And we had $250,000 in the salaries for that, but that does not include benefits.
Okay, so now it's 156.
And now it's 156. So
Okay.
it is a reduction from where this document from HR
Yeah, that's
and
a-
finance.
reduction in salary and a
It-
reduction
yeah,
in
it's a reduction.
personnel.
Yeah, it's a reduction. We just it sounds like the FTE elimination was fairly recent, maybe post or kind of
Yeah,
during
before.
printing.
Right.
So really, page 95, we just need to reduce the FTE from 2 to 1.
Okay, so last year for economic development, then to compare apples to apples, we spent 479. And the request is to go to 545. That's am I now comparing apples to apples?
I think so. Without looking at all that data, I think it's roughly with it, kind of in line,
325.
kind of in line with the other increases we're seeing
Yeah,
for the most part in other departments.
okay. Okay, I think my questions are answered.
I can say one more thing. There have been various expenses that have been covered by other departments this year, simply because there was no budget for a pencil or anything else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're still in general ballpark, but, you know,
I see, okay.
so
That's fair.
I think there,
we've made do.
yeah, and I think there has to be some deference, or should be some deference on us as the council, whether it's a new person within city manager's office or a new department, that first year or two, we're gonna have some of that maybe fuzziness that we may not have as an established department like the
Right.
police or
Yeah.
fire
Right.
that have been in existence for quite some
Exactly.
time.
No, I agree. I just felt like I
Yeah.
didn't have the.
No,
complete
I agree.
picture.
The comparison really isn't there because it wasn't technically funded last fiscal year. It was funded not as an individual department, but it was
Right.
funded elsewhere. We just didn't see that
Yep,
here.
okay.
I have a question with regard to kind of the design center and economic development as a whole. And I know, Mr. Norris, you have some really unique background given your experience in working with governments, but also through education and through the military service. There's conversation out there where communities have economic development directors and departments. They have community development directors and departments, and then there are some that join them and say that this is our Office of Economic and Community Development, or this is our Director of Community and Economic Development. Philosophically, do you have a thought on that, and is there a difference between those two verbiages, community development and economic development?
There can be. It depends upon what you view is the purposes of economic development. It's generally fairly fuzzy, but in the economic development world, most of the focus is on big game hunting of how can we bring in a out-of-town corporation to our company, to our town. There's also workforce development efforts that fall under economic development, and that's where, and then they'll say we want to go ahead and retain our best and our brightest, and so those are, and essentially LEAD does that locally in trying to look in those three different directions. For how I've sort of set out the economic development department here is to be very, very focused on how we can, as you've heard me talk about, achieve our goal. And our goal that we've heard people support is this idea of creating a place where our children and our grandchildren can stay and prosper. Okay, most economic developers don't even think of a goal. They just get rewarded by how much capital investment is made and how many jobs are done, and it's just a numbers game. Okay, but a more thoughtful approach from my perspective is no, let's look at the long-term scenario. And in our case, just going through this comprehensive plan this year, we've seen something that's pretty important, which is, we called it the frozen asset map. Okay, and essentially it was saying, look, after we stopped the citrus industry mostly, we switched to real estate development, and we're running out of land.
Right.
Okay, and the land that we've developed fully, now we're at over 80% of the land in Clermont is not easily redeveloped going into the future. Whereas it was only 12% when we started back in the mid-90s. And so that means that from an economic development standpoint, if we want to prosper, we've got to be thinking about what is our next thing. Okay, and our next thing, as we've talked about, is our opportunity to create both a diversified and independent economy. Okay, independent in that right now we know Lake County, what, 70%, over 70% of people who live in Lake County actually don't even work in Lake County.
Right.
Okay, that's shot, that's not super promising for our future if we're always gonna say, yeah, we'll just be a bedroom community. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it just can't be sustained for us. So the question is, what do we switch to? We've had those conversations about, well, actually, we should shift to one that we have more control, where we have more people working locally. And that actually would also potentially decrease traffic, which is a complaint. But then we've got to figure out what our focus is. And as y'all have heard, a lot of people have embraced this, wellness concept that we've been calling healthy living. Is a focus for an economy, which nationally we can compete very well on that platform. So the idea is, how do we grow those entrepreneurs? And right now we have a huge advantage compared to the rest of the United States in how we educate our children. We have more freedom in Florida than we do than they do in most states. It's at the forefront. I was at a conference just a couple of weeks ago where they were simply amazed at the amount of things that can be done educationally here. So that becomes part of the discussion. So that would normally be a community development concept as well as how we grow. But actually at our core, when we look at if our goals to create the place where our kids and grandkids can stay and prosper, our two main things are how we grow to maintain our quality of life, which is right now, we're in a very desirable place. Everybody wants to be Clermont, right? But the second thing is how do we grow that local economy that's diversified and more independent than what we've been in the past? And I think that that's the most important thing that can be done, is facilitate all the things that fall into supporting that. That to me is the economic development that Clermont needs moving forward to be effective. Not whether or not we get the latest company that comes here. Not saying that that's not important, but that's being handled by other entities, or the idea that we need assistance for people who are starting businesses. We already have resources in this region that are tackling that.
Thank you for that. I have one more question for you, and then maybe one for the city manager. And I don't mean this to be a direct question, but I don't know how to ask this question without being direct, I guess. When we, at the end of October, in October 25, we, the city, decided to hire a director and an urban designer. At some point in the last 15, 16 months, we've now said, okay, we don't need that urban designer. We're doing a consultant. Is that a decision that was made based off of an assessment of the last 18 months, 16 months? Or is that simply a staffing change and this is the path of least resistance at the moment that we go? Because I don't want to do something that's short-sighted. And that's the premise of why I'm asking that question, because I understand the need to outsource when it's appropriate, but I also understand the need to be able to have the staff to be able to, really kind of manage and guide that performance. And so I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, and I guess I need a little bit more to understand the decision of the change, of course, especially since it's relatively recent that we're going the other route.
Right. The route we're going now is, from my perspective, and first of all, it's just been 8 months, not 18. I just want to be clear for.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I jumped a year. Sorry, you're right. 8.
Because time's flown by.
Apologize.
I was a criminal justice major, not a math major.
Okay, that's fine.
No disrespect, Chief, Deputy Chief.
And no, it was largely a personnel issue. It's, as you may remember, Rob Fox was the other person that was in the urban design department, and his focus was to get things up and running. Okay, and he was great at all that. It was a huge disappointment for me that he had to move on. That he had personal issues that arose, and I felt once he left that there were existing staff members in the city government that could take on some of the things that he was doing.
Oh,
But the more critical role was actually creating the specific eye candy that I talked about and
Yep.
showed before, which was being done essentially, things, similar to what DPZ was doing. And so the idea behind outsourcing that was that actually, that the key person that, would be the most cost effective and the best at doing it, would not be in a position to move to Clermont. He can stay where he is doing what he's doing essentially on a computer, and he can visit here regularly. But to be here 24/7 wasn't a possibility. And if we went with a different direction, we wouldn't be able to get those people doing the work for us
Understood.
as cheaply.
Understood.
So it could change, if that resource became unavailable in the future, it could be where it could be helpful to have somebody full-time physically here. But right now, we can't come up with another way to get delivered as much work as we can get through
Okay.
just outsourcing.
Thank you. And my final question, I think maybe direct to the city manager, and you tell me if someone else should answer. What is our relationship and role as we, whether it's a separate department as being proposed or it's housed within city manager's office and not its own department? What is our relationship with LEAD and Lake 100? And what are we expending financially with those organizations that either complements and or might be able to be done differently within?
Great question. There's a lot of discussion around these things right now, not just with our city, but collectively.
Sure.
So I would say when it comes to LEAD, they're working on a lot of things. I have a lot of conversations with Ray.
Mhm.
And we're waiting for them to get some traction. And I would say the county would probably say something similar, that they have made a large investment.
Right, right.
And we're kind of more on the coattails with our investment is very minimal. So we haven't seen anything that I'm aware of right now that's a direct result of LEAD yet.
Not as a direct result, we've had them come with people to us to look at different sites, but
Yeah.
for whatever reason, they didn't work out.
Sure,
So,
sure.
but we haven't seen a direct impact
Okay.
yet.
I'll add to
And-
this
yeah,
because I can't do it private, so I have to do it in public. I had meetings with LEAD representatives when I first got elected and specifically said, what do we as a city need to pay to you in order to have you send us, and I don't remember the number, but it was like 10 small businesses with
Sure.
4 or more employees making 100,000 or more each month.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm like, let's put numbers that are measurable, but I'm looking for small businesses that raise our average household income to over 100,000, because that was our conversation last year. So it must have been after the budget.
Yeah.
Cause I knew we were talking about that last year. And I'll tell you, they just looked at me like I was speaking Greek. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
Wow.
It was, well, we're raising up the ones we have, which is good. But otherwise, well, what big ones do you want? And I said, I don't want any big ones. I just want little ones. I mean, if you count a big one as 20 employees, 50 employees, fine. But I don't want a Kroger. I don't want an Amazon. I want, personally, I'm looking, if you want my support, I'm looking for small businesses. And it was, I said, who's in your Rolodex? What do you have? And I said, and how much? And they said, we're paying 5,000 a year. Does that sound right?
He's looking up the
It's
amount.
okay.
It's very
They
minimal.
said, and I said, look, for that much money, I get it. Like, you can't have someone dedicated to what I'm
Yeah.
asking for 5,000 a year. But what number would you need? So I can bring this to council, because we were talking about economic development, right? And we were just not even in the same book of attracting small businesses. Retaining, yes. Attracting, no.
No.
And so,
That's for you. So 2,500 a year.
Oh, that's
For
nothing.
lead?
For
Yeah.
the whole
Okay.
year?
but then I questioned, what's the point even doing that? I mean, it's still 2,500. So, I mean, and they'll watch this and they'll say what they say, and that's fine. But I think that there's been and I've been publicly critical about it. So I'll just do it here, is the county originally was supposed to be outsourcing its economic development department, and the model they were using was the Ocala model. I don't remember what it was called, you might remember, but it was the Ocala model, and so the idea was we were taking county money that we were spending on economic development, taking that money and creating a consultant relationship like we're talking about doing for the Development Design Center. But then the county reformed its economic development department, which I think has about $1 million budget now. So instead of us spending $500,000 as a county, we're spending 1.5. So I think that when we start talking about the structure and where, you know, I'm questioning the structure and concerned about the structure, I feel like there is just kind of a relationship, a structure there, not the relation, the people are great, but the structure does not support what we're talking about here and having small businesses.
Yeah, and I get there may be a piece of this that because of the size of Clermont and the needs of Clermont that lead is not going to, pun intended, I guess, lead in that effort for us specifically.
Yeah.
But there is value in being a part of it, and if that's a nominal, I'm not minimizing $2,500 because I think all of us, if we have $2,500 in our hand, would say that's a lot of money.
Right.
But in the bigger picture of what we're doing, to still be a part of it, to support it, and if we do get some opportunity through there, whether it's conversation, experience, etc. Yeah. Do we have are we involved with Lake 100 in that same way as well?
I would say that that's more, I mean, Dan just went through Lake 100 and
Leadership, like.
He just went through leadership,
Very
yeah.
Very
We're
good.
not, we're
Which
not
is
involved
different.
Is there
in
a
that
chance
one.
to be? You would think I would know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, and I do not. I just want you to know that. Are cities involved in like 100 now?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know that we're in that.
I,
We're not.
But our
I didn't think
businesses
so.
should be.
Well, but yeah, I think it's a I mean,
Leadership, I thought you were
Great.
referring to leadership.
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just making sure.
No,
And then with regard to the lead, where does that come from? Economic development, that 2,500?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, good questions.
And the 2,500, when the lead first came on, we looked at all that. Prior administration, we looked at it, and at the time, kind of like what Ms. Strange was saying, what's the benefit for us? And we couldn't see much benefit, but out of the goodness and to say, hey, we're gonna support you somewhat, that's where the 2,500, we gave them a bare minimum. Because the cost they was asking us for at the time to be a real part of it was kind of astronomical, you know. And we decided not to go in the Lake 100 as well, okay?
Yeah.
I hear you, Mr. North, talking about economic development and trying to bring, employment here, but at the same time, I'm hearing you saying we out of land, which I've been saying for a long time. We out of land, so, we trying to talk about bringing employment here, where we're gonna bring the employment. See, we have, other than the small businesses and everything, which I hear you say trying to get a small business in here that's paying $100,000. Wow, I would like to see that too. Okay, that's gonna be kind of tough. And I'm always saying one of the biggest things, but for as employment go, you get two real sources of employment that I think people could actually make a living here in Clermont. That's your hospital and your post office. Okay, and other than that, most of it is small business. That's one of the reasons I was disappointed with what happened in Wellness Way area. Because I always looked at that as being a great opportunity for industrial to bring in jobs and everything, but they decided to put houses down in there. So now with all the land gone, where can we bring in employment, businesses that's gonna pay anything that we can keep people here in Market Street? It's like, I would love to see a lot more jobs here. One of my goals when I came back is to try to figure out a place we can keep people here. Kids go off and get degrees and come back and stay at home or whatever. But with the situation we in and no employment, they got to work outside the city. You saying 80%? I'm saying we over 90% developed. It's no land. I mean, I can't go north. I can't go east, west. The only place we go south, and we're right up against the line at the south end. So where is the opportunity to bring businesses in that's gonna pay any kind of money?
Right. And when I was mentioning the 80%, those are the lands that can't be redeveloped, let's say along our corridors. In fact, we had the conversation this past week about at 50 and 12th Street. You know, we've got a corner that's almost 6 acres.
Right.
You know, we're meeting with those folks about what can be done there, but that would be an opportunity where that's not frozen in amber. That is actually something that can be redeveloped and provide something that we have an undersupply for. I was talking to David Colby at the chamber the other day. He says, you know, we have small businesses that want to be in in Clermont, and they just don't have many good options. He says, that's what I'd love to be able to see on that corner, is let's
Well-
get some space for the small businesses that can be here.
Well, even in that, of course, it was that piece of property, it was rezoned at one point, and then last year when we tried to rezone it back to industrial, we caught a lot of trouble on that. And it always was, industrial, cause it used to be a steel mill, steel factory. Constable Steel used to sit on that, and it was one of the better paying jobs in Clermont doing back in my youth days. You know, I knew a lot of people worked there, and it supported a lot of families in here. But even that piece, that's one of the reasons I had no problem converting back to industrial, and hopefully we can get there, but some of the people down there are not gonna be happy with that business and everything sitting there around at home. Of course, back in the days when steel was there, you didn't have all the homes around there, so. So now you have that challenge as well.
And there is a strong need. As someone who works in real estate professionally, I will tell you, I don't do the commercial side, but I hear a lot about it. And there is a strong need for small business commercial opportunity, even incubator type of opportunities for people to get up and running. And I think that's, you know, as we were sitting here talking about our future, I almost hesitate to say this out loud because I'm afraid someone's going to go trademark it. So, Christian, if you're listening, go trademark this for us. The small business capital of the world, small business capital of the country,
I
Clermont.
love that.
I like that.
You know,
I love
but that tells everybody what our there's no question what that means.
Right.
It's specific enough, but it's creative enough to provide an opportunity for people to explore and to innovate. And I think we have to be willing to admit that we don't have all the answers or know everything, because this is changing so rapidly that if we've learned anything from the recessions of our past, is that to try to do the exact same thing that we did, that Einstein quote, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. We're going to see that. And so how can we do things differently? How can we, be kind of maybe pie in the sky and unrealistic with a culinary arts incubator program
would be
that
great.
ties in with Rollins, that has a program that ties in with Disney, that ties in with Universal. It's Wellness Way. It's close to that area, 192 and 27. I don't know what that means, but goodness gracious, I know there's people out there that can run with that and work
Yes.
with that.
Yeah,
And
well-
maybe, and I don't want to tie too much about budget, because I think it doesn't necessarily affect the budget for fiscal year 27. But it's more of a philosophical, and maybe this is a great conversation for us to have as a council as we set goals for the city manager in the evaluation process. Maybe one of the goals for next year is to come up with this economic development plan roundtable. Maybe we take a more active role in the next 18 months to be engaged in conversation and make this a priority.
I like that idea.
You know what you
Yeah,
said,
that's a
and,
good
and I'm
idea.
excited about, you got my blood just rushing, and I
Yeah.
didn't have any coffee this morning, so it's probably good, is Groveland had something that they called the Strategic Planning Committee.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was called.
I think it's, yeah.
And it was a group of leaders in business, so they were all small business owners who worked with the council as Groveland was doing its strategic plans. This was 5-6 years ago, I think it was.
Okay.
It was impressive. And so when you're talking about Lake 100, you've got me thinking, between what we saw with Groveland, what we saw with Lake 100, you know, or what we see with like 100, where when we're getting these business owners, because what I hear people say is, well, I don't want to run for council, I can't put in that much time, and I'm going, okay, but we still need your brain. Like, as a community, we need the brains and the creative thinking of, what do we have in Clermont? You can't move into Clermont for less than $300,000. If you want an estate home, you're talking $500,000-$600,000. This is not an average salary. These are
Correct.
people who are C-suite executives. These are people who know how to make money. They're people who know how to manage money. And what are we doing? We're shipping them out every day to go work somewhere else. Think about that. We already have them here. What if we open up the door for them to communicate with us? Hey, I have an idea. Hey, what if we did this? Because I think right now there's this general sense of the public of, well, I've hired my electeds, they're in charge. Well, okay, there's only 5 of us. And so when we have 22,000 units now, we were 16,000 when I ran 2 years ago. We had 16,000 homes. Now we have 22,000. I mean, that's crazy. There are people in there that can make this city better. So if there's, I love the direction that you're talking about, small business capital of the world. I think that when you talk about evaluation and direction of the city manager who's running out the back door, ironically, right now, I know I'm just joking. But I think if we could come up with a measure where we're saying, what has been the community interaction? What are we hearing from the community? One of the things that came up in the consultant for the communications, she showed me a survey that they can do.
Yeah.
Where you kind of
Yes.
get keywords or something.
Yes.
Something where you're getting that feedback.
The feedback, yeah.
And then it makes our job so much easier because we just know what direction do the people want us to go. So yes, you got me excited. I love it.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to detract too much from the budget hearing
Yeah.
where we are
Yes.
supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
But I
agree.
think that there's a lot that we should be focusing on in this area. And I know, Mr. Doris, you didn't mean anything by. We're the small, we went through the biggest, now we're starting with the smallest. But I think that the dollar amount spent here means nothing in relation to the level of importance and significance in the direction of our community. And I mean that sincerely. And I think that there's, I'm willing to kind of move forward with the budget and have some conversations at the council level of whether we want to, obviously fund everything, but I've heard your priorities. I heard why you're proposing what you're proposing. But I think that this is a conversation that has to be a regular thing if we're going to be serious about it.
I agree with your assessment about Rob Fox not being here. I don't think you're crazy. I think he's just trying to save us money.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So but I think your observation is well taken. So we may be back here, and I think it's a good thing if we're back here saying he's got so much going on, he needs some more
Well, I think if
administrative support.
If
So
we're gonna say we want to attract small business owners who live in risk and chaos, I think we should expect a little bit of risk and chaos in that area.
yeah,
Although I don't necessarily like it in the other areas. I think that if that's who we're gonna deal with, it's like I said when we adopted the Choice of Champions brand, I stood right there at that dais and said, if you're gonna do this, you better be serious about it, because the people you're attracting are not people who are gonna tolerate mediocrity.
Right.
If you're gonna say we're the Choice of Champions and you're saying champions are welcome here, you're gonna get champions. So if we're saying small business owners are gonna be welcome here, we need to be ready for people with great ideas to inundate us and expect us to take action on those ideas.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to put the structures in place that we need to do that. So,
Yeah,
public comment. You have
as,
any more questions?
as Mr. Norris was saying, this design studio is kind of the first step of that. We have a lot of underutilized land that we
Yeah,
can
I agree.
redevelop and make it something that it does attract the small businesses, but it does attract all of that. So his design center is actually working towards that goal to get there.
Clermont being a perfect example. Can we,
Yes, ma'am.
Come on up, you gotta come.
You gotta come.
Yeah, well, people on YouTube wanna hear
It's
you.
gonna be so short, but okay. Thank you. I mean, this gets me excited. As a small business owner, trying to do something unique here. Just yes, 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 yes to all the things. And then also as an advocate for downtown, like the Development and Design Center, I think people, they just get stuck. They don't know a lot of times what good development looks like, so they default to what is the easiest or the cheapest or whatever, and we miss opportunities. So I'm really excited about that. And then also just want to address, I think it's a misconception that small business means low income. Sometimes it does, and for sure in the beginning it does, but that's not equivalent. Just putting that out there too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Who's next?
That's Kurt to come
Kurt?
next.
All
Yeah.
right.
Let's see. Oh, can I, Mr. City Manager, the CRA, now that, that Mr. Norris is the CRA director, do we have to approve a CRA budget here, and when will we get that, and how's that process? I think I know, but I'm also asking for the public.
Typically, it's been approved in September, but my desire is to bring something in front of you in August and talk through it during our time together, which we haven't done normally. We just give you a budget, but I'd like to workshop it a little bit with
Okay.
you guys in
All right.
August.
So that's forthcoming.
That's what I'd like to do.
Okay.
So we adopt it at the same time as the public, general fund.
Well, typically it's in September, we adopt it, but I want to give you a workshop to talk through it and then adopt it the next month,
Okay,
if
great.
that's how you are comfortable with it.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. For the Planning and Development Services Department,
Do you want Sean here?
no, I'm good right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have, there we go. All right, he's getting it up, yeah. For some highlights of the year, we have been busy annexing over 561 acres of property, and we have some more set this year to go yet. You'll see some projects coming forward. Active projects currently in the process. As you know, we worked on the form-based code, the comprehensive plan, and the downtown master plan. We also cover code enforcement as well, which they have received over $73,000 in fines and liens over the past year. Keep in mind, the goal is not a monetary goal there. Our goal is to get compliance by verbal communication with the other side, if you will. Next, yeah. Org chart, we have 9 full-time employees. We can have, part of them are planning side, part of them are code enforcement side as well. And next slide, Kyle.
I'm sorry, do we have this presentation? I don't see it anywhere in here. I was just,
Oh, you don't have this in your,
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
If we can just get a
yeah,
copy.
I'll get you a copy of it, sure.
Do you want to mention the city engineer part? Just so we know?
Oh, I'm sorry,
This is kind of.
up to your right, the city engineer is gonna be a new position, not a new position, where it's
Okay.
It's a reclass.
the reclassification
Reclassify.
position we'll have. This will help us immensely when we're working on projects.
more quickly.
Efficiency part will greatly help if the project's through quicker as well.
But we don't, are the economic development people now, were these the economic development positions?
Those were an old term that they were what we had for economic development, and honestly, they were doing a lot more planning than economic development, just because of the workload. So the title could possibly change on them from
What do they do?
planning.
We'll update that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So we have 5 planners. Are any of them planners?
4 of them, including myself,
Oh, you got there,
4.
okay. So what are they planning?
All the development comes in, they work with the code, implement the code to their plan, proposing to come in, and obviously you see us place one here.
So like variance applications,
Oh, yeah.
site plan
Yes.
applications.
Yeah,
Correct.
well, that term planning kind of throw you off, cause they're not
That
really
does, yeah.
planning.
Right,
They
yeah,
just
yeah,
reviewing.
Okay.
Makes your mind go to
So-
a different thing.
And the economic planning and economic development, of
Based on
course, we
planning.
just talked about Mr. Norris being the economic development, but
Right.
all the time they always ran out of their office because we didn't per se have that position
That's right.
separate, so you can't like combine all those things. I think, I don't know, when did Mr. Hicks leave here?
Who?
Jim
Mr.
Hicks.
Hicks,
Jim.
Pitt. Oh,
Jim Hicks.
goodness.
Yeah,
yeah, cause I think.
that
he
was
Years
his
ago?
job, yeah.
Yeah, he was,
And it's been a
that
while.
was, that
It's
was,
been a
I
while,
think
yeah.
that was his primary job, was
It was.
economic
Correct.
development.
It was.
Okay, but he been gone so many years, so they kinda combined everything into this office, so.
We just need to.
So if we
The
can just
people do
update
more
it
than
with the
what-
At
titles,
least the
Yeah.
title.
Yeah.
of it.
Just
The
the-
title
like
that's
title.
throwing you.
that
Yeah,
way we
yeah.
know what they do.
Yeah, 'cause that's like plan.
And the public knows what they do.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
I always look at
You're
it like,
not alone.
if I walk in here and don't know where to go,
Yeah.
just the sign
It
on the
does
wall.
make sense. Yes, it's
It
an
is.
old carryover. It is.
Okay.
We proposing no capital projects this year for the department, and then obviously the fiscal summary is before you. There's still a bit left over to pay for the comprehensive plan part. That's why you see that 700,000 there. It's really a carryover.
So the actual on 6 will be lower when we look at the actuals. And then we got the
Yes.
carryover.
Correct.
And what happened in 25 where it went down in staffing? First thought.
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did have a vacancy for a while there. Yes.
Oh, right, actuals. Okay.
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, I like that, thank you.
Short and
Easy. Short and sweet, yes. Kiss, keep it short and sweet, yes.
So the city engineer, we actually gonna fill that position now, cause I thought I saw something in procurement going by and asking for,
We're trying. It's
Yes,
not
we're
easy.
working on that now.
so the procurement actions that we took to have, engineers on hand. When we fill the position, if we still need all that through procurement.
Correct, so we have the city engineer, that was a position that was in public services that was doing the plan review stuff.
Okay.
We moved it over under planning because we want public services to really focus on projects and infrastructure and stuff like that, and the development review side in the planning, so we reclassified one of their vacant positions to the city engineer. We have had it advertised for about 2 months, a month or two now, at least. We haven't had a whole lot of luck with candidates yet, but that's why we still have the continuing services, because even if we bring a city engineer on board, there's so many specialties in engineering that you're still gonna need someone that might be a stormwater expert or
So I know we did the procurement action, asking to have, 4 or 5
Right.
engineering firms for.
and we need it now until we get our own
Yeah, for
engineer.
now, yeah, but that's why I'm asking, do that go away, but. I
It
guess
will
not.
minimize, it won't necessarily go away, because we're looking for a civil engineer, but if there may be a really specific stormwater review that we need assistance on, we'll have them on standby, but it will be minimized quite a bit once we get one on board.
All right.
Kurt,
Yes.
up here it says that the operating goes from 2.29 million to 717. Why is that?
That's the bulk of the comp plan.
The TPC.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, we still have a little bit left to pay. That's why it's 700. After that, it'll go down to closer to 25,
okay.
the fiscal year 25 numbers.
I had him go next because Mr. Norris and him were working back and forth on
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
different, and Nathan's the one overseeing everything with DPC
DPC, okay,
for the code and the comp plan,
okay.
yes.
And that
Thank
was
you.
what I asked, the
It's in
717
your
is left
budget.
over. So the actuals in 26 will be 700 less,
Let's, okay.
Not quite 700.
717.
I think we got 717, but I think you still have some operating costs.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
right,
I see, okay.
right, probably around
I
200.
think it'd be somewhere between 2 and 3.
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
Is actually operating now.
Well, realistic,
comprehensive
yes.
plan, yeah.
Awesome.
May I ask just one question?
course.
It's not specific budget, but we're talking about it. Can you give us some definitive, as much as possible, when we will see in front of P and Z and council, form-based code,
Oh, yeah.
and comp plan,
Dates, is that what you're
approvals?
asking for?
Yes.
We have a, probably a 3-hour meeting tomorrow with them to
Oh, narrow that down.
get that
Okay.
date for you. Sounds like it's within, say, 2 months away, but
Okay.
let me get that number for you. Does that sound right?
We've been seeing preliminary drafts of
Yes.
different sections of it, and
Right.
so we've been reviewing them and sending them back comments, and
Yep.
Hopefully
tomorrow's the
tomorrow's
3 hour.
Yeah, hopefully.
And it's still just the northwest quadrant
Correct.
right now for the
Correct.
form-based.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then comp plan,
Comp plan, we've had one review with them on one of the drafts, so I think they're gonna go about the same time, at least
Yeah.
for the
so
initial hearing.
fall for both?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're probably thinking somewhere
Yes.
September, October.
Okay. Alright.
Nathan, do you want to add anything to that?
I just wanna make sure for timing purposes.
Yes, for timing purposes, just so you know, the contracts are said that, you know, it's actually second week of November when everything's due, but we're
Yeah.
trying to speed things up on the form-based code for the northwest quadrant. The thing that we're trying to do right now is get, the form-based code in a position where it can be an overlay, not a full replacement, but an
Okay.
overlay, as a starter code. The reason is because we want to pursue user-friendly graphics,
Mhm.
and user-friendly graphics take a long time to produce, whereas coming up with the rules doesn't take forever. So the expectation is that we would come forward in August with that, the rules that would be subject to an overlay, so that we could have our development community choose to use that code instead of the existing code.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
then later, once we get the user friendliness now down, then we can add to it, and that comes in later. Comp plan is, as far as a draft that would be shared with people or commented on, is my expectations were more in the, beginning of September timeframe.
Okay.
For when that's budgeted.
Okay. And I think this is probably more for the city manager and the deputy city manager. Is that with regard to the form-based code and comprehensive plan measures, because of the depth of them and the breadth of them, I would like to request that we not get them that we not get the draft on the Wednesday before the meeting.
Oh.
I mean, I say that kind of tongue in cheek a little bit
Yeah,
because
yeah.
even
Yeah.
some bigger projects, we do end up getting the document
Right.
and they could be 50 pages and it's the way, you know, the yellow pages, as Councilmember Peterson was saying earlier, we were joking. And, you know, we get the yellow pages the Wednesday before the meeting and there's an expectation to vote. And so I think given the seriousness of that, I really I'm going to put a plea out there to make sure we get this with a couple of weeks of digestible time before we vote on it.
Right, and if we can get a workshop in between. we'd
That-
love
That would be
I'm
great.
okay with that too,
Yes,
yes.
that would
We
be
want
really
you well
great.
Thank you.
informed on what you're voting on.
Thank you.
I'd recommend you consider sitting with Nathan too,
Yeah,
personally.
yeah.
And make yourself available to anybody who wants to.
Well, 'cause I feel that
We don't wanna
way.
come up with a draft you haven't seen.
Yeah,
Right,
And,
yeah, I echo that, in that I don't want all of you to work, 3 weeks worth of time and
And then
then
we just say.
us see it and be
Got
like,
that,
we
yeah.
don't like it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
You know,
yeah.
it'd be
Exactly,
nice
yeah.
if we could give you feedback
Yeah.
at the midway point.
Yeah.
Yes.
100%.
Thank you for that, Brian.
Thank
Thank you.
This is great conversation.
It is.
Really. Okay,
And I made an assumption, I'm sorry, but I brought Sean McNulty up, our building
Oh.
official. I wasn't sure if we were going straight to building or not.
services.
Sorry.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, you oversee it, so.
So, yeah, I do not have
Yeah, I don't think we have any slides.
any slides,
Any
but
slides.
overall, there is a reduction in
Okay.
the Department of the.
Yeah, for building services, which is kind of like the caboose of everything from Nate to Kurt to myself. I'm doing all the vertical construction and the permitting, make sure that all meets the codes and everything. But,
Please forgive me, do I have a tab for this?
I don't think we have
No.
that. No.
I don't think there
No,
was
no, there wasn't in there.
Those slides show, but I think, yeah, this is that,
Page 45.
That's
That's
planning
planning
and
and
That's
development.
planning
Planning.
development.
That's what this slide
Yeah,
is
this
right
is
here.
Whatever, we're in building
proposed budget.
services.
Yeah, but that's planning development, we talking services.
Building-
Building services.
They're
which is-
I
all,
don't think
it's
it's-
under a special revenue fund,
it's-
cause it's all funded
Oh,
by the
yeah.
building fund.
Okay, yes, it's,
Okay.
So,
129.
121.
129?
There we go.
cause I
We
want
do have a tab.
So you should definitely have a tab.
So I've seen the tab before.
what page
Ah.
did y'all say?
129.
129 in our book, yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Oh,
And
it's
the revenues,
129 and 129.
and the revenues are on this one, even better,
Yes.
so we can see the revenues too, I love it.
Our revenues are strong, this year we're, pretty confidently gonna see a good reduction in, some of our operating expenses being, through some efficiencies, we're gonna use less contracted services. So that's where that bulk of that reduction is what you're seeing.
I am admittedly ignorant to much of your department, so please understand I'm coming this way. Can you tell me and the public what your department does for the community? Can you describe your function?
The building services primarily is the vertical construction. After all the planning and the zoning and the site review has been, all hashed out, then now all the buildings come out of the ground, that vertical construction, where the Florida Building Code kicks in. Through permit application, plan review, inspections, and then the final processing, end up issuing a CO or some sort of a completion.
Code enforcement.
In one sentence, they're keeping people safe.
Yeah, as your building comes out of the ground, some has inspectors that go out throughout that building process to make sure that it's being built correctly.
Right, that's important.
That's part of it.
That's important.
That's an important part of it, yeah.
On the commercial side, we work closely with the fire department. They also
Okay.
have
They're
reviewers and
inspectors.
inspectors themselves, and we work together to ensure.
Inspectors at different phases throughout the project.
Correct.
Typically, how long would it take for a building, just a generic building, let's say, through your whole process? No hiccups, just say, just generally. with y'all.
Our process?
Yeah.
I put my goal,
Okay,
or our goals, the department's goals, is we try and get a residential building permit out in less than 7 days,
oh, wow,
which exceeds statutory requirements.
okay,
And then on the commercial side, right now, we're shooting for 20 days, but looking on reducing that as well.
wow,
Trying to work
okay,
on some efficiencies and.
thank you.
You talk about building, but also, if I'm not mistaken, you're also responsible for inspection and permitting for renovations that you do in other permitting
Correct.
that people.
Sure.
own, not
Correct,
just
any
the building, so.
alterations, additions.
Yeah.
Yes,
All of that falls under you, okay.
correct.
We're actually one of the fastest permitting in all of Central Florida. We get things out very quickly here, extremely
That's
efficient.
wonderful. Thank you for that.
And we got to the point where businesses and big, like the Pulte's and Lennars and all these big
Develop-
builders were all going private provider. Now they're asking to come back to us, which
Right.
means it's a big revenue generator for us, because
Wow,
if they go private provider, we have to reduce the permit fees by half,
oh.
or
okay.
depending on which part of the private provider. So this is actually not only because we've gotten it a lot more efficient and user-friendly, that we are getting the developers coming back to us saying, now we want to go through you because you're easier to go through than our own private providers.
That's fabulous, okay.
You would believe some of the stories we get from other jurisdictions, how long it takes the review process.
Wow.
It's
Ridiculous.
alarming, really.
Yeah,
Wow. We're the city of champions, you're
There you
champion,
go.
hey.
we got outstanding permitting department. I get compliments on it all the time from different, contractors and developers and everything, saying how simple and easy it was to go through it. So it wasn't always that way years ago, as you can recall, Mr. Van Wagner. Years ago, it used to be one of the worst, but they've come a long way.
Yeah.
It's good to hear.
So,
Sean has been very intentional, so you'll know, to talk about how we can make things go faster. So we're more customer service oriented on the commercial and the residential side, and continues to look at that. So I give a lot of props to him and his team. We don't talk about it, but I want you to know they're very intentional
That's
about it.
excellent, a
And that's,
champion,
and
thank
that's to
you.
work with all departments, public services, fire, all the different groups. We're trying to figure out how do we get more efficient
Right.
and continue to move forward. And I'm very pleased with where we're at, and where we're going with that. So thank you for all you're doing with that.
Yes, thank you.
So this might really, Mr. Norris, I know you're working, so I'm giving you a heads up, I might ask a question that you might need to answer, but this also might be for Scott. So two questions, one relates to if our goal as a council through this comprehensive planning process is to identify places that are available for redevelopment or new development that are intentionally planned out and that they're people friendly. We've got economic development, a new development design center concept. We've got planning and zoning, and we've got building services. Where are the pressure points in the process that cause what I call the donuts, which is a concrete building surrounded by asphalt that is not walker friendly, human friendly? Where do we get the good design? Every developer I've talked to says, well, I want to do a great project, but your code makes me do a bad project. But then I see PUDs, which means, no, you can do whatever you want in a PUD. So I don't understand, how do we leverage what the three of you are working on to effectuate a quick result of good development that is people friendly? What system and process needs to be in place to achieve that result? And then my second question, Scott, might be for you, is I'm looking for a little bit of education on this enterprise fund balance. This year we're starting at 3.9 million. We're basically spending what we're bringing in, so I commend you on that. That's good. But philosophically, should we be carrying $4 million in a fund balance, an enterprise fund, or might there be a better use of those funds, whether it relates to achieving the goal number one, or perhaps lowering our fees to achieve goal number one, or some other method to achieve goal number one? So my goal, the goal is what I've stated,
Right.
and so I'm trying to understand how this all works together.
So I can answer both of those questions. The second one is that this enterprise fund, the state statute says that all money received by this has to be spent on enforcing the building code. So you can't just move it around to different departments or move it around to different ways that aren't enforcing the building code.
Okay.
So they're very, very particular about that.
Okay.
With the first question,
Go back to that. So
Okay.
are we carrying too much of a fund right now?
you're allowed to carry a certain percentage over, but if you do it continually, kind of like a personal thing, you'll get audited
Right.
ultimately.
They
If you're-
charge it too
if you're-
much.
Yeah, and then they'll say you've got a couple options. You either lower your rates
Mhm.
or you give the money back to the developers that you've overcharged them. So we're very careful about making sure that we're not taking in too much or we're spending it appropriately.
Should we be lowering the rates? I've only see 27, so I don't know how far back this fund history goes.
I think that's something we can look at.
Is it a long history of hanging out at 4 million? Has it recently spiked? Is it down? Do you know?
I have to look, I don't recall off the top of my head.
I'm just wondering if there's maybe something here to explore. Carrying 4 million might be the right number, but it might be high, it might be low, I don't know.
We're looking at different ways to move that.
Just to add to that, part of the reason we're trying to go for an engineer, we need to use these monies to help expedite the process in the building department. So that's why we're bringing in some of these key staff, so we're actually using these resources to benefit the community. And that's why we're expanding these services.
So that's question number two.
Yeah.
Got it.
So question number one, you actually answered it yourself by saying it's the code. The code
It's
is
the code.
the problem. And we have a code that makes it, it's a very generic code that's been Frankensteined over the years by different amendments.
Yes.
And so what we're trying to do with this new form-based code is we're trying to put it to where it does encourage the good development. Telling us where we want, or telling the developers where we want the parking. In a perfect code, in my opinion, we make PUDs the absolute exception to the rule. Make the rules how we want them and tell them if you follow the rules, you're gonna get by very quickly. You may not even have to go to council or P and Z if you follow the rules.
Okay.
If you don't wanna follow rules, then you go through P and Z and council and all that stuff, and that's through the PUD, but PUD should be the last resort, not the easy way out to do whatever you want.
So we're getting,
So we
and
make-
with the overlay, with the overlay, we said we're gonna see that before the fall, right? And then the fall will be the pretty pictures.
Yeah, the overlay is gonna set it up so we can start doing it and start getting people
The technical people will
ready with what
understand.
we're doing, yeah.
I might not be one of them, but one of the things I liked, I wanna say this to the rest of the council, in a conversation I had with Mr. Norris about the Development Design Center, it speaks to what you just said, just what I thought of it, is if someone comes to us and they've gone to the Development Design Center and they say, well, I wanna do this thing, we now have staff able to say, well, here's what we suggested they do that would be consistent with the code.
Right.
And we have eye candy to look at as well of what could be done so that we can compare it to what the developer is bringing us. Say, well, we'd like to stick to our code, or we'd like to give you the variance or the change. And so I think that will be very helpful to us making decisions as
Yeah.
well, having that.
If I could piggyback, it's so important that the five of you and the staff is in sync, because if we're making suggestions to the design center,
Right.
we have to know what you
What you
want.
want, yeah.
Because it will be so demoralizing for the developers if we're bringing through a process.
And staff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we just gotta make sure we really work closely together.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
it could make life so much easier for people to build and do things if we're together in what we're doing.
And I've had some planning and zoning people, say, and I use the word as well, and then I heard you use it, so I wanna set a better example. When we talk about good development, I think we might wanna say desired development. Because good for us might not be good
Good for
for Groveland, so
Yeah.
that which we desire might be there might be other words that are better, but
I like desire.
desired things. My favorite. That's it that I thought. That was all I had, thank you
Okay.
for answering that.
You're welcome.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I pulled this out because I saved these two articles I wanted to ask about. HB House Bill 803 and House Bill 1389, talking about permit processes and timelines and so forth. Do we anticipate needing to make any changes in this next fiscal year to accommodate, and is that built in since these just went into effect?
All the turnaround times and all the requirements, we already exceed
Okay,
what those new requirements are.
fantastic.
And we have a couple of vacant positions, right, in inspections and plan review. Those are kind of like on the horizon, like what Dan's saying,
Yeah,
if we get additional workload coming from the Pulte's and the Lennars of the world, I feel we have sufficient vacancies to cover that work and maintain those statutory
Okay.
requirements.
Love to hear
for
that.
service.
Love to hear
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
Like I say, we come a long way, and those bills speak to the fact that what other cities and municipalities are going through,
Yep.
how long it's
Well-
taken,
Yes.
and we've
Yes.
been doing pretty good at it.
And I just want to make sure it's important to ask now because
Yeah.
we're in the budget process and we have to make, I know they just went into effect in July, so.
I foresee, if we got all of the work that Dan was just explaining.
Yeah.
Next year, I might be asking.
Oh, sure.
for additional.
And that's fair. That's a fair statement. So,
You probably have the permits to pay for it.
Right,
too.
exactly.
Mr. Van Wagner, before Kurt go, if it's okay, and I'm sorry, I'm throwing this at you, can you do me a favor? I need some, I think it's 741 Pitt Street, along the retention pond there. I know, back behind that house, somebody came in talking about developing back there before, and I thought we disapproved all that, and I see them clearing out. Can you?
I get
And I
what
don't
you did
know-
notice, sure.
Huh?
Is this the one without, it doesn't have direct access to the road? Is that what you're
Right.
referring to?
and
Okay.
everything, but I see them, they cut down a lot of trees, and I see them, it looked like they put in a foundation back there, that I don't remember coming back to the council.
okay.
Can you check on that,
Sure,
please, sir?
sure.
And I'm just curious how they got through all that when they came to council before and they got disapproved, and now that's.
Unless, their whole issue is they needed access, unless someone gave them some access.
Well, I know the owners of the house there next to them that were fighting against it, they telling me they didn't.
Okay, yeah, we'll look at it.
They trying to figure out what's going on as well. They
Okay.
came to me. Please, sir, thank you.
Very good.
Who we have?
From
Yeah,
here-
another out. Anybody need a break, Sonya?
Do we need a 5-10
I
minutes?
just.
I know.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's- Sorry.
That's okay.
Is that good? Is that good?
I couldn't hold it any longer, sorry.
You started it for us.
Let's make it 10:35, but that's all right.
That sounds good, yeah. I just couldn't hold it.
procurement, okay, procurement. You ready, Tracy? Yeah.
Okay, I was just in a Main Street meeting, so.
Ready?
Yeah.
We can go back, come on back, we can go ahead and get started. And we have procurement, if I can find it.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
It was a good one.
Oh my gosh, you just now got out?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, that's
That is so
lame.
healthy. I'm so proud of you.
Yes, lame.
I wanted the donut company so bad.
So how did they?
You know
get permitted
calories
for
don't count during budget.
oh, and you ate it, you got the apple?
It's
During
like
the spring
holidays.
game, someone was like, if it's not
It's all
ice
one
cream,
piece.
Brett's gonna.
They must have, I don't know
Of course
if
she said.
they acquired this, but this is one piece, it's large enough for one piece, and like, so it meets all the standards.
So what's today? Is this a budget?
Budget.
It's not right.
Yeah.
It's the budget
That's
holiday.
I
the-
need the
wicked-
calories for all the numbers.
Yeah, well, because. when
I
you
like
change
that.
the
Although
Well, I
you
got
will
my
see,
donut.
I have color.
Yeah, I had mine.
They want to put a house back there because of this here, and it's another house.
And haven't had one in a week, in months and months, because that's mine
I
the
think
week
before
before
they
it
were
was
doing,
done,
they were
so.
gonna do a
Yeah.
duplex before.
This actually is a.
But good for you, eating an
No,
apple.
I remember someone over there didn't.
I used to do only black coffee
No, they
Okay.
own this property with,
when I was practicing, cause I would have
It wasn't
4, 5,
full
6 cups a
access,
day.
at one point, I
Oh,
just.
wow.
I need.
And they're delicious.
He's looking at some goodies over there.
Green Mountain Pizza. Guys are-
well,
Green Mountain Pizza.
hopefully we can get through. We're gonna be breaking for lunch about, I think Ms. Debbie told me lunch will be served about 12 o'clock, so. We got about an hour and 20 minutes.
All right.
All right,
Who's up?
yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, Ramsey Jimenez, procurement manager. I'll make this short and sweet. So for our current year review, we've earned our achievement of excellence. In 2025, we've applied for the 26, just haven't gotten those results. In 26, we also revised our procurement procedures and our P-card procedures. As part of our P-card program, we earned a rebate of $30,436. Through our fuel card program, we got a rebate, we saved $14,685. And as of June 17th, we have issued 108 solicitations, and we managed 350 contracts. So this is our current organizational chart. Keeping the same, no new positions. So it's currently laid out. We also have no capital proposals. Nothing new, everything pretty similar, same with operating costs. Everything's pretty much the same.
Okay.
Did we add a person last year? Is that the one?
We had a vacancy for a short period of time, and then we
Oh,
filled
that
that
makes sense.
towards the end of the fiscal year.
And you still got the two, positions that you're not filling,
Correct. We're keeping
procurement
the four.
specialist and the
The four
procurement
that,
agent.
the four that we have, we're keeping. No new positions.
No new positions, okay.
I was gonna say, it's been at 4 FTE since, at least from here, 2023.
Yes.
Are you working with Mr. Mathis on software solutions? Are you working together?
Yeah, it's part of, so the audit committee is primarily headed by Zane and Wayne.
Okay.
But all the departments are being brought in now, and
And do you see from your position in procurement, anything, can you keep in mind, I guess my request, if anyone else wants to chime in on it, how the software can better inform and engage, especially local businesses, on opportunities to keep those dollars that we're spending here in our community? Do you see anything? I know we've talked about it in public meetings, but we've never talked about it, so is there any insight you could give us on?
Yeah, currently we use OpenGov as our solicitation platform, and they have a lot of resources to connect with vendors they have AI sources, they have local, they kind of go through Google. So we make sure that we're using all of those sources that they have embedded in the software. And sometimes we work with the chamber as well to get information, send out emails. We also post some of our solicitations, specifically on Facebook or any other social media, and also on the website as well.
Has the website been updated
Since,
lately, the last 2 or 3 months
uh,
for procurement?
on the
So our
procurement side,
website is live. So as we're posting
Yeah, I
things on
noticed
the
that.
open solicitations, it's processing those live. So if you went right now, you could see what's live. Things that open would be processed out of there. Same with contracts as well.
I did a post to encourage people to, and I thought it was really easy because I went to the website. That's why I asked if it was new, because I don't remember seeing that before. So I thought that was good. If I missed it before, I missed it, but now.
so when we talked about the software audit, we talked about the 311 center and everything, that we wanted 2 main softwares, and OpenGov was one of them, because procurement uses them, the budget uses them. There's several departments that use, well, there's a few departments that use it, but they have a bigger capacity to do more stuff.
Okay.
So we're glad that they're on OpenGov already, because that's a known system that's actually very easy to use.
I know, we've been on, we just went to OpenGov about 3 years ago.
As procurement, we've been on it since 2022.
Mhm.
I know the budget is a little bit newer, but we've been on it for a few years.
Yeah, well, I know we did procurement, and then we come back and tried to get, budget finally got there. It was, and I like it a lot better since we went to OpenGov. It seemed to give us more.
It's user friendly and it's free for
Yeah.
all vendors. They do not have to pay.
And,
They have additional modules that we're looking at, permitting modules and things like that they can, OpenGov, their model is that 40% of their profits go back into R&D and developing new modules, new government solutions, so we're
Well,
a good company.
we talk about software, you open up software, now we're gonna wait till IT come in here, because I know all of the departments has all these softwares and everything, and my curiosity, are you individually going through, doing your own software, or why don't we all consolidate on the IT and maybe get a better,
Yes.
rate on all this stuff?
100%.
And that's exactly what we're doing, 'cause the more modules you buy, the cheaper it gets. Okay.
Yep. You're 100%
With
right.
IT, with IT is the license, has the license for all the other departments and everything.
Yeah, I believe so, and just about everything, yes. Wayne shaking his head, so yes.
Okay.
Great.
Yours was so easy, we didn't even want to talk about it. We're
Thank
talking
you.
about IT. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
You're gonna make everyone think it's easy
Right.
now.
All right. You want to stay there or come down here? Okay.
Yes, you get to stretch your legs.
And procurement, as we talked to them about getting more active with letting the community know what we're doing for bidding. So they've been very active trying to make more people aware of it. So there's an effort.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, Tracy Howell, City Clerk, and I've asked Caitlin Wilson, our Records Administrator, to join us this morning to answer any questions you may have specific to public records. Our current year review, the clerk's office has disposed of 1,007 cubic feet of records that have met retention in 2025. That brings us to a total of 14,725 cubic feet of paper records since 2008 that has met retention. We've also continued to expand our digital records management with 464,000 records scanned into into Laserfish, our records repository, bringing a total of 3.5 million total images stored in Laserfish. Again, that's our records repository for long-term and permanent records. We also significantly managed the growth in our service demands. We've seen a 25% increase in lien requests, a 40% increase in cemetery sales, and a 102% increase in public records requests since October 1 of 2025. Operational improvements include integrating Laserfish with JustFOIA. JustFOIA is our public records software. to streamline records requests, implementing AI-powered redaction of protected driver's license numbers, transitioning candidate campaign filings to the web-based Easy Vote application, as well as updated our records request portal to include frequently requested public records requests to the search area. The clerk's office has 6 full-time employees. No additional employees are requested. Proposed highlights for the upcoming fiscal year include replacement of laptops for the department, upgrade to Laserfish Cloud. This secures long-term pricing before the deadline of December 31, 2026, and proactively transitioning from an on-site system that will be obsolete by year 2029. The cloud platform provides enhanced security, automatic upgrades, AI-powered indexing, and improved disaster recovery. We're also enhancing our Just FOIA by implementing a pay first functionality for lien requests to automate billing and expedite processing, Tier 2 support for dedicated assistance with AI redaction, workflows, and form enhancements, improve public records request forms with dynamic fields to capture complete information upfront and reduce processing delays, as well as an automated workflow that routes the police department requests directly to the PD with department-specific tracking numbers. This will improve efficiency as they are the highest volume of requests that we receive in the city is for the police department. And this is the fiscal summary. Any questions?
Yeah, as we've talked about software and challenges with public records, I know you've heard it all. Can you comment to help us have direction on creative solutions, things we might be thinking about, things we might be mentally preparing for? You know, where do you see kind of public records management, FOIA requests going in the future, and how do we mitigate that cost for the consumers?
I know that Caitlin has done some research. Would you like to speak to that?
As she mentioned on the proposal for adding updates to Just FOIA, we are separating out the PD requests because of it being the highest volume that we receive, and those will then be routed directly to the police department automatically. Something else that we are planning to incorporate is the dynamic fields on the actual request form when someone goes to our website, and it will have drop-down options of things that if they're asking for meeting minutes, those are available publicly already, and it will redirect them to our website. So it will hopefully eliminate some of the requests that can be answered already because it's already publicly available. And another thing that they're going to do is a lot of times we get requests for the fire department, and they're asking for incident reports that contain medical information. So right now we have to reach back out to the requester, pause the request, get clarification from them, like HIPAA information, some sort of signed release, and that on the front end will go ahead and ask them for that and have them provide that, fill that out. So hopefully it doesn't hold up public record requests in the future. I did some training with Just FOIA and some independent research, and I was able to figure out how to get the driver's licenses automatically redacted. Some of them are still missed, so it does still require us to review it, but there's other elements like social security numbers and things like that that can also be automatically redacted, but that would be part of what our updates would include, because they have a specialist support team that would be included with our upgrade that would help us incorporate more AI into our redactions to help us speed the process up a little bit.
Do you feel confident in this technology and the AI that it's going to be accurate, or do you have concerns about it?
It will be as accurate as it can be. One example that I've given is the last four of a driver's license or the last four of a social or last four of a phone number. that's something that we would have to find and redact ourselves, because that's not something that AI would pick up. And if it did pick it up, it could try and redact it as a social, even though it's a phone number. So that would be something that we would have to look for ourselves, but outside of that, I'm confident, I'm excited about it, and I love this FOIA, so.
I like the emotion. It
Yes.
lets me know. You did a very good job of being stone-faced
This
and
is
most
my
world
world.
so.
Then you saw that excitement, right?
Yeah, the excitement is helpful to know that. More or less, what do we think would be the cost of the FOIA upgrades? And what I really wanna know is it less than or equal to a salary? And how might it save us?
It's less than a salary. It is. It's included 17. I believe it's approximately 6,000, which is minor.
Do you think that these can save a salary position by doing these upgrades? Is it that much work time that it can save, or not really?
Over time,
Like over a year?
possibly. I don't, because we still have to go in and review. It's not automatically redacted. It still requires human review.
Still have to put eyes on it to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Right, because what it does now with the driver's licenses is it will kind of put a gray box on it, so that way you can still see what it's detecting, but I have to go in and finalize it, like to authorize that, yes, that's correct, so then I finalize it and move it through the process.
Just make it easier and quicker for you to be able to highlight and get to
Right,
it.
I can go
Okay.
right to that
Yeah,
page
right.
where that box is at and see if that's what is supposed to be redacted or not, versus before it would be line by line by line.
So it's kind of like DocuSign where it says, come here next.
Yeah.
Right.
Take
Yeah.
action, come here
Yeah.
next, take action.
Yeah.
That's a good
That saves a lot of
example,
time.
yeah.
Save a lot of time.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're excited.
I am too.
I'm excited. Are those updates in here?
They are included in the budget.
Okay.
Yep. Laserfish and just for you.
Okay, just a couple of questions for me. It's more or less cemetery. You say 40% increase in the sales of cemetery plot. Even when we changed the rule that you have to be a Clermont resident now in order to buy a cemetery plot and all. And we still up 40%. Is that because people buying and trying to preserve now because they think we're running out of land? And of course, the other part of that, I know we purchased the lots and we converted the 2 lots homes that we purchased, we tore down and added more territory over there. So how many years we looking at?
So currently, we have approximately 375 in-ground spaces left. That does not include the 4th edition.
Okay,
The 4th edition is the 2 properties that was purchased about 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
On East Avenue.
Okay.
With those 2 properties, that would bring in approximately 700 more in-ground spaces. So we're looking at probably selling out in the next, I would say, 8 years, 7 to 8 years.
8 years.
That's
Should we-
total.
Should we consider buying land maybe?
Yes,
Yeah.
my next question.
I'm
So
wondering, maybe
there
another
has been
part.
discussion about that, and then we had a previous I don't know if it was 1 to 2 years ago, the council did not want to move forward with purchasing additional land. But it's on our radar because we will be selling out
We
in the
need
next
to.
7 to 8 years.
Sounds like we need to.
We bought the 2, as you said, we bought the 2 lots there on East Avenue next to Bishop Field. And we tore our homes down and we made more spots. There's 2 more homes sitting there that we kind of like went to the owners of those also and said, if you decided to sell them, give us first choice because we're looking at that as well. And I know it's another piece of property that we've been trying to acre land that's behind the homes on the other side of the cemetery over there behind the church and the homes there off of, what's that, Anderson?
My
and
understanding
everything
is
where we
those owners
trying,
do not want to
what's
sell.
that?
My understanding is that those owners do not want to sell.
Well, we've been asking them about it for a while and all, but I happened to see the owner a couple months ago. She was here for a funeral, and I kind of spoke with her, and she said maybe give her a talk. I know before we would negotiate with the mother, and the mother didn't really want to talk with us, but I actually saw the owner that was here a couple months ago, so we may maybe get a chance to keep
That's
talking.
encouraging.
So.
Do the fees that we pay for lots or plots, I don't know what you call
Just
them,
plots.
plots, thank you. Do they pay for the cost of the purchase and maintenance of the land?
I don't believe that it covers the cost. We are currently evaluating what other cities charge, and we are looking at possibly bringing back a resolution for a fee increase. We're doing our research now.
And I don't know how cemeteries function. I've never done that. But I'd be interested in knowing, I mean, it seems like from a policy perspective, if the people, I think it's good for a city to have a place for its residents to be buried.
Yes.
So they start with that. But again, you're dedicating land to an individual at some point. And so how does that pay for itself if not everybody can be there? You know, cause then other people are paying for someone else's plot. So philosophically, I'm questioning things like that. And then I also question, is it better to have a cemetery be bigger? Or is it better to have, because we're spread out so much, might we look at land in Wellness Way? Might we look at land on the east side of town? So people can be buried close to where their home, closer to where their actual
Wherever they
home
live,
was?
yeah.
Is that something? And then how, I mean, I see cemeteries as like parks. You have to be quiet in them, but I think they tend to be peaceful and quiet. Usually they have trees and they're nice to walk in, and so I see them that way. So I don't know if they should be close to what commerce, should they be close to open space? I don't know enough about cemeteries. I do know, and I'm saying I'm interested in learning more if there's a conversation about it, and those are some of the questions that I would have.
Yeah, I would love to, in the next year, calendar year, in preparation for fiscal year 28, have a workshop about, because a lot of communities have decided they just can't be in the cemetery business as a city, as a municipality, because it isn't the highest and best use of the land, or you know, in declining resources,
Right.
it's just not something that they can
Sustainable.
help sustain. And so either it has to be fully sustainable,
Right.
meaning the fees have to, the revenues have to match the expenditures,
Right.
so that it's paying for itself. And like you said, at some point you do run out of the space, and so then it becomes do you add new ones? Do you build you know, mausoleums up so that you have more space? You know, it becomes obviously a sensitive subject, but it's also a realistic subject because it is a cost and it is an expenditure. And I think, as far as I remember, we really, the previous councils, outside of kind of the budget cycle and the occasional resolution to adjust fees, really hasn't had a philosophical conversation about, should the city of Clermont be in the cemetery business, or is that something that's better served through the, you know, churches and private sector?
Right.
And so I would support a workshop, you know, at some point end of this calendar year, beginning next calendar year, to in preparation for the next fiscal year.
We, in previous councils have had that conversation, Brian, next thing, cause we considered getting out of the business after we purchased the land, the last land, yeah. We said, okay, we feel up there, we can't find land, do we get out of the business of cemetery business and everything? And eventually, we're not gonna, it's not gonna ever pay for itself, I don't think. A cemetery would never pay for itself, because they try to maintain it and keep it up, and we only paying a small amount. For example, like 2006, I bought 12 plots at $300 a plot. Okay, $3,600 now. Have that been used up? Because they still being maintained out there. I know we raised the price because we had more people coming in. That's another reason we changed the policy. We had more people coming in from outside the city, Orlando, or Winter Garden, everywhere buying plots here because it was so much cheaper.
Yeah.
You go to Woodland over there, it's about $8,000 or so for a plot. And I think we only charge, what, about 15 still?
1,400 for residents, and we do not sell in-ground to non-residents.
Right.
See, and everything, so we still pretty low, and so, some people that's living unincorporated Clermont, they get a little upset when they can't buy a plot, okay, because they're not actually resident, and especially at these rates, and I've sent them to Groveland and everywhere else to buy plots, you know. we're still low. So,
Affordable.
what's one of the other reasons I asked that question about the cemetery, and I heard you say, you talking about making a resolution that we maybe need to look at raising our prices and still to help maintain.
Well, and I think too, I mean, it's just, I think our city clerk, I went to a conference recently, and when I said I was from Clermont, the person stopped me at the break. Sorry to embarrass you, but they said, your city clerk
Is the best.
is the best.
I've been told that. Too.
Like,
Mhm.
the state of Florida, everybody knows
Tracy.
your city clerk.
Yes.
And so what I'm about to, I say that because you're due that credit. You are. But I also, you're not a cemetery expert.
No, and we work closely with the public services department.
Well, but even then, like, there are people who go to school to run
that.
funeral homes and work in this business. And so how do we know that what we're doing is in that industry standard even right now? And I think that's where that workshop might be able to partner with some experts in the industry
We
that
should
we
do
could.
it at Halloween.
Oh, no.
Well, I say,
I mean, we could
It
do
would
that.
be fun.
Yeah.
We could
Yeah.
like decorate chambers and everything.
I'll say this, Brian.
No,
You didn't
that's
answer
not good.
that question because
I don't
it's
do
like,
estate planning.
like
there.
you, I get a lot of compliments everywhere I go.
Oh,
Tracy,
absolutely.
but I also get a lot of compliments on how great our cemetery is.
And I've heard that too, and that's I was
Yeah.
shocked when I moved here,
Yes,
and
I heard that
that
too.
Claremont still had one, and
Yeah.
and was operating like it wasn't just one that we maintained. We were actively operating, and
Yeah.
when the council approved the 2 extra lots, and I'm like, wow, this is something that really is an investment that this community has
Yes.
decided to make for its residents, and I think that speaks,
It's a good.
that says something.
Yeah, it does.
And if it really is something that is the residents are speaking and saying, we want to continue this, we
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 need
don't
to.
want it to end.
Yeah, then we need to.
Then I think we have to
Yeah.
start thinking about what do we do for the future moving forward.
You're right with finding space. I mean, heck, Arlington Cemetery is running out of space.
That
Yeah.
thought is running through
Yeah.
my head.
You
4
know what I'm
times.
saying?
Yeah.
So,
I
we can
think
be
what we
buried
should
there,
really
so
do
it's
is get a
like-
consultant, like you would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying to invent something we don't really have knowledge of, but there's probably people that, this is what they do for a living.
yeah, we can
And there's
hire
probably
them.
think, I don't know, maybe maybe you go on top. How do I don't
Yeah.
know, it's kind of like, it's kind of uncomfortable talking about,
Yeah, it
sure.
is.
But I mean, I imagine, 100 years, is there, there's probably rules and regulations when you could, go on top. So you have, multiple monuments closer together, et cetera, et cetera. But like you said, maybe do a workshop, hire a consultant to come in
Yes,
and
and
give us some
educate us.
direction, and then we can
Yeah.
go from there.
Only 2 things are guaranteed.
A death and taxes. No.
Well, and you don't have to pay taxes.
We're
You
not-
go to jail. But you don't have to pay
You
taxes.
don't have to pay
Property
taxes
taxes anymore, right?
You should go to law school.
That's funny because it goes to a conversation that the chief and I were just having back there about. I was once told I should be a lawyer instead of.
But no, I just wanted,
Um,
Well, you
I
did
just
that.
wanted some clarity, how many years we're looking at, and should we, well, I'd like to say, have
Yeah.
this conversation again.
We should.
About,
yes.
do we wanna stay in this business, I think last year before last, Groveland was looking at trying to turn their cemeteries over to one of the churches over there.
Sure.
And everything, so, cause it get to be expensive after a while.
Do we know if I'm sorry, do we know if Groveland had any consultants come in and talk to them?
I have
Maybe we
no
could watch a
idea.
video of something they've
I don't know.
already done. But yes, I support,
Yeah.
if you don't wanna do it at Halloween, fine.
No, we don't
If
want
you
to do
wanna
Halloween.
Another time of the year.
I
All
do have.
Saints Day, November.
I do have 2 non-cemeteries, so but
Yeah.
after we're done
Go
with
ahead.
this shit. Okay. One is I continually get asked about the software that we use to publish our agendas. I know that there is a notification system that's built in there somehow, but I don't know what it would take for us to implement and if that would have any budgetary. And where I'm asking is for the rest of the council, when the clerk's office posts an agenda, a person can, like when I first moved here, I signed up to get these notifications, but
Oh, really?
they're not turned on, I don't think, or they're not active. And so occasionally, and I did that for Mineola as well, and occasionally I'll get like the random email from the city of Mineola saying, this agenda's been posted, and it's not consistent, so I don't know what they do. but I don't think we have ever done that as a community, as a city.
I believe we need to work with our IT department on,
Having that
pulling that
available.
together.
Okay, and I just didn't know if there would be budget implications with
I'll
that.
look into
If
that.
we have to, if that's a, or, you know, like a purchase we have to get from
I
that
believe it's
software,
included,
or,
it's something, I will look further into it.
okay.
And then, and I can get back to you.
Because I do think it would be helpful for our community, for folks who want to sign up for PNC agendas or city council agendas, that they get that email saying it's live, it's here, or I don't know what kind of software options are in there. But I ask because I'm more concerned about right now. Are there budget implications of that?
On that note, if there's this obviously software conversation kind of going on. So I like that, and to go further, if we could have an app for our citizens, for the city of Clermont, it could be that the app might sync with, hey, or maybe our social media platform that the consultant was saying, you know, I forget it's called social or something, whatever that, you know, is there a way that our current system speaks to
My Clermont.
Yeah, my Clermont, yeah,
or,
like
and
that.
yes, might speak to the app that might
Right.
speak.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be amazing if I had an app and it's like, oh, new minutes were dropped. If I wanted the notification.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was, because I have some residents telling me sometime they get notification that the, agenda been posted.
Really?
And I know,
See, I
I
think
know
it's-
you all
yeah.
send it to us, I get it from Nicole all the time. but
Well,
I-
yeah, that's the
Right,
council
that's-
notification.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I-
Directly sent.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's not an automatic thing.
Right.
Yeah, where if and I don't want to add work. That's not what I'm asking you to do. But if there's if we have to buy the add-on,
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know what that cost would be if it's there. That then a citizen could go in, put their name and email, and they just get added to the database. And every time that category that they've signed up for gets updated, boom, they get the email. The other item, and I know we've talked about this before, but it's budget, and I want to talk about it from the numbers perspective too, is how we do our public notices. I've had some numbers run based off of 2025. And right now we do all of our public notifications in the daily commercial. And our surrounding communities, Groveland, Mineola, Montverde, the other South Lake communities do everything through the Clermont Sun. Now I know the Clermont Sun is weekly versus daily commercials daily. But they have figured out ways to make this work. And I had some numbers run based off of just May 2025 invoice, which was one of our higher invoices for 2025. And we spent almost $7,000 on the daily commercial for our public notices in May of 25. If we'd have done those same notifications in the Clermont Sun, we would have spent $5,000. That's a 30% savings. So if each month we could save on average 30% based off 2025 numbers, that's actually about $13,000 that we could save by
Just got
going
your
through the
FOIA
Clermont
out.
Sun, which we could get. So there's a numbers issue. There's also a distribution issue. Daily Commercial is a subscription-based Leesburg newspaper that does really very little Clermont reporting, South Lake reporting. The Sun does more South Lake reporting,
Exclusively South
and their distribution is about 20-some thousand people that get the Clermont Sun either electronically or in print, versus a few thousand in the Daily Commercial. So from a transparency standpoint too, I think we have some opportunities to save some money. We have some opportunities to do better distribution. That money actually stays local.
Right.
So Gannett owns the Daily Commercial. That goes back to Gannett. The Clermont Sun is Florida owned. It stays in Central Florida. And we've already seen some benefits with our Clermont page that we have. And then obviously we would join our other South Lake communities like Groveland, Mineola, Montverde. And we would still have the opportunity. I would never want to hamstring our clerk's office, that if something came up where we couldn't meet I know it's a little bit more of an extended deadline for Clermont Sun, then put it in the commercial. Put it in the Orlando Sentinel. That's what Mineola, Montverde, and Groveland does now
Oh,
with theirs. If they have something that they can't, they call up the Clermont Sun and they can't meet it. They can't meet that deadline. They just put it in
okay.
the Clermont Sun, and that's our ordinance. We say where it goes, so we can control
Well, that
that.
sounds
We can
very
have a
reasonable.
one-off. But I know in the past we've had some concerns about the timing, and I've been looking lately at our agendas and when the clerk's office, because in the back, I don't know if you noticed, but like the last page of a packet of an agenda item that gets noticed, it says when it was actually like put out there.
Okay.
And I've been looking out and like we can meet those guidelines pretty regularly if we allow the clerk and primarily planning department, the two big departments. I know there's others, but if we give them enough heads up notice that we want to implement this, that they just have to rework some procedures and processes. And so I brought it up because I think if we're looking for ways to improve other areas, but also not just add money to the budget, but also be more transparent and be more informative, this might be an opportunity for us to really look at. And so I bring it up. I welcome feedback. I know it will be a change, but yeah.
So we did look into this. We
Okay.
looked into it. We've looked at it twice over the last few years.
Yeah.
Okay.
The city requires 14 days notice prior to a public hearing.
Yep.
Which is more than what the state requires. The state requires 10, the city requires 14.
Is that an ordinance or a
Yes.
resolution?
That's our
That's our
ordinance.
ordinance.
Yes.
Because of the 14 days and our council meets on Tuesdays, we have to advertise on a Monday or a Tuesday. And my understanding with the Sun is their weekly is on a Wednesday or Thursday.
So we have to do the Wednesday before.
Which would mean basically 3 weeks prior to.
Mhm.
And a lot of times we do not get the ads from departments until that last minute, especially when we are pushing forward ordinances that are being written just before a meeting, let's say it's a week before. It would be difficult for us to meet that deadline.
But that's
The
on.
volume of ordinances that
But
we
is that
publish.
based off of when you're getting the information from the departments?
It varies.
Well, but she's
Yeah.
still saying they publish on Wednesday.
But they publish on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we need on
Wednesday.
Tuesdays
Yeah.
to publish 3 weeks.
So in order to meet it, that means we're publishing then 20 days prior to
Yep.
the
Oh,
public
that's
hearing.
like- that's
And we
not-
don't always
If-
have that information.
If we,
Slows us down.
Yeah.
so it will potentially slow us down, especially initially, until we would adapt to a new process of, okay, we need to be ready 3 weeks in advance versus 2. Or we say, we have to have the philosophical conversation of, is the 10-day, the state requirement, does that meet our needs versus the 14 days that we currently have in our ordinance? Because that's something we control. Previous council has said 14 versus 10.
So how many days, what is Groveland and Mineola going?
Well, and that's the other thing, I mean,
10 days?
like,
Probably 10.
I don't know if they're 10 or 14, and they meet on Mondays, Tuesdays as well. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
they're making it work. It's just we have to figure out the system
to
that
get
makes
it
it
to-
work for us. And I don't want to do this today. I think that would be unfair for the city clerk's office and our departments that have these public notices to say, we need to do this today.
Right.
And that's why I bring it up in the budget process, because budget takes effect in October. If we had time to put in place, if we need to make changes in our ordinances to make this happen, this gives everybody that leeway some time. And we still have the one-off option. I would never want to change tie the hands that a one-off couldn't be done in the daily commercial or couldn't be done in the
But
Orlando
if you
Sentinel.
start doing that, then you gotta bring the cost equal then.
Well, but it needs to be a true one-off.
Right.
I think it needs to be that true one-off,
And then-
not we just didn't plan ahead.
You know, I don't know if the cost savings is worth it. I mean, it's not that huge amount of savings here. And I mean, like Tracy had said, you know, we've had the discussion multiple times before, and for some reasons it doesn't work out for us.
Right, and we also sent them a number of ads to do a comparison, and we did not see a significant savings. I know in several, it was maybe a $5 to $10 savings. It was
Really?
not.
Yeah, this is a side by side. I'm happy to share with the council and with you, Tracy, as well.
Well, even if it's not,
And
even
even-
if it doesn't save any money, I think you make valid points that are consistent with what we've been talking about. If we wanna support small business, if we wanna support local business.
Yeah.
I do think, I mean, you're speaking to me on that level, and I think the other issues that relate here are, to your point, at some point, a decision was made that 2 weeks' notice is the appropriate amount of notice. If we go with the statutory notice, there could be a perception that
Sure.
we're trying to disengage the public because we're going to 10 days instead of 14 days. From a practical perspective, are we really talking about a Wednesday instead of a Tuesday publication? So even though we're compliant with the 10 days, is it really 13 instead of 14? And so again, it might be an inconsequential issue there. And then there's also, I've heard Christian tell us at least 10 times, we can talk about whatever business we want at these meetings. And so as long as we notice a meeting, I don't think the agenda has to be perfect.
Well, these are the actual statutory public notifications, like for an ordinance that you have to do.
Oh, for
That's what these,
ordinance.
yeah, that,
I see.
I'm not talking about
Okay.
like a public notice for the actual meeting. I'm
Okay,
talking about
so
the
it's
statutory.
ordinance.
Yeah, yeah.
Different one.
Yeah, so we would have to do these, whether they're Sunner or commercial or Sentinel or wherever.
What's interesting to me is that in 2026, we're spending $7,000 a week on publication when the internet exists.
No, that was a month, what?
That's a month,
That
right?
was a month.
Isn't it a month?
But
So
state law
you're talking
requires we
about
The
put it
state
in.
law
$4,000
State
requires.
law
a year.
requires a paper
Has to be
publication.
paper.
You know, I'm gonna digress. I started practicing law in 2005, and we still had to use fax machines. Like, I actually know how to use a fax machine. Most people my age don't even know what I'm talking about.
I think we should do a workshop on this, and, rather than try to.
Well, I
It's
don't,
something
I
to
think the question becomes, do we want to direct the city manager? Because to an extent, you did this to me yesterday, so here's
I'll
here
turn
to
it
feed
back.
you your medicine, right? So to an extent, we're telling the city manager what to do. However, I think that if we were to say, we have a desire to work with local business. Now, we have a legal issue potentially that's been brought up that, but if we're directing the city manager that we want to work with local business whenever we can, we want to reach the people whenever we can, you make a valid point. I think even if it costs the same or a little more, I think the point is valid. And then there's the technical, like, can we? And then if it comes back on us, are we willing to change our ordinance, our policy, whatever it is, to say, we want to be compliant with Florida law, or we want to be compliant. I think if we go to 3 weeks, that would not be good, because we just applauded our building services department
Right.
for being quick on doing permits, and we would be slowing down. We'd be extending a week for every development, which sometimes happens monthly because of the way that our meetings run. So I think that I would not choose to go longer. I don't think that would be wise. I could get to the 10-day statutory if we needed to. I'm not dying in any of these hills.
Yeah.
I think that, but I think sending the message to the city manager, we want to work with local business and we want to reach the people and engage the people. And if that happens to be Clermont Sun and you can figure out a way to make it work, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, there it is. There's a financial, but for me, even if given the choice of getting it to 22,000 people versus a couple thousand
Yeah.
people, and it costs the same,
Yeah.
and it's local, I'm going to 22,000 all day, every day.
I'm on the same page.
And so and it's a budget item because it does affect our budget. So that's why I ask about it here.
Well, I heard Mr. Peterson say it's not that much of a cost saving. To me, it is a big saving because, as you say, we aren't reaching 1,000 people or so with the commercial where we're reaching
Oh, the cost per
22,000.
person is-
See,
yeah,
look
that
at
is a
it,
different, interesting.
cost wise and everything, so,
It's a big point.
so.
How many people read the newspaper?
Well,
We're just on it today.
and I'm surprised you own this 22,000, you're
We
saying
know
it's
you do, Brian.
22,000. When, the Sun,
Don't
when
shame. I do
when it
too.
was the news leader and I used to have to process them papers, well, I was doing almost 60,000 papers a week for the Sun years ago. So, and when I retired, I think I was doing about 33,000
Wow.
papers.
My understanding is like 20 some now,
Yeah.
22, I think, is somewhere around the number.
Because I think, they used to also have a paper for, what was it, Savary, Mount Dora. It used to go to Mount Dora and all that, and do Groveland and everything, but I stopped processing the Mount Dora and we brought it down to about 33,000 copies.
Well, it might be interesting to have conversations with the local newspaper if you've got $84,000 on the line. I mean, they might say, we'll change our distribution date. You never know. small business. That's the benefit of small business.
I don't think that's.
I don't think they're gonna change it.
Well,
You never
could
know.
ask.
I'm just
You
saying,
could ask, but
if
I'm
we communicate what the
thinking
challenge
change it.
is,
Right.
Yeah, well-
we might be
Well,
surprised. what the
and
response
staff's
is.
happy to look at the options, and I'm gonna put you on the spot, Tracy, and I apologize, but I believe a couple years ago, there was a statute passed that said we can now advertise them on the website as long as we post them in a published newspaper once a year.
It has
Oh,
to be on
really?
a county website.
It's a
not
county
city
website?
Oh, a county.
It has to be on the county website, not the city.
Okay.
Call our legislature.
And there would still be an additional cost, there would still be a cost.
To
that
publish
they
it
would-
on our
that-
website?
On the county website.
It's gotta be on the
because they
county.
would
That doesn't
disperse
make
it amongst the
It
cities.
doesn't make sense.
I thought it was cities also.
That feels
It
like
doesn't
legislative
do-
update.
Well,
It,
well,
it does if you run the conversation of part of the reason the potential referendums out there is to consolidate power and make
Yeah.
county governments more powerful than municipal and local.
Okay,
And-
okay, when you
and-
come from that angle, yeah.
And that same law is what opened
Just
it
like
up
Tim
for
Boyle
the
had here.
Sun to be able to advertise,
Go
man,
ahead.
because when they passed all that, and then the local newspapers started wanting to come in here, and that's when they
Right,
started having
right.
all these conversations at the same.
Yeah, I apologize, I thought it was cities also. That's kinda odd that I wouldn't,
We
as a
would've
city
alreys
member,
started
think of looking at a county website
that
for.
help?
See,
an
Yeah,
action.
I'm
This is
looking at a
good.
county website.
Yeah.
for
This is
city
good
stuff.
because this is stimulating the conversation about process and reaching the people.
Yep.
And if there's something that we can go to the legislature and say, hey, it's 2026, we want to be able to publish it on our website.
Right.
Can social media work? Can an email newsletter work? Like, are there ways that we can, because
Yeah,
now you're
maybe.
talking, how much do we spend on publications a year? Are we pushing six figures?
Oh, yes,
I mean,
Wow.
yes.
that right there is, hey, if the legislature is gonna say, you need
Use
to cut your
technology.
budget, and we want you to cut your budget, well, we need to be able to comply with the
Exactly.
way people live today in 2020. Not to
Yes.
take away from
Well-
those of you who still read the newspaper,
But the
most
21st century
people are
digital,
on.
the digital age, is what
Yes,
you're saying. That we're-
exactly.
yes.
What's the word you use? As we mature?
As we mature.
As we mature.
Are you just threw that back at me again?
So if we can, maybe that's something that we put on our legislative initiatives next year, because that's a six-figure impact, and that will
That-
affect
that's
every other
good.
state.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously, yeah.
It's an easy one for them
Yeah.
to change.
You're already
Yeah,
doing
they
it for
could
the
change that
counties
very easily.
and cities. Redline it.
In the meantime, Mr. Bain, if we changed it to 10 days, that would help us to be able to work better with the Sun, because we've sincerely looked at this and found it difficult over and over, because we
Well-
would rather work local if possible.
Well, the 14 and 10 days, well, 10 days we have to because state, but the 14 is our resolution, ordinance, so we can change that. So that's no
What if
problem.
we made it 13?
Unlucky number.
I mean, why don't we go to 10, which is a
There's
state
no such
requirement?
I'm on Halloween.
Halloween.
I'm on a roll today with all. I don't know what's going on.
Halloween 13.
You need some
She just
food.
wants to get in the cemetery. That's all.
All right.
No.
I'll have that conversation. It doesn't bother me.
But no, I mean, why
Do we
not?
need her for anything else?
No, you could go. Sorry.
But
I got
can-
three. I got my three. We're
All right,
good.
thank you.
let's
Thank you, Miss Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right.
Everything comes in three.
Yes.
That's a lucky number, by the way.
13.
Okay. Well, maybe we do one more before lunch?
Yes.
Who we got? Finance,
HR?
HR.
HR, yay.
Oh, let me get up my book.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Oh, wait for him. All right, so Human Resources, we're a staff of 7, and we supported 528 positions and 471 active employees in the last fiscal year. We assisted in recruiting and onboarding 92 hires just since 10/1/25, which is a 25% increase during that period. We've assisted multiple departments with reorganizations, and we successfully implemented a new medical and dental administrator as well as a pharmacy benefit manager.
And you just filled the important position, as I understand.
Yes.
How long was that vacant?
Since March of 2025.
Wow.
And that was like a director position or assistant director, right? What position was it?
HR and benefits manager.
Hey, I'm happy to hear that you have that filled.
Me too.
Fantastic.
You say benefits manager?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, I thought, looking at this, I thought that was already filled. I see we changed the, coordinator. Added a coordinator this year, but we eliminated the, benefits coordinator, but the benefits and risk coordinator, was eliminated.
No, we have the same number of FTE.
Yeah,
I've changed the job title of the benefits coordinator to benefits and risk coordinator, changing
okay.
the job duties a little bit.
Yep.
And the wellness and safety coordinator has always been part of the HR team.
So the benefit coordinator no longer exists.
It is now a benefits and risk
Okay,
coordinator.
well,
Same
I
employee
see
title.
both of them here, but I guess that's all I thought about, both of them are listed here, so. And I was saying you changed one and the other, but we can eliminate the benefits coordinator, okay.
And what's the difference? What's the additional responsibility? What does risk mean?
Risk management is, it's a grand title that involves all of the city's claims, the property and liability claims, auto claims, workers' comp, that sort of thing. So this particular position will be assisting, coordinating the risk claims.
Thank you.
So part of the city's HR function involves, of course, the traditional HR things: recruitment, comp and class, compensation and classification, employee and labor relations, but it also includes risk management, benefits management, and wellness programs. Excellent. So the city's HR's budget, overall budget, is showing a 9.8% increase, which is approximately $78,000. The majority of that, about 87% of that increase, is in personnel costs. You all have any questions for me?
We didn't hear you say the,
My understanding is you're still working on some benefit related and insurance related quotes for us to finalize the budget. Is that accurate?
Yes, so the city's health plan is on a calendar year basis. It runs 1/1 through 12/31. So right now we've got 5 months worth of claims data. If you recall, we unbundled everything, and so we have a separate pharmacy benefit manager, separate TPA, and so we've got 5 months of data right now. And the stop loss, we are shopping the stop loss. And they prefer to have more claims data in order to give a firm quote. So we expect to see that in August. And we typically will come back to council in September for more solid numbers. So that will be the plan, to come back to you then.
Okay.
What was the insurance last year? What did the actual figure come out, the insurance increase last year? I can't remember.
I got that number. As far as
Which
claims,
insurance?
as far as claims or total expenditures, which one? are you
Cost.
asking?
Insurance increase, cost increase.
Health insurance, general liability, disability, which one? All of them?
Oh,
For calendar year 2025, we had a 9% increase in total expenditures.
for insurance, but we built this budget on a 7%.
We built this budget on a 7%, yes.
So we anticipating insurance costs to go down and not up.
We are anticipating a 7% increase will be sufficient for this budget year. So when we get firm numbers from stop loss in August, we'll have a more firm idea of what we can anticipate. So as far as claims are concerned, that we're anticipating a 7%.
I'm just saying, we built this budget on a 7%, we would anticipate a 7% increase in cost. With last year, we ended up with a 9% increase, so why didn't we build it, use 9%? Because cost of insurance right now, I don't think it's going be going down too much. So I think we've been more realistic on the 9%, even maybe a 10%. Because I remember one year we built it, looked at about, we were talking about a 10% increase, and it came in 15, 16. So it kind of threw us haywire. So
It's a good point.
yeah,
We're estimating a 7% right now. It is purely an estimate.
right.
Um,
Estimate.
I looked at it myself, and our plan is performing well. It's been performing better than expected. And while our plan is small and the numbers do fluctuate every year, I anticipate that if it does come in higher, our reserves are good enough that we can support anything higher. And if our projections come in much higher than 7% come August, September, when we present to council, I imagine that in the finance department, we can make a slight adjustment to the budget if needed.
Slight adjustment.
Slight
Well, and I guess that's what me, when I would look at my budget, I like doing things when it comes to this, I rather estimate high rather than not enough. And so I'd rather be able to overestimate rather than underestimate when it comes to insurance and things like that, because we have to make adjustment at the end if we underestimate these things. So
Well, let me give you some numbers before you get too committed to that.
Yeah.
Scott, last year we talked about the total cost of health insurance, and some of it's split between the enterprise funds, as I recall, and the general fund.
Correct.
Yeah. And my recollection was last year we budgeted about 8.5 million in insurance. Does that sound right?
It does.
And ultimately, I'll be asking you what we're budgeting this year. Would there be a reason why at the 50% point of the year, our insurance would be, is there a potential that the insurance actual numbers for 2026 for the last half of the year would be different or inconsistent with the insurance numbers for the first half of the year?
There certainly could be for a couple reasons. One is claims history, which is very difficult to predict, obviously. But secondly would be dependent upon the level of vacancies that exist. And when we talk about conservative budgeting practices, health insurance is probably the area that is most prevalent in, because we are so conservative with our budgeting approach in terms of how we apply anticipated increases in premiums towards proposed new positions and vacancies, which is a long-winded way of saying we may be overly conservative with those projections.
Well, and the reason why I ask is because when I look at the first half of the year, almost every department's line item for group insurance, life insurance, disability, and workers' comp, well, at least the first three, were under 40% at the midway point through the year. So if we are operating conservatively and we're at 20%, if we're operating at 80% of what we budgeted on an almost $10 million budget, that's several $1 million. We're not talking about 100,000. We're talking about millions. And when 1.1 mil is $700,000, if we're off on our estimates by 10%, that's 0.1 mil. So I'm interested in the actual numbers. I'm hearing you saying you need more time.
I have prepared something.
Okay.
If I can share, if you guys are interested. So
I think this is the single most important line item for our
Dan,
budget.
could you pass that on? Okay. One note I was gonna make as part of that conversation was that we anticipate adding on 11, if you recall, we hired 15 firefighters. And so we anticipate adding on 11 new firefighters come August 1st onto the insurance plan. So while right now through May, as we projected, we're looking good, our plan is performing well, it's such a wild card. Come August, that is part of what we have to anticipate, is adding a lot more lives to the plan. So if I can walk you through this for a moment, these numbers come from a report that we have to file with the state every single year. The Florida statutes require us to hire an actuary to file this report. So these numbers come straight from there. And just briefly, I can tell you, so you know our plan is self-funded, meaning the city pays directly for the claims. We hire a separate TPA that adjudicates claims and pays that for us, and then we also hire a stop-loss company so that we're only assuming the risk up to $200,000 per member. So the benefit of that, and this is part of why I wanted to show this to you, the benefit of that is in any given year, if our claims perform better than what was projected, we keep the extra. We keep, we don't have another company that's holding on to that profit. So as you can see here, with every year at the top, I'm showing you revenues. Then I'll show you claims at the next line, and you can see the claims are up and down. For 21, the claims went up 8%. For 22, the claims went down 5%, then back up 10%, down 2%, with last year being at 6%. So they are up and down, and part of that reason is because we're a smaller plan. The 5-year average, as I mentioned last time we met, was only a 3.5% change in claims, which is better than national numbers. And then as far as total expenditures, the 5-year average was a 4% change. So when we look at the ending cash, I've got it highlighted there for you in green, and just below it, it says target ending cash of 33%. So whenever the state of Florida is looking at our plan to ensure that we'll be able to continue being self-funded, they're looking at making sure that our reserves are at 33% of claims. And so that's the target number that we want to be at. So if you look at the next green line that's labeled ending cash percent of claims, that tells you where we're at. So if we start with calendar year 2020, we were below that target. We were even more below that target in 21, but then in calendar year 22, we did receive some additional funding from council. We had to go back to council to receive money. A lot of that was ARPA funding. So then in calendar year 23, you see that we're now at 62%, and our plan has continued to perform better than we have projected. And so when we set those contribution levels, we set them based upon what that claims projection is, which is coming from the stop-loss insurance underwriters. And we're performing better than that thanks to employees who are doing well and healthy, managing the claims with us. So you can see by calendar year 2025, and that's based on actuals, our reserves are at 116%. So we're doing well with our plan and the reserves. And so what I had recommended to Rick and Scott is to consider giving a 1-month premium holiday, which means we will not charge deductions for 1 month. That's 2 pay periods, which equates to about $475,000. And by doing so, we can reduce the reserve a little bit.
Let me follow up and tie that to Councilmember Strange's comment about the relationship to millage. All of this data that Nadine just walked you through relates to the self-insurance fund itself. And one of the primary funding sources to this is the employer contributions, which come from the general fund. So while Mayor, we are projecting our insurance increase to be 7%, what we've done, as Nadine just explained, is that interfund transfer that covers the employer's portion from the general fund, we budgeted at 6.2%. In an effort to reduce this fund balance and reduce costs within the general fund.
Is that in the budget right now?
That is in the budget, yes. Now, we didn't want to get more aggressive than a 0.8 lower than the claim anticipate costs in insurance, just out of concern and conservatism for what claim history might do. But it is a due diligence effort to reduce the impact on the general fund and try to start utilizing this fund balance in the health insurance fund.
So how much does for a family, how much are employees paying each month for their family policy?
Did I print it? I don't have it memorized. We have two different plans. One plan maybe $300. The next plan maybe $200. That is such a rounded number.
Yeah.
And
And
that
what
is
does-
not per month, I apologize. That is
Per
per
pay
paycheck.
period.
Oh, so 600 a month.
600, yeah. Well,
More than that.
and that's
And how
going
much
back,
does the city pay per paycheck? Per employee? Or what do we pay per employee? However is the easiest way for you to answer it. I can,
What's the percent?
Between 600 and 700. I'm not sure. I wish I had
What's the
my laptop.
percentage?
per paycheck? Per paycheck.
No, no.
That was per paycheck. I do have the number, number that we spend per year. On average, city spends 17.5 thousand per year. So we have 4 tiers, for employee, employee and spouse, employee and child, and family coverage.
Yeah. I'm
So
just
all
looking
of
at
that is a
the big
blended
one.
number.
Yeah. So if we're spending 17,000 per year and then the employees are roughly half that, they're also paying roughly half that.
I don't have that number.
Well, if they're roughly 300 per paycheck, then they're half, so they're paying another $7,800, give or
The
take.
split is generally 85% city, 15% employees.
Yeah.
On the bigger,
actually, employees usually pay a little bit more than the city, right, on their insurance.
employees don't pay more than the
Yeah,
city.
well, not, I mean, 80, is it 80-20 or 85-15?
85 city, 15 employees.
85, okay, and not 80-20,
No,
okay. What I'm looking at here in claims under 26 is 6 million, so what is that through June?
no, that is the
That's the
budgeted
whole-
number.
Whole budget money.
So through May, we're about 3.7 million through end of May.
3.7 million, so we about 50% of budget, a little over 50% of budget, okay.
We're not over budget.
Huh?
We're under budget by almost 20% this year to date.
Well, what she just told me, we about 50% of what she budgeted of 6 million, and she said they did.
Oh,
about-
year to date?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Yeah.
we're in July, so we're
Yeah.
8 months in.
that's
So
claims through the
3/4
end
of
of
the
May,
This is
and we're at
through the end of May,
3.7
5
million.
months. The 3 million is 5 months, right? You say May, right?
Yes.
That's 5 months. And you budgeted 6 million, 6.5. You had 3.7, you said?
3.7.
So within 5 months, you're almost, basically, it's a little over 50% of budget.
That's not, I don't believe that's including stop loss reimbursements.
So. I heard you say, so, claims, you're doing real good on claims kind of does, because you think people are healthy. Is it that, or because of the change of insurance, our insurance, a lot of them not going to doctors now because of, can't, some of them saying they can't afford.
I mean, for that much money, we should be going to the doctor every month.
Huh?
For that much money, you can go to the doctor every month.
No, well, also the, what you call it? Deductibles and
The
everything,
co-pays.
it changed and all that too.
No,
so
we did not change any of our benefits.
what I'm worried
All
about.
that we changed was the actual network. We moved from Cigna to United. We didn't change a single benefit. Not this time.
Okay, well, I think there's a lot of work to be done, cause I'm looking at the 6-month point, and the only department that's over 50% at the 6-month mark was fleet, at least according to the reports that we received. And everybody else was at 40% or less, give or
We-
take, maybe 42.
The way that we handle the contributions, which I believe is what you're looking at, we set the contributions and those don't change per pay period, so that stays flat.
I'm sure they do.
And, the report that you're looking at, I don't know when it was printed.
Report generated June 4th, 2026 for the period ending the end of April is the 6-month mark of the year. So,
Was that for calendar year?
no, 6 months, April is October to the end of April.
April 7 months.
The data I've given you is calendar year, just because it's
From
easier to
from
handle.
January to
Well,
December.
because
Right.
insurance is calendar year.
Right.
Right.
And
It's
so
not,
I'm-
it's
I'm
not
sure
fiscal
if
year.
If the report you're looking at is reflecting fiscal year.
It's through March 31st, 2026, at the 50% mark of the year, according to the report we were given.
So it's a fiscal
And
year.
here's, folks, we can look at this however we want. For $250 a month, every one of our employees can go to a local doctor, their whole family, and get all their primary care appointments taken care of for $250 a month. They can get all their prescriptions called in. They can get all their orders
That's
for
250, I thought it was
MRI.
250 per pay
That's per
period.
person.
no per month for the whole family.
She's talking about something different.
I'm talking about, so when we look at how much of our resources are going to this plan that requires insurance, that requires copay, which requires a system that restricts who you can go see. Yes, we need to be concerned about catastrophic situations. I get that. But right now, if you go to a doctor on our current plan, you have to pay a fee on top of the monthly payment that you're paying for your
Right.
insurance that presumably is giving you care, and it's not. So, I mean, for $300 per paycheck, that could be $300 a month that our employees could pay for their whole family to go get whatever care they want at a local doctor's office.
I don't think
And
so.
then we get a catastrophic. You can. You call
What doctor you going
call
to?
Blue Water Wellness
Yeah.
right now. You can.
I don't know,
haven't
it's,
seen that.
It's a primary purpose.
We
It's a
can
private
say it
provider.
doesn't exist, but I know for a fact it exists. I can get you quotes right now.
Yeah.
And that's so. This is it's to me. It's asking the citizens to pay $10 million for a risk plan instead of paying. If we want to talk about what happens if the constitutional amendment takes place, the answer's in this. It's in changing the experience that every employee that we have in this city, 471 souls and their families, can have a healthy lifestyle, healthy living, access to doctors, the doctor of their choice when they want. And we have 7 providers in Clermont right now that provide this service outside of an insurance plan.
But what happens when I was gonna say, what happens if I have cancer? What happens if I have a heart attack?
Catastrophic plan. That's what you pay for catastrophic insurance.
Out of pocket for
Out
the
of pocket,
employee.
that's
That's
more.
I'm
Well,
talking
we would
about
pay
this is,
that.
but I hear what you're saying, but I think in order for me to adequately be able to assess what you're saying compared to what's here is I need a chart
I agree with you completely. I've been asking for it for a
of
year.
left to right in that way. But I also think that you have to consider something that isn't going to be able to be concrete in this, and that is this is a benefit that is provided that makes working here
Equitable, reasonable.
an equitable,
Incentive.
reasonable,
Yes.
attractive thing.
Sure, exactly.
And I don't, I mean, I understand the dollars and cents of it, but I think we have to be careful about how we talk about the dollars and cents of it, given that I don't think it's as black and white.
And I'm frustrated because we had this conversation last year, and I'm sitting here today and saying the same exact thing that I saw last year. So I'm frustrated. So I'm speaking my frustration. That it's been a year,
Yeah.
and I've provided connections and people so that I'm not doing it because I can't and I shouldn't.
Just,
And so I'm frustrated.
just to communicate, we followed every path that I believe was given to us. We have, and I will continue with Nadine to do that, but it's not a lack of effort or diligence at all. I promise you that. We have talked to everybody I know to talk to. We'll keep it up.
Did we go to the chamber and ask them to connect us with local medical providers
I
to see
provided
if
the,
anybody might be interested in helping us come up with a solution to this?
you had mentioned, you had shared this on Facebook.
Yeah.
We got a number of resources that were given to us from that. And unfortunately, none of those leads came back in a manner that we felt was a good option. It wasn't that we
We're
didn't.
gonna have tax reductions, so we better figure
Well,
something out.
I mean,
There's
Well,
other areas we can tap. we
if
can
I
tap
can just
into.
add one more.
I tell you what, please give me the lead where I can get $250 a month.
I'll send it to you
My
now.
whole family.
I will do that.
Well,
Because
I will be happy to do that.
she gave me the lead and I've given that to Nadine and we will diligently pursue and look into that. I promise you, this is a big deal we're listening. We just haven't found the right combination to make this work yet, but, you know, we did save money last year that, you know, it's
I'm
not,
just
it's
trying
not
to give our
enough.
employees a better quality of life that saves them money and saves the citizens money. And I know there's solutions out there. And if I have to do it, it's not in my scope as a council member to do it. It's not appropriate for me to do it. This is a staff issue, not for me as council.
Well, it sounds like they've been doing it, and you just don't like the answer.
The answer is do the same thing we've always done. This is the same system that we've had in place for however many years, this self-insurance system. And when you're talking to people that are doing insurance, you're gonna get an insurance answer. When you go to a surgeon, when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. You have to look at other options. And right now, it's just insurance, and insurance is diametrically opposed to giving the patient care. Insurance companies don't make money if they pay for patients to go to the doctor. They don't make money if they pay for patients to get blood work. They don't make money if they negotiate a lower price. They do it for themselves, but they don't do it for the person receiving the care. Catastrophic, totally different conversation. That's the gamble. I get that. I'm talking about regular care. And when insurance became a way for people to have access to their doctor, it changed the entire system. And that's why we have people who have long-term issues, health issues that stack up and get worse because they're not going to the doctor at the first sign of something.
It sounds like you're talking about a philosophical viewpoint on when health care system went for profit. That's when all of this happened, and it's not being changed.
I mean, it's always been for profit.
No, has not.
Doctors
It was
have
not.
always made money.
1964 is when they changed it to be not for profit. It was not for profit.
Insurance.
That's when, yes.
Yeah, I'm talking
So
about doctors.
It's that's something we cannot change on that level or whatnot. But what we can do is make sure that our employees and their families have the best care, what we have to work with. And I think it's kind of unreasonable to expect them to find what you're looking for, because it doesn't sound like it's cost effective.
I'll put a package together and bring it to you. How about that?
Sounds good.
Do I have permission to do that, or am I gonna be accused of overstepping?
Let me ask you this, Ms. Strange, if you're paying $250 for family, how much is it gonna cost them for the catastrophic?
That's what we should be. That's what we should be looking at. If we were to provide catastrophic policies, which aren't going to be $17,000 a year. If we provide a catastrophic policy we have enough. There's so much money in this conversation. You could create an endowment fund that, if people pay more than $5,000 a year, you write the check. I mean, there are so many ways to handle this with the amount of money that we're talking about that we have at our disposal. That, yes, it's different than everybody gets insurance. I get that. But when we're talking about what was I corrected at the workshop? Oh, we only went up 4%, but we're talking about 7%. So when you have a cost of living that goes up 3 to 4% a year,
right,
but this one line item consistently 7 to 9%,
right,
this is how we don't have money. So if we're going to add employees at market rate, mind you, I mean, we're paying our employees a salary that's competitive with the private sector. You said yourself, where are you going to get a small business that's paying $100,000? Look how many of our employees are making $100,000. And then you add 33% in benefits. That's way more than the private sector. And they still can't choose where they're going. But when you're dealing with the stuff that you make choices about, that market exists. And it's way different today than it was 10 years ago. You've got doctors that are fed up with the insurance system altogether, that they're getting out of it. And they're starting small practices, small town doctor. And when you have something, you want to have a relationship with your doctor and know who you're calling. I mean, it's a better quality of service and care, and it's way more affordable than having insurance. And my point is simple. We expect this constitutional amendment will pass. That's what we're talking about. And all I'm saying is, I'm a year into saying this is this is the thing that changes our finances and our budget. This could be $2 to $4 million. It's huge. And if we don't, I said what I said. I'm frustrated because I started this a year ago, and if I have to do it, I'll do it.
Okay.
Ms. Strange, I hear your frustration. I have heard your frustration. The first step that we made was to separate these three, to unbundle. At the point where you've expressed your frustration, that 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 was already in the works. Because of the way that this is structured, a lot of times that doesn't happen as quickly as you're desiring. I've already engaged with our consultant. We're exploring different options. Rick gave me the contact information for this one, which we'll reach out to. And we're also exploring other options. We've got the hospitals engaged and we're discussing with them. So I just want you to know that your request has not been ignored. We are exploring other options.
I mean, it can be ignored. It's just, there's gonna be a real issue next year when the budget rolls around. So, that's all.
We're not gonna ignore this
Yeah.
request.
I-
We'll
yeah.
keep, we in good faith, we've talked to South Lake, we've talked to Advent, we've talked to, I forget the other gentleman, Vince, what company he has. We are actively pursuing not just insurance, but medical related people too. Nobody has given us the secret code, but that doesn't mean we've stopped or given up. I'm optimistic and we'll take the lead you provided. I promise you, we're a bloodhound. We're not giving up on this. We will fight through it. So I hear your frustration, but I want you to hear, I don't know that that's a fair characterization of the situation, because it's not just calling our independent agent and saying, hey, you got, no, this is, we're tracking. We're going into the woods, we're going hunting, we're looking for deer, we're looking for everything. Sincerely, we are doing that, and she's now got help in her department. She's been doing 2 jobs for a year and a half.
Wow.
And I applaud her for that, and we're going for it. I want you to know, we're going for it. Don't give up on us yet. We will figure something out. With prayer and diligence, I think anything is possible. So
I think what you're trying to talk about is an independent system where we would contract with local physicians for a plan. Is that what you're talking about? Like we call it the Clermont Care Plan, just like
Some version of
United
that.
Healthcare.
Well, we're
we
already
would-
self-insured.
Right, so we would then, so this way we would say, okay, we're gonna give you X amount of dollars if you take our member. And then for that amount of money that we give you, then you would have a zero copay, $10 copay, whatever the copay might be. And you go to multiple doctors for that. That would be a local plan, and then you would go catastrophic would be outside of that.
Probably,
Right,
is what I
that'd be
imagine.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
But that would, you need to then have, you have to have a benefit manager that would have to go out and coordinate with this. This isn't something we could do as council, that would have to be there.
exactly.
I'm looking for the $250 a month for my
Yeah.
family, cause, it'll save me thousands of dollars a year.
I know, we don't pay that.
If
I
I can
think
get
you'll
that.
be getting some calls, Mr. Mayor. There are plenty of businesses who would love to support you in that.
Increase, well,
We check our lunch
It's been a year.
yeah,
It's been a year.
we got 2 minutes. Any other questions for HR?
No, thank you, Nadine.
All right, if not, we'll go ahead and thank you, Nadine.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
That's everybody. We'll go ahead and resume, who we have?
Communication.
Communications.
We don't have that presentation.
Who we have? Okay.
All right, well, welcome back. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed their food.
Yes, we
Mike's
did.
on?
They are on. Okay, so this is the new department that you guys graciously helped us with. So, new department that was authorized by council back just a couple weeks ago, on June 23rd. And 2 of the 4 positions, as you'll see in the org chart, 2 of the 4 positions are reclassifications
Okay.
from existing positions in there. So we go to the next one. So this is the proposed communications department. We got the communication engagement director, which will be monies utilized by the PIO department. The existing PIO is going away, so that money's going to take care of the communication. The digital content and multimedia manager is also a reclassification of another position, and the community engagement coordinator would be new. Or I'm sorry, not the content manager, the 311 center supervisor is a reclassification from a vacant position that we no longer need. So 2 of the 4 positions are reclasses, the other 2 are the new ones. So 4 total. We're moving the 311 center under the communications department because that makes sense that it's part of the overall message of the city. Next slide. No capital proposals in this department, and this is kind of the financial slide on it. It's pretty much all personnel. There's operating cost. Is a lot of that is we've got. Well, I'll just leave it for questions before I explain it all in detail. If there's any
Was
questions.
there like a software package we were talking about earlier?
There-
You know, for sending emails out and gleaning information on the responses? So we
Correct.
can get good data?
Yeah, and that was, as you recall, when you had the presentation from True North, they recommended certain softwares that would make these
Right.
positions successful. The one you're talking about is called Flashboat. That's the one where you send out the instant.
Right.
So that one's in here. The other softwares that they recommended are all part of this operating budget. So that's what makes up
Okay.
the majority of the operating budget, other than some of these things like having their computers and the stuff they need to do the job.
So I am, just wanna make sure that we're being complete again. I had seen an advertisement go out for the media person,
Mhm.
but the listed budget was 84 to 104,000, which looked to me like that would be the director position. And then I'm seeing 203,000 for 4 people, and so I'm just confused how we're getting to 203,000. And if we made a mistake, that's fine, but did we properly advertise, and are we getting people, and are we getting qualified people?
We advertised the director position, and in 4 days, we had 52 applicants.
Okay, well, that's-
The one that you saw has been advertised for just under a week, and we've got 55 applicants so far, so we are getting a lot of interest in it.
Is that your screen?
I am screening him, Zane is screening him, Lori, the consultant from True North, is in the interviews, so she's helping us pick out the people.
But if we have this position, digital content and multimedia manager, it was a manager, but it was listed at 84 to 104,000.
Correct.
So how are we gonna be at 203,000 if that person's not even the number 1 person?
The number one, if you recall in the one-on-ones with Lori, she recommended that the director be somewhere around 120,000. This manager be around 85 to 90,000, and the last one be, I think she said it was like 65,000, somewhere like that. The third position
But that's 265.
Right, the third position we can wait on. We're not in a hurry to hire that one right now. I think, no, not the digital content, the community coordinator, I think it's what it's called, something about,
Yeah.
I forget the exact title, yeah. That one, I think we can probably wait mid-year to see if we even need it. So
But what about the 311 center supervisor?
the 311 centers are reclassification, so that one's already paid for from an existing position.
But shouldn't all those positions be in the budget? So that,
So they're funded?
That one should, it's already
Right.
funded by another position. I mean, it's already funded by a position that's been vacant. So
so where is that one?
that one was the development liaison, the second development liaison. We had two of them. And so that position is now gonna become the 311 center supervisor.
Which is fine. I don't mind that. Cause we took that out of the city manager's budget, right?
Correct.
We went from 2 to 1. But then don't we still need the money to be in here?
Well, the money's gonna come from, we can move it over there, yes, if we, yeah, we can move it over there. We just,
Is the money for that position in the fiscal year 27 city manager's budget of 675 for
I
salaries?
believe we took that out.
The funding for the 311 is from multiple departments. It's not just one department.
Not just one.
So, some enterprise funds are paying for it.
Thank you. You might be the person.
For
But shouldn't we still show it in the department budget?
communications, there's just the 2 positions right now, so,
Right.
So it's not the 4 position that's listed here? You saying 2?
Right. That's where I just want to make
You're
sure the
showing
budget
4.
matches what you want.
Right.
Yeah.
We're confusing positions with FTE though. FTE is what's allocated. Positions are what's being filled.
Well, he's saying they all filled though in the FTE.
No, just because there's a number next to it means that that's an actual FT. That's a spot that a person can go into, but they're not actually putting a person into it. They're just saying that spot is there. At some point, we might put a person in there.
Well,
That's what I view FTE versus position.
Well, I read FTE is what they're asking for, but when you put a number by a position, that's telling me you're filling the position, is what I've already
You're
read.
gonna advertise to fill it.
No, FTE is it's just the FTE count.
Right, yeah,
You gotta educate me on this.
Yeah, well, I understand what he's saying. The FTE count is the total number of position, is the total number of position. Normally, in every one of them before, if they wasn't filling the position, it was a 0 there. Okay, to show you how many people they were actually hiring, they're gonna have in them position through the year. If they wasn't gonna hire them, there should be a 0 there, if they don't gonna fill that position.
No, because a 0 would be that we get rid of the FTE, and we're not getting rid of the FTE. We're just not filling the position. I mean, it's a splitting hair, but it does matter because when we're setting priorities and we're saying to a department, you can have 4 positions. You're just not filling all the positions. We still want to say there are 4 positions or FTE in that department. We're just filling 3 or 2. But you still account for the FTE because for accounting purposes, you want to know that that's a line in there that hasn't been taken away. It's just not being filled.
Well, we need to go back and be consistent with the way we're reporting things, because if I go back to other FTEs, they showing 7, and when you go down through here, for example, we go right back to 8, I guess it's HR, right, insurance and everything, they're showing 7 FTEs, but then when you go down and look at them, the position that they didn't fill is showing 0s, okay? It's right here, see?
Yeah, but that FTE is no longer there. They moved that FTE into that other line, is my understanding there.
But it's a matter of context.
Yeah.
You know, your operational context, where the person physically is, versus the accounting context of where we are accounting for the related expenditure. And this is something that we've seen across the entire budget, not just here. For instance, and
You did pick on me. I'm there already.
no.
With the boring eyes and everything. You see that?
No, I was going to speak to a budgeting philosophy again. Historically, to a large extent, the city has indirectly allocated costs to enterprise funds, meaning the entire cost of it would be included in the general fund, And then through a calculation of administrative expenses, we would have a transfer of dollars from the enterprise funds into the general fund. We've been making a concerted effort at the management level to flip that, and we're early in that process. In other words, we are directly allocating more often than not with new positions as we go forward. And this is a good example of that. In other words, the related expenditures to these positions, as Mr. Pride said, is going directly to the enterprise funds. You don't have anywhere in your budget that shows a detailed allocation of personnel expenses for each individual position. We can develop that and provide that. But it's something that this issue of context is prevalent throughout the budget.
So to go back to, as Ms. Strange was saying here, under this, you got salary 203,000. Of course, your FTE say 4, so that's not 4 people you're paying them.
There are 4 people operationally within the department, but only $203,000 worth of their expenses are accounted for here.
Okay.
Okay, and I guess now what I wanna know, which positions are being accounted for, because right here, when I look at this, if you got one listed that you filling all 4 positions. If not, I need to know which one.
Like the 311 center operator, or supervisor, they're gonna be supervising staff that deal with water, sewer, utility billing, and permitting and things like that. So we can reallocate the funding source for that into the different departments, and they help pay for that in their enterprise funds.
So this is the customer service rep position that shows on the new position request for fiscal year 2027, 0.5 from the water fund. It doesn't say 4,500, doesn't give me a number for FTE from the sewer fund, and then 2,200 from the stormwater fund, and 2,200 from the sanitation fund. So
Yeah,
that's this person.
That one table for new positions is a good, yes, you've read that correctly.
Okay, so that person's being funded from the water fund, the sewer fund, the stormwater, and the sanitation fund, because they're providing customer service to utility customers. So part of it's coming from these funds. What an
Correct.
interesting thing. Thank you, I didn't know the difference.
Well, we don't have a schedule within your budget that shows that for all positions. We've just done that for the newly proposed positions.
Okay, so maybe what we could do for the public and people like me is maybe we could put a star or something that says funded from enterprise funds. Something that shows us
To let you know where it's from. Yeah.
where it's from.
Right.
And then I think a question that's more management related than accounting, so I appreciate the explanation, is as a citizen, when I look at what the government is doing and I say, okay, we have this call center, how much am I, same question about the Performing Arts Center, you know, I'm going, well, how much are we paying for that so that we can make informed decisions? I think if we could find a way to say, okay, this new department, which is communications, realistically across all funds. Oh, there's another department where we had the general fund and then we did the other funds underneath.
Oh, absolutely.
That show the personnel. What one might that have been that had the different funds on it? You wanna know what I'm talking about?
I think the question is saying is, the 203, is that for 2 people?
That's for 4 people.
That's for 4 people.
Right.
Okay.
That's the general fund for 4
Okay,
people.
that was the question, I think. So it's, the 203 is for all 4 people.
Well, that's all 4 people, but then
But,
when you.
but we're only gonna be utilizing 2, right?
Yeah, but then.
But we have
if
to,
I'm not mistaken, when you,
as you see fit.
but then
No,
when
the
you, when you
203
talk
pays
about
for 2 people.
how many, the fund allocated to each position, I think Ms. Strange kept up with the, figure, wasn't it 265 or somewhere? So the number's still not adding up.
So I think what would help for this department is if we look at the public services, you can see how it shows the entire budget for the department and what funds it's coming from. So if you look at public services, you see general fund, then you see tree fund, infrastructure. It's just an example of how the different, whether it's personnel, capital, or operating, is coming from the different funds, and would allow us to see the entire department budget and then what funds it's coming from. This one just has the general. I think it's just that simple, but those
Okay.
buttons
Yeah,
that
we'll
can be
show how
pushed.
the breakdown is of the funding.
So let me, which 2 positions you gonna be filling now? The
Right now, we have the director position that's being advertised and the communication, or the communication engagement director and the digital content and
Digital
multimedia
content.
manager. Those two are being advertised right now.
Okay.
The 311 center supervisor, we haven't advertised that yet. And the community engagement coordinator, we're kind of holding off on that until we see how much we need them.
And what's the salary on the, communication and engagement director?
We're in interviews now.
What's the,
The salaries was about 120. What
120?
they recommended, True North recommended.
And the other one was what?
I want to say that was 90, somewhere around 90, 95 for the second position. And
See there again, you saying 120 and 90, that's 210, that it shoots the 203 again, just with the two positions, so.
And that would all be sorted out in the budget
Yeah,
process.
so,
right.
For purposes of discussion, I'll talk about the same thing I did with the economic development department, which is when this was under the city manager's office, the salaries were something like 90,000 for the director and then, or the PIO, and then the coordinator was something like 60,000. So now I just want to be mindful that as we create departments, what we're doing is we're creating positions that add, another position's worth of salaries. And hopefully the people can do double the work, but I just don't want that to be missing in the conversation.
And that's why we're not in a hurry to fill that third position, because we want to see if we can do it without it. We want to save money where we can.
But Bill, just for clarity, and I think, I want to say it back to you so that we're all on the same page. We have 4 positions, FTE. One is going to be funded from enterprise funds. And so we can see what that amount is when we look at the enterprise funds. And that, in the future, we would have shown on page 107 how that's being funded. And that's the 311 Champions Resource Center. And then the communications and engagement director and the digital content and multimedia manager, those 2 positions are in this 203,579 regular salaries, which comes to 289,000 when you add in all of the benefits.
Right.
And then the community engagement coordinator potentially can be done in-house or by the 2 individuals that we're hiring. So even though we're putting that position in, we're not funding that position right now outside of what we're already funding in other departments.
Correct.
So if that was to, even though the position exists, if that was to be a hire, it would either have to be funded from other funds
Or
through
if
the
we need it, we'll
process,
come back to you 6
or
months.
come back and say, we need it,
Yeah.
so. And what is the 311 center supposed to be? Because this is a new thing.
The 311 center is basically it is a one-stop customer service for everything, whether you want to, you can walk, I hate calling it a call center because it's really not a call center, but you're gonna have the expertise that are being cross-trained from different departments that are gonna help answer any questions. There is AI assistance that's in that helps them get all the information. If you look at it like a 911 center, when you call 911, you have a list of staff and personnel that have the exact answers because it's repeated questions, it's scripted, they know what to say, they know how to answer the questions, it's consistent messaging, and you avoid that where people call individual people and try to shop for the answer they want. So it allows that. It will allow for, if you want to pay your utility bill and rent space at the ARC and buy anything that the city has, you can do it all at once. So we're going to centralize all of our online money taking, whether you're paying a permit or renting a space at the ARC. So it'll have that component to it also. Not at the very beginning. That's going to be probably a year or 2 down the road when we get all this stuff. Similar to the AI software, that one's not going to be implemented at the beginning. At the beginning, we're just going to soft launch it and get the cross training together. We're starting out with staff from UB, staff from public services, and 1 staff from permitting, because those are the 3 biggest call volumes that we get. So that's part of the whole software, looking at the software to try to minimize the amount of software packages we have and make it all easy and consistent. So they're really good resources that'll free up time from other staff that's constantly answering phone calls. So anybody would call the 311 center, they could email it or go directly to the 311 center. If that's walk in, they can go to them and they'll pull down the right people. So it's a lot of the bigger cities have, no, I shouldn't say a lot of them, they're not a whole lot of them in the country, but they're very successful where they're at.
So is it operational now?
No. No.
So we have the software for it to be operational?
We have the existing software that we have now. We're trying to minimize the amount of softwares we have and consolidate them. So that's why we're kind of soft launching it over time. We want to get everybody cross-trained first before we announce it and before we start promoting it.
And is it working with AI now, so AI directs them?
AI will be a part of it. We don't have the AI software in there now. We've looked at several different companies that offer packages for 311. It will be, but we're not expecting that this year. But things like OpenGov and Tyler are two big ones. They both have an AI software component module that we can add to it. So we're looking at both of those.
Do we foresee this being the main number that people would call when they call City Hall?
Yes, that's the hope, is that everything goes through that, whether it's in the email routes it through there or the phone. They can even text through there.
Yeah.
When we get an app, we can
And-
directly.
And the 311 center is something I worked a lot with in higher education, and it was the way it was described to me was, you know, a student may not know which office to go to ask the specific question.
Right.
I need to drop a class. Where do I go for that?
Right.
And as opposed to going to the wrong office and that
Right.
office saying, actually, you got to go over here, but they didn't really tell them the right office, and now
Right.
they got
So
to
you
go to the
gotta go
third
to another one.
office. There's a one-stop shop where that person can say, I know where you can find that information, and I have that information for you. So it's a one-stop. I don't know what department this is, but it doesn't really matter that I don't know what department this is, because I can just call this one number and they'll either give it to me or they'll get it for me. And I know it's one call versus call, transfer, disconnect, call again.
That sounds
kind
like
of
a great
scenario.
thing.
Is how we implemented it through the colleges and universities, and it sounds like that's kind of what we're trying to do.
It is. We implemented
at the
one when I
city
worked in
level.
North Carolina, and it was extremely efficient.
Yeah.
For the customers love it, because like you said, they don't care who's providing it,
Right.
who the
As
person
long
that's
as I
answering.
get the
Yes.
information.
Right.
Yeah.
And save your time, because that's frustrating when you get transferred 4 or 5 times, and by the time you get to the right person, you have a.
Well, and sometimes the
attitude or you
person
get
calling doesn't even
disconnected.
know, they don't even know what question to ask. Like, they don't know what language to use, and then you train your staff, and it sounds like we're gonna use hopefully at some point, some AI in here
Yeah.
to intuitively parse out what actually is being asked so that we can get them the right information, even if they're not asking, quote unquote, the right question.
Right.
So how is this, I'm questioning the completion of the thought and the plan is where I'm coming from.
Okay.
If I've done my math right, the total numbers, and again, I don't have the benefit of it on one sheet, so please forgive me, but I'm coming to 22,766 for payroll for this one person. Does that sound like the right number? $22,000 for the 311 supervisor?
For the salaries and everything.
I mean, I'm just looking at the new positions requested and the numbers, the wage and benefits. I mean, that's total, so that's like $15,000. And that's just what's on the form because I don't have it, so I'm sorry. I don't know what this person's being paid. And I guess my thought is, even if, okay, so I can manage about 250 relationships. That's my capacity. Most good salespeople are supposed to be at 125. These are just universal numbers. So I just question the ability of, and I use technology to do it, but I have a limit. And so I question, how can one person do all the things we just described?
There's not one person, it's gonna be a team of people.
It's a team. Yeah.
So the team are coming from existing staff and current, so UB is gonna donate a person to do it. Public Service is gonna donate a person or two to do it. Permitting is gonna donate a person, so they're all gonna be in there cross-training each other.
I got it. So am I seeing salary increases? These aren't actually new positions where there's a supervisor or?
None of them
Like-
is a new position right all of our
But we have a
existing positions.
supervisor position.
That's actually a reclass from
Right.
from an old position.
No new money.
It's just a
No new
rename,
money.
just changing the name, right?
Okay,
Music
but
is-
is it really like 4 people that are being reallocated? I'm trying to imagine, I see I hear call center and I literally visualize World War II, the ladies with the, you know,
We don't have the
this.
switchboards.
Yeah,
switchboard.
yeah, that's right, the switchboard. So
That was the
I guess I can't visualize what it is and it's
So,
new.
so when it starts off, it's gonna be in a conference room. In the,
Okay.
call it the development services front conference room. We're gonna separate that out, make cubicles out of that.
Okay.
And we're gonna put the supervisor up front. There's gonna be a window cut out in the front so people can walk up and talk to a human if they're here talking to a human. Rose and Ray and Janet will all have that little bump out area, so they'll be there. We're gonna move them over there so they can handle the walk-in customers, but then you'll have the 4 people back there plus the supervisor that are gonna be answering the phones, getting all the information, everybody hunting down the information, getting it back to people. And with a 311 center, with the software, you can actually track how long does it take to respond to people? How long are we taking to get back an answer? Kind of like the Chick-fil-A metrics. How long does it take?
Chick-fil-A burger.
Right.
Yeah, have it your way.
So we'll be able to record that and realize, and we can test how satisfied people are with their answers. Are they getting what they want? Is it more efficient? Are they happy with it? So it's going to make government, and I know everybody here is just more efficient.
Well, I like that. I guess I'm curious what is the function by which this is even before us? And I wanna frame it as, if we're reallocating people that we already have, is it even a budget question, or is this a structure question that we're?
Well, it will be in the future, because if it grows, it'll grow into a bigger spot, whether it's out in the ARC or somewhere else. But there will be a little bit of technology involved. There'll be some computers, the cubicles, so those are little tiny expenses, but there's nothing big prepared. There's nothing big planned for this next year.
But what does it look like in the end? I mean, is this $1 million
Actually, its
issue?
own department.
It depends on how successful.
Yeah, it's a pilot thing.
Right now, it's a pilot, and if it's successful, then it might grow a few more staff, whether they're internal staff or we have to hire another staff, but that's not proposed at this point. We're gonna try to do it with existing staff as much as possible, because in the end, it's gonna make those departments more efficient anyway, taking the calls and the emails and everything away from them. So having the staff cross-train will help anyone. If a UB person can answer a public services question and vice versa, then ultimately we can pare down the number of people.
I think this was the problem with when we started with the utility department, now we need additional space. I think this is gonna solve that problem that remember we were talking about, we needed a whole, answering service just for utility. Remember?
Yes.
That was what, last year or
It was
so we were
last year.
talking about that?
And
So this is gonna be a single source, 311 for everything.
I like that. I
Right.
think that's innovative, and it makes
Right.
it easier for the citizens.
And
So you don't have to get transferred all around and be frustrated that you still don't get your answer.
But
You know.
is this gonna require then not one person? If you're gonna have all the calls to the city, this is you'll need a phone bank of people.
You're gonna have your 4 switch operators.
Well,
basically.
who's handling the calls now?
Every different department is right now.
Okay, but we also, going back to Mr. Peterson, we having a problem with utilities, right? And who we have on the utilities doing phones right now? How many?
How many utility people
Yeah.
answering phone? 2 or 3.
We got 2 or 3 just in utility, and they can't keep up.
Right.
So my question is, how you gonna keep up for everybody with 2?
Well,
Okay, that's,
so
I think we gonna, if we gonna do this, we gonna have to, need more people. I don't see 2 people being able to do it. One of the biggest complaints I get right now is our utility department don't answer. It's taking them 4 days to get back to calls, okay, after they leave a message. And we got 2 people just in utilities trying to do it.
But you have 2 people in utilities that are not only answering phones, but they're also have walk-in customers. They're doing a bunch of other stuff. This will relieve the other people in UB to taking the walk-ins and do like that. They're taking all the daily phone calls off. They're able to do their other stuff. And if you have, it's gonna start off with 4 people plus the supervisor, so there's not just 2 people in there. But if permitting person can answer a UB call because they've listened enough, they cross-train each other, they're gonna be able to help each other out. We're gonna, as the calls come in, we're gonna be not recording calls, but we're gonna be scripting what the answers are gonna be. So based on the calls, UV person can say, well, here's how we answer this always, and then that gets trained to the other ones, just like a 911 center. So if someone calls, the expert has already typed in, here's the response for that answer. So when someone else calls, whoever answers that call has that up on their screen where they can say, here's the answer that I'm supposed to give. So it will ultimately dilute the calls to where it's not one or two people having to answer all the calls at once. It's gonna be 4 people plus a supervisor getting all the calls. And it's a pilot right now. It's gonna, you know, we're gonna soft launch it for probably a good year before we really.
You said you only gonna fill 2 of the positions.
Yeah,
I'm just, I don't know.
There'll be 4. There'll be 4.
It'll be
We're
4.
only
and the
filling 2 of
supervisor?
communications department's position.
Yeah.
Of the 311, we're putting 4 people.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Mayor, there's something called overflow routing. So if those 4 people plus the supervisor 5 are on the phone, it can go to utility. So those people who were already answering the phone, so we're actually gonna have 2 people from utilities plus the 4, so we can have an overflow routing of the phones, so they're able to pick up the phone. So we'll have a small army more of people than we did previously, because what we're doing now isn't enough, right?
No, what we're doing now, it definitely isn't enough, because like I say, that's one of the biggest complaints we get. You know, I got people calling me, telling me they called and they get put sent to an answering machine and they don't get a call back for 4 days, you know? And all of that's unheard of, you know? Of course, we talked about this before, during the community center, and of course, another thing I talked to you, the both of you about, is the fact that, we own, many people don't know this, but we own a sharing Lake of Parker gas, and they looking to try to maybe us provide them space. And what I talked to you all about, it maybe we get together and see if can't we have them provide us a personnel in the office. They pay for it out of their place to help us in this call center as well, and they be as trained as well and all the different things. But because they ready to move out of their office across the street because they being pretty much gouged. Being asked to pay $3,000 a month right now for their building across the street. They rent jumped from $2,000 to $3,000. The air conditioning went out, and they trying to make them pay $10,000 to replace the air conditioning. So, and if we part owners of it, of that, so why can't we maybe combine and bring a person in there to help us in there, let them pay the cost of that personnel, and we receive some benefits out of it as well. So. And I know I've been asking you all about getting that, we sitting down and having that meeting and with the lawyers and everybody to see if we can do that, so. That can help us out, because I know they don't get that many calls over there. I think they may average 4 people a day in their office to pay a bill over there across the street, so what they need. And I know right now, we're receiving quite a little bit of money from Lake of Parker in the last couple of years, because we, as I said on the board of directors, we changed the policy. I think, as the other day, we should have received about $225,000 from them in the last month sometime. So, I don't know if you all received it, I don't know if you went back and check.
Yeah, I don't, so we have to ask. So,
I would like to see a completed picture of what we're being asked to do. If it's as simple as the city manager is asking to handle customer service with the existing budget, I don't think that there's anything for us to do. So I guess I'm kind of saying, if it's in the budget, I don't see what we need to do with it. But if it's something that is likely to be a $1 or $2 million thing in 2028, and we have a constitutional amendment that says we need to find $12 million, I'm not sure that that's a wise thing. So I guess I'm not clear on
yeah,
what.
it's the cost for this year is going to be absolutely minimal for this next year, because the staffing is already taken care of. It's no new staffing. It's just fixing up the room and getting it ready, whether it's phones, technology, computers. So that's the only real expense this year, and I think we can cover a lot of it in the existing budget, this year's budget. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Scott.
Dan, if I could,
Please.
help paint this picture from
Please,
from a
I-
budgeting
Go ahead.
perspective, if I can turn your attention to page 35. And this might be a good segue into the city manager's budget review. You'll notice on there that the personnel expenses for the year is a decrease of $174,000. A lot of that is the reallocation of the positions that were discussed towards the communications department.
But PIO.
There's others as well, but yes, some of that is for the communications department.
Well, that's fine, and don't get me wrong, I think the call center is a great thing, but I just wanna make sure we have enough people there, and the other problem, I'm having problems visualizing, doing it in that little conference room over there.
Right.
Okay, especially when you see it too, but four people to try to fit in cubicles and trying to talk on phones and everything, that's a little bit, so, and of course, my thing, and then you're talking about maybe have to grow, so where you gonna expand? So why are we gonna waste money doing it if we're gonna do this? I mean, I've said this to you before, we got the building across the street sitting there vacant, so why don't you set it up and you have the room to grow as well, and give them spread out. Put that building to use for us, because we need to do something, okay?
Right. Right, and I can tell you, we've been working on this for almost a year now. I think Wayne can attest. He visited one of the call centers up in, or some of the 311 centers, I hate calling them call centers.
It's okay.
Up in North Carolina, and came back with, oh, this can be amazing, and we worked on it for almost a year now about how we can do it as absolutely low cost as possible to make it to where there's very little money needed if we go. We're starting it out small. That's why we're starting in the conference room, because we can do that for virtually free now, very little cost. And if it does grow, if it does become that big successful, if our city gets bigger and we have to expand it, then we'll look at places like the ARC or even expand where the conference room is now. But we wanted to keep the cost as low as possible, and that's why we're starting small. We're starting slow. We're limping into it because we don't want to advertise it to the public until we have it ready to launch.
Yeah. I can understand maybe wanting to charge for, but I think there's a need for it, so, I'm still the type of person, hey, I'm gonna go out and do what I need to do and have the room to grow. You do this, you do the conference room, and of course, if it grows, then you're talking about relocating again, which is gonna cost you no money, so why don't we just do it up front and get it out of the way? Cause I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be, I'm quite sure it's gonna be a success, because it's the need for it right now, we know that, okay?
Well, and it could be that we can expand where it's at now, if we need to, but I was trying to be very, very cautious of the budget and very cautious about spending taxpayer money, so I'm trying to keep it, especially the first year or two of startup, is just keep it as low-key as possible.
And I agree with that, and I'm always cautious of the budget too, but I'm also, when I'm looking at my money, I don't wanna put money here when I know tomorrow I'm gonna have to eliminate this here to go here. Okay, I'd rather put it all here or now and get it out of the way, rather than waste money here today when I know tomorrow I gotta change it. Okay.
If I could add something to Mr. Mayor, you made reference to the building across the street. The last directive from you guys was to sell the property across the street. So if you change that, we can change the directive, but I have to go forward with whatever you tell me to do as a group. And so that's what we've done, is try to create a plan based on what you told us to do, so.
I don't recall us saying, sell it, I think there was the motion and everything to surplus it, but I don't recall ever saying sell it.
Well, surplus, in my mind, is selling, right? That we're supposed to put it up.
We ever put it up, but we can go back and change that, I mean.
Well, that's up to you
Here
guys.
again, that's why I was against surplusing as well. Here we are, we're a growing city.
Yeah.
And yet still, we have property, we talk about selling off property and everything that we need to expand with. Why? You know, it's not, that don't make sense to me. As a growing city, we should be holding on to our property so we can have places. This is a perfect example.
But I thought the reason that we didn't have the move over there is because the cost of the fiber optics is gonna be too expensive. and we didn't have enough people to vote to pay the cost for that, and that's why it got on the surplus, correct?
Well, the
it's
fiber
CRA
optic
property and
was
it's
over
$1.25
there, but
million.
I think they
There's a
said
lot.
fiber optic gonna be about 150,000, and I
Something like
think
that,
that's the figure I was given again.
Yeah, but we voted on it, and it was, only 2 of us were in support of it, and the other 3 were not, so.
I think we gotta get back on track.
I'm not trying to take us, I'm just, we're just following the directive you gave us.
So has it been listed?
What's the status on that now?
I'd have to check with Zan, it either just got listed or it's just getting ready to get listed, I don't remember.
It's been listed?
It is,
Oh, here it
it's the week, and it has to be 30-day window, that has been.
We can always pull that listing, okay? I mean, we need the building for
We
expansion.
don't need the building for expansion. We don't need to take CRA property, which is our highest generating tax revenue in the city, to use for a government building. We just don't. We use fire money to do that. It came out of the general fund reserves. We could use it to expand the fire station or the police station down at Wellness Way. We could buy cheaper land somewhere else and build something that's actually for this purpose. It's just, if it was your money, you would not spend it on that. That property will generate more in tax revenue than any utility 311 call center will generate. I'm gonna point out, Mr. Van Wagner, this is the second time that this has come back up since we've said we're gonna surplus that property. It's July of 2026, the direction was to surplus it, and it hasn't been surplused yet. And I don't know why this council is directing staff to do something, and then it doesn't get done, and then it comes up later, and I don't like the feeling of it. So, I mean, if someone on this council wants to put it on the agenda to talk about not surplusing that, you know, then we should do that, but this feels, I don't understand what we're doing here.
If you
Starting
all,
a new communications department that's gonna need 4 to 10 people in a government space, this wasn't something that was discussed with me. And it feels like we're growing government when the whole conversation has been about trying to stay low on the millage, low on the taxes. And if all you wanna do is have better customer service, then have better customer service. You don't need us to approve a budget for that. This feels like a bait to me. It feels like we're being baited to approve a 311 center that cost us nothing this year, but then next year it's $1 million or $2 million that we have to do because we've committed to it. Now we've got employees, but we're not being presented with, you're gonna need to spend $1.5 million on a piece of real estate, and you're gonna have to spend $1 million on employees next year. And I think that we should have a complete picture. This doesn't feel right to me.
I'm not sure what to say to that, cause I'm not aware of the bait or the switch.
That's,
So honestly, that's,
well, the property across the street coming up, you brought it up.
okay, I'm gonna be so blunt, it's gonna
Keep
hurt.
on it, yeah.
You guys need to get on the same page, and you're
Has
giving,
somebody told you that we
can I
wanna take
please
that off the
finish my
surplus?
thought, if you wouldn't mind?
Have you been told by someone on this council that we need to take that out of surplus, or is this staff undermining the direction of this council?
It's not the staff. I'm not comfortable. I'm just telling you, I feel like I'm being pulled in different directions from the council. And I'm trying to be sweet, I'm trying to be respectful, and I respect all of your positions, but I'm being pulled in different directions, and then one is frustrated at me for not going in the direction, and then another one's frustrated at me. And I would say respectfully, when you guys make a call, it's gotta be over, or you have to revote, cause you're putting us, myself included, in a very awkward position where we're trying to honor what you asked. But it's not the staff not wanting to do anything, and there's no bait and switch.
Well, then why wasn't it listed 6
You-
months ago?
There's 5 of you here, and you can have the discussion. I'm not comfortable, I'm not outing anybody in this council, but I am receiving pressure to not do it and to do it. So I'm just telling you, that's what's going on. You're forcing me to say it. I have said it now, but I'm not gonna get any.
But I mean, it was voted on.
It was voted on.
And it was surplus, and the reason it's taken a little bit was because we had DPZ and the architect look at it and see what we could possibly do with that property before we put it out to list, because that helped us determine what the going rate would be for it and what it could ultimately be developed in the direction that we're trying to go with the form-based code. So when it goes out for listing, as it's gone out for listing, it's going to say here's kind of the concept that will be comparable with the new code. So if you're interested in purchasing this and redeveloping it, this is kind of what we're gonna be looking for. And that's what the delay was. It wasn't that we were not wanting to do it or anything like that. We were trying to get it set up to where we get the best value for the property that we could.
So it is surplus.
Yes.
It is
It
surplus.
hasn't been taken off,
It has not been taken off
No.
the surplus.
No,
but the delay was that we're waiting for DPZ.
DPZ was involved in it, the design center was involved in it, and we have been trying to internally wrestle through this as well. Like I said,
Okay.
That was the Claire in the mouth that you saw the picture of, or whatever,
Right.
whatever we called it. That was that.
So-
moment.
I would just ask respectfully, if a directive's given, please don't put pressure on us to change the directive. That's what I would respectfully ask.
I'm asking why it wasn't surplus, that's all.
Okay.
And you're saying another council member has given you a different direction, you're pulled in a different direction.
I'm not, I don't think I'm not hearing it's not surplus. I think this is a matter of trying to figure out what the definitions mean or the words mean. To me, I sat in the audience when that decision was made, and it was a 3-2 vote to surplus the building. To me, surplusing the building is the first step that the city can do to do anything other than use it themselves. And from there, I thought, as a citizen up until November, and now as a council member since November, that there was discussion with DPZ about what could that space look like in our downtown CRA, CBD areas, so that we are in the best position possible when we list it to be able to say, this aligns with what is going to create the best possible scenario for this community, for this CRA, and for this CBD, and for the downtown, and for the city. Yes, we're willing to entertain this offer. No, we're not willing to entertain this offer. That's due diligence, and that does, I think, take some time. It can be frustrating, but it does take some time. It sounds like we have that vision or idea, and now we're following the the process by which we advertise it. We have that period of time, and then we can start entertaining and actually have staff bring something back to council for an approval of an actual sale. That's what I'm hearing as somebody who was not involved in that decision-making process, as someone who sat out there. That's what I either recall and or have heard pre-November and post-November.
And
You're right.
And I think that there is a frustrating piece, and I've said this before up there about Fire Station 2, for the example. You know, initially, I wasn't in favor of just remodeling Fire Station 2. But the reality is that was the direction the city went based off of a council vote, and it was beyond the point where we needed to relitigate that. It was, plans were in process. You know, we bought temporary facilities. We were relocating. The horse has left the stable.
Yeah.
And so we got to move on that.
Yeah.
I think if there, to your point, Councilmember Strange, if a council member wants a different direction on that building, there is still the ability, because we have not sold it, for a council member to put this on the agenda to say, I want to vote again on this item. Whether that's frustrating or not to us, that is well within our right as a council member to do, because it's still owned by the city. And you may disagree with that. I may disagree with that. Councilmember Peterson may agree with it, so forth, so on. I don't know. But it's within our purview. I think the frustrating piece, what I'm hearing the city manager say, is that there's, yes, direction was given, but it's taken time to get to that point. And I didn't view, as somebody who was watching and now a part of it, I didn't view it as staff not doing what that vote was made to do. I viewed it as staff was actually doing it. Otherwise, I think that there was a pretty strong argument, and I'll just say it out loud. I think I'm not wrong to say that. I think it was Councilmember Myers and the mayor who voted to use that building.
Yep.
They made some strong arguments
Yep.
to say that they wanted to use that building for city purposes. I'm not hearing staff, working behind the scenes to try to do that. But I'm hearing that there is still some pressure from within the community to not get rid of that property. And they have to listen to that. They have to understand that. They have to work through that. But the process still is moving forward. I haven't heard anything that leads me to believe that the surplus leading to let's set a vision for that space, leading to let's list it, isn't taking place. As frustrating or as time consuming as that may be.
That's not my issue. My issue is in private meetings, I have been approached by staff about this issue. So that's what I'm bringing to the table. That's what I'm talking about. And I haven't been approached by staff with, here's another solution. Here's a less expensive solution. Every time I hear about a call center, the very next line is, well, we have that building across the street. And we've already been down that road, and I've already expressed that it's a very expensive building. It's going to produce taxable revenue. So my frustration is that I feel like this is, in a way, however, baited. And so that's my frustration. I have expressed it. It may not be true. It may not be factual. It might be coincidental. It might just be what it is, but that is how it feels. So if staff would like us to purchase a building for a call center, I think that should be clearly communicated and not something that's snuck into a budget as if it costs us nothing. I think it should be something that we're going to need a building, we're going to need 20 people, and this is the estimated cost, and that we can make an informed decision, because whatever happens with this 311 center will come back to us approving the start of this center, which is why I've said, what am I being asked to approve? I don't have to approve you providing good customer service. I don't have to approve you spending money that's already in the budget in another department. But if you're asking me to approve a call center that's going to become a $2.5 million conversation next year, that is foreseeable, I want to understand that. That's where I'm feeling baited.
Yeah, I can't speak to that because I don't want to say how you feel or why you should feel a certain way.
Sorry,
I don't.
it's not
No,
fair. It's not
no,
fair.
but it's true. I don't think it's my right to say that or to try to interpret that. I'll just say I'm not hearing that, and I don't feel that same way or hear that same thing. What I'm hearing is that they're asking for essentially to reclass the development liaison position to the Champion Resource Center supervisor to use those funds for this position. And it happened to they're placing it in this communications budget.
It's not happening though. What you just said isn't happening. That's a $100,000 position, and that's not reflected in this budget.
Well, it is happening. I don't think I will agree with you that I don't see the funding in here,
That's what I'm saying.
but as per the finance director, the city manager, and deputy city manager, if you look at the FTE for that second development liaison position, it has gone from 2 to 1. The funding line on the city manager's budget has gone down.
Yep.
We just didn't see the increase come in here. It just it went down, and it's kind of just, I think it's out there and it wasn't put into a line. So I do agree with you in that way. It's not visually in a line somewhere,
Yep.
but I don't think it's an added FTE or an added new expense. It's a reallocation of the funds for an FTE.
For an FTE,
Yeah.
but not the funds for the budget. And one of the things that I have expressed to staff, and I'll say it to all of you so you know where I stand on it, is I feel very strongly that when we approve a budget, that is our communication to the public that this is the plan for next year. And there are certainly things that could come up mid-year. We know there are mid-year hires, and so, I mean, we know that. What I prefer, what I think is good practice, is that we say, when we go through the budget, these are things we anticipate adding mid-year, and that we put them in the budget for mid-year. Because when we put an FTE in here, what happens is, at some random date in the future, if we're not diligent about it, there's a budget amendment that says, oh, we already had this position, it was approved in the budget process, we're just reallocating some funds towards it. And And that's fine if that was communicated up front. And this whole situation has me off center because I'm not getting a clear picture, a clear direction. And I mean, the fact that, I mean, look, I'm sorry if this feels harsh, but this is an incomplete budget compared to other departments. There's no picture of what this call center is. There's positions between the supervisor and the other people that aren't being displayed here, but we're being asked to approve it. And if it's not a budget issue, we shouldn't be approving it, which means it's a policy issue or it's gonna come back later. I would like to see a complete picture before I approve anything related to the 311 center, and I'm not gonna harp on it anymore. For me, as a member of the public, this is a red flag.
So I think what you're asking is, can you amend this communication package to put in the 311?
Using the existing salaries and reallocating them to a different function.
And I wanna see what the projected 28, 29 is. You're talking about a new department, and we're asking police and fire and everyone else to give us a 5-year plan. I wanna see what the plan is for this, because I wanna be very clear when this becomes a $2 million issue, that I approved or didn't approve it.
You're aware of things I'm not. I wanna publicly go on the record and everybody here, I have no idea what you're talking about with a bait,
Right
but
back
I need to say it.
Yeah.
So there's not a bait and switch. I don't know of millions of dollars upcoming. So personally, I have no idea what you're referring to. I wanna make sure that's
Okay, so let's
crystal
be
clear
clear.
on the record.
We're talking about next year, this
Well,
department is
that's
gonna be
okay,
successful, it's
But
gonna
I'm not
grow.
consciously aware of that
We're gonna need
today.
a building, we're gonna need a space.
Why can't we use the art?
We can't,
Yeah.
again, show me a
Yeah.
plan. The only thing I
Okay.
keep hearing related to this issue, and I said it's the third time I've heard it since we cast the vote, is, well, we've got that building across
No,
the street.
we gave you a solution to use our existing building
It
right
came
here.
up since then.
I don't,
It's
say-
come
I
up
don't know how to
since
say
then.
this to you.
We can talk about it
We-
offline, or we can talk about it here.
We have a solution that is not across the street.
Then show me that. That is
It's
not,
right here.
no, it's not.
The 4 people would go sit right here. In that
Yes,
office.
for this year, but then next year, we expect it to grow, we're gonna expect more people,
We don't know that yet, and that's the thing, and
we don't know.
well, Zane has actually been heading the 311 center since he's, well, the past few months. He can speak to it more because he's been working with the other departments on the long term, but we're not anticipating a multi-million-dollar thing at all. The city's not that big to do anything like that.
The goal would be eventually that wall, we could knock that down and expand the space if anything. The goal is not to relocate. The goal is to expand the area. There's some space that we're able to reutilize. So it's not for the intention of finding more space off-site, it would be on-site. And that's kind of the intention as it grows. It didn't make sense to send them over to the Arc right away, because then we wouldn't know what's going on with them. So that was the main intention behind it.
We were gonna present whatever offers are given to us for the building across the street, since that was the directive. And then give you all your last opportunity to say, sell this, don't sell this, do whatever you want. And then, I'm following the directive. Ms. Myers asked me, please get these phones answered, and you were very, you said, please. And so we've been working for a solution, and I think it's pretty stinking creative that we're in the building using existing employees to do this. And it would be silly for me to start whipping out tools and start creating sawdust and not even tell you all or have the respect to show you. So that's all this is, but I don't know of any $1 million things to add to this. I mean, we're not gonna have that
Well,
option
that building
next year,
across the street is $1 million.
but I'm not proposing that.
No, the intention is forever to be in that
Right here.
space, and there should be minimal software updates or anything along those lines. We can use our existing software. It's mostly headsets, computers, which we already have. It's really on a shoestring budget by design. But no, there's no intention of a bait and switch or anything other than what's being presented.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate a long-term vision.
Yeah.
Mr. Mathis, when do you anticipate the two positions that are being, the two new positions for communications? The two FTE
Right.
that are in this budget line,
In the
the
communications
director and the manager.
Yeah.
When do you anticipate those to be onboarded?
Probably within the next 30 to 60 days. We're doing interviews. We did one interview last week. We're doing 3 more interviews this week. If we find a good candidate, then we're going to move forward. If not, we're going to keep interviewing.
Okay.
The second position is we're going to pre-screen ones, and when we get to the top 3 or 4, then we're going to let the new director help pick who that person's going to be.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, you gonna do the city manager as well?
We have the public here. There's people.
Let's go through the city manager.
Okay, we don't have any slides for the city manager's
Okay.
department because it's
I
pretty
only have
basic.
to public comment.
But we're
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm hearing two things from other council members here. Is there someone who's here to speak on the communications?
Jay
Okay.
Bryant wanted to
Okay,
say-
so
I'm sorry.
yeah, so I
I
think,
was, I was
Okay.
going, I wanna get through the city
Yeah, I'm
manager
sorry.
and get it all, so if they wanna see any of it, because I think some of the city manager stuff, is basically some of the positions we talking about came from the city manager's office, so let's get through it, so whole thing, and then I have the public come on.
okay, I just wanna make sure we didn't,
I'm not gonna, I know, I
Okay,
just think we
okay.
just get through.
Okay. So the city manager's office, it's there's no new positions. It's actually a decrease in positions, and I mean it's a pretty basic. I'm happy to answer any questions. There's not a whole lot to it.
You decrease the position, which is basically from the city manager's office, some going into the communications and everything,
Correct.
basically,
Yes, correct.
and that's why, cause they kinda tie together, that's why I wanted to try to get through
Right.
both of them together, okay, get through all that.
All right.
And that's all you have?
That's, I mean, there's really not.
Love it,
Just-
short and sweet.
Just like the council members budget. There's very little to that
Very
too.
little too, yeah.
Okay. Well, all right, we have Mr. Brian J.
Thank you, Mayor Murray.
Yes, sir.
Council, staff, thank you guys for letting me speak. I know you guys don't normally take public comment during workshops, so I appreciate you giving me some time. And I'll be very brief because it sounds like the train's kind of left the station on some of these existing or these future positions for communications. I was gonna advocate for the private sector to maybe get a shot at proposing an option for some of the content creation positions and things of that nature, try to save you guys some money. I do think that what you've allocated for your budget is a little high compared to what you could get if you contracted it out, and especially after hearing, I got here really early and heard the insurance discussion too. Potentially some cost savings there, but it sounds like you guys are pretty much at the process where you're already looking to hire somebody. So I just wanted to advocate again for the private sector to try to get a shot at being able to work with the city to create some of the things that you guys need based on a goal-based year-to-year kind of expectation. And that's really all I want to do is try to help you guys save some money and work with some local businesses to achieve the goal.
I'm sorry, but Brian, if I'm not mistaken, this, for all this go, this went out through procurement a few months back,
We
right?
did, yeah, and that's when True North was hired for our communications consultant. So they're still on board helping us consult as needed.
When it came out procurement a few months ago asking for outside, and did you not see the?
No, sir, I was, and I'm speaking based on what I saw for the budget for next year. This was a brand new department, so I thought this was all brand new stuff.
No.
Based on what I had seen being advertised for the workshop, so this seems to be done a long time ago, a lot further from the station than I thought, so.
Well, what I think is important to distinguish here is when we did the procurement, that was really for like a communications consultant, like it was a.
Overarching brand strategy.
Right, well, come on up, we got the microphone. So, what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Miles, is because one of the positions is media and graphics, you're saying that one seems like it would be good
There's one proposed for 27 for content creation.
The digital
That,
one?
that was, I thought, based on what I was seeing, it was something that's proposed for next year as part of a new department within the budget. So I was gonna say, hey, before you guys jump to do that next year, maybe look outside, but this looks like it's something that's stemmed from a 26 conversation that is filtered down, when it's not really actually just brand new for 27. This is
Well,
something that's kind of ongoing.
It actually, from
yeah.
when we went out, making sure I understand this, when we went out through procurement and asked for overall communication and everything, it came back, and I guess we stemmed down to 3 companies. Of course, we couldn't make a decision. That's when we had True North. True North came in and did the study, and these are the positions they recommend. This is what they're recommending to us, basically, what it boils down to.
I just, communications isn't all one thing.
Right.
So I think that's what makes it different. Whenever it's a more specific thing or a different scope, you do have to put it back out to procurement again. And I think that's more, so what you put out to procurement from a communications function perspective, and what communications professional would understand, was a much broader brand strategy. It wasn't just a call to anybody that does anything in marketing.
Right.
There's a lot going on there. There's content creation, there's people that specialize in digital ad stuff, there's people that specialize in copy. I mean, there's just a million roles it could be. But what you put out was a more generalist kind of strategic oversight. So there's not been a specific, just to clear up that, I wouldn't say that there would, a communications professional wouldn't have seen that as a specific call for content creation.
Well, it was, when it went out, I agree, when it went out through procurement, it went out for basically a marketing firm.
And that was the right
Overall
call. I
marketing
think that
firm,
was the right call.
Yeah.
It just doesn't mean you're not gonna have to do more procurement again for communications related things.
And of course, True North was one of them, and we went and hired True North to come out and evaluate it. And of course, True North themselves is say, these are the positions that we need, experts in these different
Yes,
areas.
yeah, and but how you feel, to his point, actually, I thought it earlier, but I didn't say it, but I'm like, the position could still be fulfilled either by a contractor or an employee.
Right.
And I actually do see when it comes to content creation specifically, and I would float this by Lori, I don't know if she'd be super against it, or True North. I bet this is what True North does for their own content creators, is subcontracting or contracting that out, because then you have more access to a range of skill sets. Again, we tend to reduce down communication. There's so many different skill sets in media. And that's why a lot of times in the places that I work and consult with, we do see the content creation part is often outsourced, because then you're not having to pay, you don't have to pay benefits on these employees and all this kind of stuff. You get a lot more flexibility, and then you often have access to a wider skill range. So there are certain things you want in-house, like your director and, some of the things proposed. So, I get what he's saying, and I agree, actually. I agree that could be a good option. I don't think that's the way you have to go, but you will be limited. There's no one person you could hire that can do all the content creation things.
They can do it all.
Yeah,
Right.
you will be limited if that's what the role is.
So, Mr. Mathis.
Sure.
You say the positions is open, still being advertised right now, right?
For the second position, yes, it's still being advertised. So, I'm not opposed if council wants to do another RFP for a very specific content creator, or any specific role that we feel that.
I would keep it broad. I would put it out broad as content
We
creation of
can
many
do
different
that
kinds.
and
But
have someone on standby as needed.
Wouldn't it make sense to consider a route that hires the director, the communications and engagement director, and actually then having that conversation with that person about what route should we go forward with digital content and multimedia? Do we have a manager position and do it all in-house? Do we have somebody who maybe at a little bit different pay scale coordinate that, and we then contract out, and that person coordinates and works directly with some contract services to broaden the skill set that we get for that? Because I think we're maybe making the assumption that this is one of those situations where an in-house staff member position at that level, I don't want to say this level, at that content, for lack of a better word, I know it's content in the title, but this may be one where it is something that, because of the diversity within what we're looking for, we might be asking for that unicorn in one person. But if we had a couple of different entities to pull from for this content, and then have somebody in-house to coordinate that might be the better route. And our new director might help be able to set that vision better for us with True North Consulting, with collaboration with the city manager staff, because that's, ultimately where it rests at the end of the day. And then we decide what we want to do, and you can report that back to council before we make that next step.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all.
And do the same as we've been doing with the other professionals. That way, worst case, they've got it at their disposal. We've got a group of other professionals.
And you have a group you can get quotes from for different projects, or a retainer type content creation, you get a better deal.
Mr. Bain, you bring up something, and this relates to what happened in Mr. Norris's presentation. It's a policy question. Do we as council, because I think this is up to us, I don't think there's a policy on this, someone correct me if I'm wrong. When we approve the budget, we're talking about hiring an employee versus contracting.
Mm-hmm.
Are we concerned with the money so that the city manager could hire a consultant or hire an employee? Or do we actually want to be in the depth of, this is how many employees, this is how many, we want you to use a consultant? Or do we just want to say, this is within the department budget, whether you hire a consultant or you hire an employee, as long as you're under budget?
I think it might depend on the department. I mean, because it gets to the philosophical of what you do in terms of, I think if you ask people who live in unincorporated Clermont and get their waste management from a contracted service, that oftentimes that contracted service doesn't come, and there's nobody at the county building that can do anything about it, because it's not their employees. That's a whole nother ballgame. In this situation, I hadn't thought of that until Jay Bryant came up here and Valerie talked about the diversity of the content and why this might be one where it might make more sense to have that be a contracted opportunity because of the diversity. And you might be able to get 2 or 3 individuals or companies to provide X and Y, A and B, and Q and R.
This one's good at infographics.
Yep.
That one's good at
And
video.
have
This
somebody
one's good at-
in-house who coordinates that with them and
The
says, this
director.
is the brand, this is the vision for the city of Clermont, but your expertise is this, your expertise is it. I don't know that in this area, and I think that's might be where once we hire the director, this should be in their purview, their wheelhouse. This should be something that they should be able to provide us that direction on.
That's smart, and this is one of those scenarios where you're probably gonna get the highest quality work if you open up this particular
RFQ.
work to contractors.
Yeah.
They're contractors for a reason. They're, there's a ton of contractors out there, but the good ones that hopefully will make it through a good procurement process they don't want to come be a city employee. They can make more and work at a higher quality level working with multiple people. It doesn't mean they have to charge you more to make that more, but the spread is wider.
And if anything, they'll probably charge you much less than what you're allocating for a salary position.
Yeah, that depends on how much content you want to create, but yes.
Well, again, that
content.
is my other thing was, I was gonna ask how you got to the amount of the salary, because based on goals and how often this person will be producing stuff, like where does that set? Because that could also help determine your cost per project for contractors to come in and do that for you, as opposed to really overloading an employee who may not be able to do all.
That employee will be overloaded, actually. That's very typical in an organization this size.
Just a suggestion, when I was looking at what you guys were looking to create, and then again, just wanting to advocate, thank you, for the private sector to help you guys fulfill those
Valerie,
goals.
I have a question for you both. We're talking about the digital content multimedia manager. As professionals in this industry, knowing what you know about the city, being committed to the city the way you are, what are your thoughts on having the communications and engagement director and the community engagement coordinator in-house? Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay, so the one that jumps out is the digital content and multimedia.
Yeah, your community coordinator should be very deeply connected with what's happening with the city DNA, vision. Obviously, the director needs to carry that. So those make sense to be in-house. There are ways that it can be done. You could outsource the whole creative team and it can be done effectively, including comm strategy, but I don't know, I wouldn't recommend that for the city.
I
Based
do
on what
think, I will acknowledge that there is a great need for someone to be a director within the city that is a staff member that is involved in the absolute day-to-day operations. Everything below that person though is completely up for discussion, in my opinion, just based on value, price. And
Even
need.
your coordinator's not one you could outsource, actually.
Mr. Mathis, are we having the director applicants and the coordinator applicants meet with people in the city that are involved in meetings so we can see how those relationships?
We haven't yet, but we can.
I mean, it seems like they probably should have a good rapport with our local media outlets and our chamber and our Main Street,
Are you talking about the applicants or the actual person they hire?
like as part of the job interview.
Initially, I don't know how I feel about that long term, but my initial reaction on that is concerning in the sense that I feel like that's getting a little too in the weeds of making the decision of hiring a staff member.
I'm not sure I'm directing, I'm just.
No, I'm not saying that you're directing, but I'm just wondering, even philosophical, if that's, because I don't, I think I feel the initial piece of me says, let the city manager interview and hire and fire the staff.
But I think what you're
And I
saying
think
is
once they're
that
hired,
people utilize experts to help the city manager make the best decision.
we
No, I didn't think of it that way.
yeah,
as much as I
if the
did-
city manager is okay with that, but I'm not sure I want to direct that.
Yeah.
Lori
For-
from True North is in the interview.
I thought originally it was going, the biggest thing here, and even when I talked with True North, the biggest key here was hiring a director.
Yeah.
And then let the director do all the rest of the hiring.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and that was the way to go, was hire the director first, which I think that isn't what we was doing here, okay? Hire the director and then let the director, because they know what key part, as it was explained to me through True North when I sat down with them. You need this skill set and this skill set, and your director should know what skill sets they want.
And that, I mean, that's the plan. Lori has been in the interviews already, and she's gonna be in all the interviews for the
Okay.
director. Once we get a director on board, the first thing I'm gonna have them do is sit down with Lori and go over the full, cause they're not
Okay.
privy to what you guys' information have or we have, so I want them to sit down and get the full report of what the findings were. And then they can start looking at number 2 position. Again, the number 3, we weren't gonna fill out immediately, but it sounds like from
Well, I think in doing the presentation, they recommended at least
They're-
3 people right away,
Correct.
you know, and everything, which is something I've always agreed with when we had our original committee, my original conversation with them, at least 3 people in well, at the time it was PIO office and everything, but yeah. But you asking for 4 here, which,
Well-
I still see 3 people at least to start it with.
On the issue of the communications team versus the 311 center, I think that it sounds like there's a possibility that using relationships in the city, we could reduce the cost of that digital content and multimedia position, which might allow us to move forward with the hiring of the 3rd person
So,
sooner.
so we don't have too much more time, because time is running out, and I think we have.
Thank you, guys.
No, thank
Okay,
you.
Brian, I think we need, Mr. Van Wagner, Mr. Mathis, maybe go back and look at making sure we get the director on board, and go from there, maybe. That in agreement. And we can put, once they come on board, if that's what we wanna do, is go out and advertise the specifics yourself, whether you want a contract or how you wanna do them. So, but I do agree, I think the director should be on part of staff, because as I even talked to True North, one of the things I expressed, and they related to me as well, that we have to have somebody on staff to handle them emergency calls, okay? When the water main break at 3 o'clock in the morning, everything, we need that person on staff, so. And I think the director should be that person. And of course, the rest of we can contract out, if that's the way she decided they wanna go, or you all decide. Is that okay? Is that all right? All right, well, it's 2:19. Okay, who else we have left?
We got
IT?
Yeah, was there any questions on the city council's budget? Okay, then we move on.
Oh, yeah, I did have one question. Miss Myers had asked for a pay increase. Did y'all put in it?
We did not, cause the direction that, when she brought it up, there didn't seem to be any direction for us to do that.
Okay, well, I told her that I couldn't support a $2,000 a month, but it's that thing what she wanted.
Well, in fairness, I guess we could ask when she comes back
Yeah.
too, just to make
I
sure.
just, we didn't feel like we had three.
Oh, I don't know that there was, but I think just since we're talking about budget,
Yeah.
I think it'd be fair to ask.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
I didn't know whether she was curious, but I know we have a reduction in salary, but I didn't know whether you put any increase in, well, the council's a little increase, but I haven't figured that was for training and all these.
Right, travel and training increased a little bit.
Ms. Myers, one of the questions I just asked about the fact that you had, a question about a pay increase for the council. And I was asking them if they put it in the budget, in their budget. I guess they said, no, I don't know what you wanna, how you wanna handle that, but.
Oh.
If you don't have any comments or anything.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
I just want.
And you're on.
I didn't want to move on until I asked that question since you wasn't here, but I don't know how you
appreciate
feel
that.
about it, but, like I told you during the workshop, I don't think I can support $2,000 a month, but I can.
You
I
can
think,
support 1,200.
well, 1,012 or whatever it is, I think, however y'all wanna break it up anyway, but 2,000, I can't support that, that's too much. But, I didn't know whether you wanna comment on that or whatever, but, so we can move on now.
And we have to have the consensus. I didn't know if we had a consensus to bring it to 1,200.
That's what it was an agenda item, right? You can't.
Well, we can't take a vote, just like at the last workshop, we can't take a vote now, but I
We
didn't know
could try
whether
to
you.
put it in the budget,
You
yeah.
can try, if you wanna try to put it in the budget, it can, but it'd have to be something that approved at a council
At a
meeting.
council meeting.
Yeah.
But it had to go on, had to go on the ballot.
No.
No,
No?
no,
No.
no.
But that was a ballot item.
No. No.
But I just, if you wanna do that, go ahead and try to get it in the budget and everything, if you want them to go back and include it in the budget, whatever, okay.
Is the council pay an item that has to be a separate resolution, or is that just a budget item?
It should be just a budget item.
Because a resolution tells me that it would be like somewhere else in writing that that the figure is somewhere.
It would have to be an ordinance.
It would have to be so do we have an ordinance on the book of what our pay is now?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
it's an
So
ordinance.
It is an ordinance, okay.
It is an ordinance, it have to go,
Thank you.
as I explained at the time in the workshop, we cannot vote ourselves a pay raise.
Correct.
Okay? It'd have to go and on the ballot or whatever, and then once. I think Mr. Watt said it didn't have to go on the ballot.
No.
It
He
has
didn't
to
say it
just,
had to go on the
it just have to, we have to
You guys
vote it,
vote on it.
We'd have
and
to
then
vote
it
on
have
it.
to cycle through two election cycles, I
Yes.
think it was.
Yeah.
And everything, give,
The even year and off year would have to go through.
and then it
elections,
would take
and then it
effect,
would take
okay. It's what did
Can I bring up one other quick
Yes,
thing?
sir.
When it comes to council members going on trips, I think there's value in perhaps you guys doing things beyond conferences. Cause I know some of you wanna go to Tallahassee to advocate for Clermont. So if we have XYZ number for our budget, I personally don't have any problem letting Councilmember X use an allocation of that. But I feel very constrained right now what I can use because precedent has been just using conferences.
Oh.
So, but I know some of you have relationships and you could advocate just as effectively, perhaps not going on a conference. So I'm just bringing that up front and saying that out loud. I think that should be a consideration that's made as long as there's a budget item with explanation. I personally have no problem with that, but
Maybe
just
we
want to
could
bring
have
it up.
a policy on what our travel and per diem can be used for. Might help, because I don't think we have a policy on that. I don't wanna speak for you, but I think this comes from, I tried to go to I went to Tallahassee, the week after everybody else went to meet with our legislators, and I was not able to get reimbursed without putting it on the agenda to get council approval. And so I think that might be where he's coming from, which is fine. I don't think I should have to do that. I've been on one trip in the year and a half that I've been here, but
going forward, yeah.
But I think if he knows what the parameters are that he can approve, I mean, we don't talk about that. And it's another one of the line items across the board, travel and per diem and training and education, that midway through the year, we were anywhere from 2% to 38% across 8 different departments, and 7% to 31% for travel and training. It's not a huge line item. Training's $131,000. We're spending less than half of that as a city, so maybe having some sort of policy on what, like, do we want staff to go get training?
I do.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Maybe they need to spend it, because that could be one of the things is, and then what kind of
your skills.
What kind of criteria, I did a records request or I asked to see the records, I'll say, on, all the expenses, and it looks, and I'm fine with the city manager approving it all, but I think that if we're gonna have questions about what people are doing or what they can't do, or what requires council approval, what doesn't require council approval, I think that should be in a policy rather than putting Mr. Van Wagner in the position of guessing.
Yeah, if we haven't ever discussed that, I guess we don't have anything in writing of what we can use our training.
No.
Mr. Wass said
Where's
he
Mr.
felt
Wass?
like it was could be used for the conferences.
Okay.
in the
Well,
past,
let's have, get with Mr. Warren, let him look at the legal ramifications of all the different things. I know, Mr. Warren, I talked about it before, but, I don't think it went any further than the conversation I had with him a couple months
I think it's warranted.
Yeah.
I also think it's warranted to just throw out to say to consider, rather than have it be one pot, have it be per council member. I've worked in institutions before, especially in public institutions in higher ed, where, there was 15,000 for training and education.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't 15,000 and then whoever used it got to use it.
Right.
It was, you got 3, you got 3, you got 3, you got 3, you got 3. And if you used it, great. If not, there might be some leftover. We could fund some other things, but again, that could be a part of a policy conversation. I don't want to piecemeal it, so maybe we add all that together to talk about that and see how that works.
Well, yeah, and let me say this, Mr. Strange, I would never look to cut training. That's one of the things I've always been against is training, cutting training. Always seen when establishments start running low on money, the first thing they want to cut is personnel and training, and now you got all these lack of people, lack of training, and people can't do the job, and it makes
I'm
things
in
worse.
agreement with you, actually. I
Training
think that
is-
is really important.
It's something I always spend money on.
I bring up what the spend has been midway through
Yeah.
the year to raise awareness that we may end up with a surplus because we're not getting the training, and I'd rather get the training than have a
Right.
surplus.
And then I admit, one of the things, lately, I think this council and previous council, well, since I've been on council anyway, we probably do more traveling to, training and all these different things than the previous council was, and conferences and everything, cause, and participate in a lot of different other things. Of course, a lot of times I go on conferences and trips and stuff, and I don't even charge it back, a lot of times, I just take it out of my pocket, so, other than the hotel, usually if I'm staying overnight, I charge that, but the travel and everything, I usually just, a lot of it, I take it out of my own pocket, so it's been something, but I think these things, I don't wanna discourage anybody from going, cause I think the training and the going to the conference and everything has a lot of value. Okay. They're very helpful, for example, when we were down in FB Leo in April and everything, there was a lot of good information we was able to gather there and everything, and that's what I see a lot of value. Of course, matter of fact, I'm leaving tonight to go on one tomorrow, with the Florida Legal Mayors Board of Directors tomorrow and Thursday. I'll be tied up with them. But I'm expecting to be able to communicate with a lot of other elected officials and mayors and everything from all over the state. Of course, they his question, how's their budget?
How's their budget, yeah.
I think we all in the budget process right now, so that's gonna be interesting to see what everybody else is doing. But, is that it, Mr. Van Wyk?
We're good, thank
Who
you.
we have next?
IT.
Oh, IT.
Wayne, you're up.
Knowing just how much that all of you like to sit down and talk with the lead IT geek for hours on end, I'm gonna try to keep this short. Couple of comments in the beginning. There's very few advantages of being the IT director, but being able to take over the electronics in the room at any time is one of those. If you look at that screen there, I went off script. Dan's like, what are you doing? I've got copies of this right here. One of the things, as I was sitting over there, I'll go ahead and put this back over to the normal screen. I've got copies of that screen you just saw. What that represents is the software products that we have here at the city of Clermont. This one's a little dated. It's about 5 months old. But what we saw with the support of the city manager's office and Zane, the liaison, we've managed to start talking about this subject. It's been something that I brought up a few times, and city manager's office said we'll run with that. So we're looking at across the city software products that are not only deemed as aging and possibly unnecessary, but also looking at where's the same product being duplicated elsewhere in the city. So I just want to let you know, as my other 12 department directors were up here, and sometimes struggling with the topic of the technology and the software products, it's kind of, I wanted to jump up and kind of aid them at some time, because it is a struggle. It is tough to know what's going on in different legs. I touch all places in the city. So the IT department, since we are in all places at all points in the city, we see the hardware, we see the software, we see the way that they communicate. We never try to dictate process, because we can't. We're not experts in those other areas, but we can give a good insight to what is duplicated and what we can do to optimize. So looking at the current year in review, it was a big year for big things that on paper. These are projects that really were multiple years in the making. They just kind of came to an end. In the area of migrating email services, that came in not only email, but in the area of our products that we use for our primary office suite throughout the city. So that is the Microsoft Office product that most cities use. We made that change to 365, which is a model that is cloud-based. It makes us more efficient. That was part of an initiative that we were able to shrink the footprint of the local hardware that we run in our data centers locally by 60% over the last 4 years. That's less power, that's less replacement hardware, that's less storage. All those things add up to a significant savings here at the city. The phone system, that was another thing. We had an aging phone system that was very shy on functionality. Now with the new phone system, we've gone to a modern phone system where in my office, just to make a point, I disconnected the brick that's on my desk and put it up on the counter next to my desk. I receive calls on this laptop right now. If somebody were to call me, I can receive calls on my phone, and I can receive calls on a kiosk if I wanted to. So it really does make life easier for everybody, and we're going to be doing a lot of education with our staff to show them how they can benefit from that. And not only voice calls, but Teams meetings, video calls, texting, all that stuff. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Each person have to have a phone with a phone number that syncs to your system?
Yeah, every person that is employee that is on the system has a phone number associated with their name.
But is it a phone, or is it like a digital phone number, or is it an actual physical phone with an account and all that?
It's a digital phone number. They have the choice of having a physical phone on their desk, which most people do. I don't. I disconnected it to make the point. I disconnected it, set it up on the desk next to me to be repurposed for someone else, just to show the functionality difference. If I've got my cell phone on me and I'm 10 feet from my desk, Why walk over there and answer the phone when I can pick up my cell phone and just answer the call? If I'm on my laptop and I was just on vacation, I was in the mountains of Tennessee. If a phone call came in and I just happened to be doing something on my laptop, I just push answer phone, and I can use the speakers in the.
Can you text?
I can text from it as well. Yeah, so there's really no
That's your
reason
cell
those
phone,
devices.
though. You can't text it from a desk phone.
I can from my not from the desk phone,
That's
not the
just a
brick,
cell phone.
but from my computer I can use that to do texting as though I was on the phone.
Just like a MacBook.
Yeah, I was
Can you
just
do
about
that
to
to
say,
mine?
you can do it on iPad.
Yes,
Please.
ma'am. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
bring it in.
You got it. You got it. It does offer, it opens up a world of stuff, and this isn't, rocket science. This isn't stuff that's brand new. It just took us a while to get to that point. We're government, we move a little slower sometimes.
Fax machine.
But I'm trying to make that change happen. The other piece is of the puzzle that we really did that was big this year was it came to a head as well. I've been in the position now a few years, and one of the things that we did in the past is we really didn't have outside audits of our processes, procedures, our security, our firewalling, our switch configurations, all of those items. We now have not only annual audits of the work that I do, third party. We also have audits of our existing configurations. They go into our firewalls and they look at the way that we've got those configured. They give me suggestions on what they think I do. No matter how good I think I am, you look at something long enough, you don't see the numbers anymore. You just see blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It just happens that way. So we have an annual audit and we have quarterly audits. So they come in and do a quarterly audit, which is a reduced footprint, but they do hit all of the major attack vectors and review the logs that I review daily. The other thing that we did that was notable is in the same vein of security. When we talk security in the IT department, we're also talking about the security meaning access control and security cameras throughout the city. The IT department also manages and installs and works with consultants to install in a lot of those cases, and manages the security of the access control, the doors, what have you, and the cameras. We have now migrated all but one of our major facilities and one minor piece of one of our facilities to a common system for all of our access control. That allows all of our administrative people in all of the departments to be able to, the ones that do access control in the buildings. It allows them to go into a common interface and be able to isolate a person, a badge, access to a door, and be able to more effectively do that work rather than having 4 different access control systems and making 1,000 keys a year, right? Other than that, that's kind of the general overlook of what we've done this year. Major things. The IT department, in the position section that you see there, we have a very flat org chart. When I first got here, I looked at where we have manager positions, and I looked at where we have administrators, and I said, it's crazy. Our chart looked a lot different when I first took the job, and it was broken out into sub-managers. I manage effectively, there's more people on that list than this, but I manage effectively daily 6 people. Those are the 6 people that touch people's desks every day. There's no reason to have sub-managers in that environment. They can report all to one person, and that's me. We do have 2 positions on that list that are paid by other departments, and I excluded those from that statement on purpose. Water and Sewer Department, they pay for the GIS position that's up there and the SCADA network position. Both of those positions are vacant, and I'll give you some context to that in a second, but they asked me, and my predecessor, this came before me, but they asked if we could manage that because it's a technology sort of position. They want somebody that's a technology person to manage those roles. So my predecessor agreed to do that, and I agreed to take it on when I came to the position. Currently, both of those positions are unfilled because we've tried to fill those positions with warm bodies in the past. That doesn't work. Not just filling them with warm bodies. You need people that are really good at what they do and have a very specific skill set to government. So right now, I'm very effectively working with a couple of consultants that are doing the work that is needed by the city, working with the fire, public works, and police departments to get the GIS mapping that they need, and also working with consultants to get the SCADA, meaning the controls that we use in water and sewer, working to make those updates happen, the software updates, making sure that we do the server work internally anyway, but working with those consultants to get them what they need and to provide the server resources they need to do the job. We're finding that that's very effective, and at least one of those positions, I may come to council later on and say, we're really going to work with consultants more efficiently than we can with staff on this position, and we may be able to free that up in the future for some other use. But as it stands right now, I'm feeling it out. Right now, I'm saving money. The city manager, I believe, has officially allowed me to utilize funding that we would normally use in the area of employment for the salaries to fund some of those contractual dollars. Is that right, Scott? Yeah. So I can't officially do that, although I haven't had to tap into it yet. We still have budget, but anyway, that's that part. Trying not to bore you to death, and I can see from the faces I might be failing. We're approaching 500 employees here at the city. The IT department has grown one person in 8 years. We recently added 116 people on at the city, citywide. Those people were either new FTEs or refilling of vacant positions. Every person, every computer, laptop, phone, although the procurement department shares some of that load with us, printers, and all the connectivity in between, all the wires and wireless that they use to connect to that. The IT department manages that. So when we see these FTEs coming on board, we see those new hires coming on board, we have to create an account for that person. We have to manage their resources. We have to make sure they've got the tools they need to do the job and make sure they always work. Make sure that the sound system in this room works. Another thing that sometimes I fail at. What else? The one position that you see that's requested, I saw that screen just pop up. That FTE that I am requesting is to bring a combination person. I don't believe that we can keep an AV person for what we do here in the chambers and what we do with our other engagements, the Teams meetings, the official meetings here in the chambers where we bring the public in and we bring members that might be out of town in. I don't believe we can keep a person busy full-time yet at the size of our city currently. So that's a combo position. That person will also be utilized to handle desktop support, and a lot of that might be related to what their primary education is in the AV world, but also be able to handle those rudimentary desktop support issues. So that's what that one position is that I'm requesting. It'll backfill some areas where we're stressed a little bit when we have a vacation person or not. Construction projects. Just about all of our construction projects, whether it be streets or buildings, we have IT resources that need to go into those. Montrose Street, we have fiber that goes down the streets for connectivity, both enhancing and getting us out to areas that we don't have currently. We've got some stuff coming up where we would like to backfill some places that need a little bit more. Keeler Building is one of those. When that building was originally put in play, we didn't realize all the things that we were going to do with Keeler Building. Since then, the directors found many uses for that. So we could, we might, once the opportunity comes up, we might put fiber into that building so that our phones and our computer resources and that sort of stuff, the Wi-Fi, everything else is working real well into there. Down at Fire Station 4, we still don't have fiber down to that building. And one of the items you'll see on my budget is for fiber. That budget doesn't always get used, but what we try to do is earmark that fiber. What happens is we say that we want to connect Fire Station 4. That depends on DOT, it depends on the county. We got to have easements to run that stuff, to dig that trench and to put that conduit in the ground. Going down to Wellness Way with our new combo police and fire stations. We had to work with the contractors to make sure we were allocated the easements, and also they helped fund getting that conduit in the ground. So that's what that budget is for, and that's kind of these capital projects. Any questions on that? Okay. And when I say fiber, I do mean private fiber. We own all of our fiber. The city has, whether it be 24 strands, meaning 24 channels of data, or whether it be 96 of our main connections around the city that connect us from different places. So if we get a backhoe that goes crazy over on one side of town, we don't lose connectivity in the whole city. That will backfill another way. We own all that fiber. We don't pay a monthly fee. Once it's in the ground, it's in the ground. Personnel, you will see it. Also, I'll just make one more comment on the general budget. You will see some negatives here and there. That efficiency is what accounts for that. With the help of the city manager's office and the help of staff, we've managed to do some things that have made us operate much more efficiently over the last 8 years, and certainly over the last 3-4 years. Those items that you see that are reduced in budget, that doesn't mean I'm not offering those services. It just means I'm able to offer them more efficient. Shrinking the footprint of the server rooms means that we're not buying as many replacement servers every year. We're not buying as many power outlets and UPSs and all those things that we have to do to support that. If you look at the budget as well, and this screen makes it pretty apparent, when you're talking about operating capital going up 74%. Some of that is contractual dollars. So where we're able to utilize those phones. The phones, for instance, that's a good number to throw up in there. Is that when we went to a new phone system, well, we increased that budget by, I think it's $70,000 a year in the software side of things. The hardware side, meaning the connections that the telcos provided us and the resources required for that, were $85,000. Those phone lines, those trunks that we used are now gone. So that's a net positive. So we were able to then save money in that area. Computers. Some of the computers that we buy have literally gone up 100%. They've doubled in costs, and it's all about AI data centers, video chips, all of that stuff that you hear on the news all the time. That affects the cost of goods, and we can't control that. So the cost of your average desktop computer, it may be faster than the one we had last year, but that's that Ohm's law, that law that says that things get faster and cheaper. Well, that just got destroyed. We feel like this is a temporary thing, that once the data centers and everything else, that the initiatives with AI go up, that will normalize again. So I think this is going to be the worst, in my opinion, this will be the worst year hit we get. So that's where you see our increases. And that's pretty much the only increases you'll see in our budget for this year, other than the 1 FTE. Any questions on those budgets?
I do see on page 53 of the budget for the capital for the council chamber AV system, we have nothing for this fiscal year, but money for in fiscal year 28.
Right.
And I'd like to ask my fellow council members to move that into this fiscal year. I think we all hear
You beat me to it.
a lot from our residents, from people who participate, that the sound system in here, and I think even our IT director would agree that there, you know, we've had conversations where we could do different mics from the ceilings and so forth to pick up different sound, and it doesn't have to be a physical mic that you hold, but we just don't have the capabilities currently. And I think that with the age of technology and more people participating online and us trying to promote that transparency and getting things out there. Also, too, I think just sometimes it's hard to hear even when you're here in this room talking. Like I can hear maybe the mayor more clearly because he's right here, but you know, Mr. Bohr down there, if I don't necessarily hear him out of the speaker, so I have to really try to like listen to him because it's not being amplified as well. And if we had a different system in here, so long story short, I really would like to see us move that funding from fiscal year 28 into fiscal year 27 and get that going so that we can improve the sound system in here.
You beat me to it. I agree
Yep.
with you wholeheartedly.
That was a big topic for us. We really, the city manager's office and myself, we were, you know, because as the IT director, we look at the, you know, making things new and shiny. That's a good thing for an IT guy. But we struggled with that, looking at budgets and where budgets are and trying to decrease expenditures, worried about shrinking budgets on the legislative side. So we did talk about that quite a bit, and that was our decision at that point, was to pull that out. But
yeah,
the city manager and you guys work through that, and if you want me to bring that back in,
Yes.
I am certainly willing to bring
I
it.
mean, I've had a lot of people complain to me over in Kings Ridge.
They can't
They said
hear.
a lot of times they don't hear what's going on.
Yeah.
There's little gaps in it. So I don't know, I guess this might have been an improvement, the new little speakers. Unless
Yes,
there's something
yes.
better that everybody can have one of those lapels microphones they can wear, let's say. on
Yeah,
campus.
it encompasses the whole broad subject.
Okay.
Yeah, that 250 does.
One other quick thing, there's a product called Auracast, I don't know if you're familiar with that. Is that something that we can use at the PAC? Or is it's a Bluetooth type device, but it's not, it's a different type? For people that wear hearing aids?
Yeah.
Was this way it goes right into the hearing aids?
Yeah,
Uh,
there's half a dozen of those products that are out there.
Right.
We actually have one in the back for that's similar in design
Right.
for handicap use.
Right.
And but yes, the answer is yes.
So
And,
it's already there now?
there's-
Auracast is being broadcast?
Not Overcast itself. It's
There's
like
another
it's like a
similar-
Band-Aid, right? Band-Aid meaning the term Band-Aid, right?
Okay.
But yeah, there are many of those devices out there.
Okay.
But yes,
Are you working with Mr. Mathis on the software audit?
yes.
And are any of the anticipated savings in that reflected in this budget?
It's hard to I would say no, but let me qualify that answer. We're early in this thing, so it's been a matter of weeks that we've been working on this. We have, not only are we doing the audit of the software, but we're also trying to form a committee. Organizations much larger than the organization I'm in today. We've done that in the past and had great successes in that, including the department heads and key people in the organization with making these decisions on these software products, not just going out and buying the vendor recommended solution of the day.
I completely understand that, and my question, based on the fact that you allude that you've done this before, is how long do you think it will take for this city to get to a final recommendation of software and an implementation of software?
Well, I think number one, it's always gonna be a bit of a floating target, but as far as the overview, I really, and I talked with the city manager and, Zane's not here. I was gonna give Zane a little bit of credit here, but working with Zane, I think that the audit itself is something that's very short term. I think that within the next couple of months, that the city manager will have the information necessary to be able to give you a summary of where we think we're at. So 60 days, probably, we can have a summary of where we think we're at.
Can we get an update at the beginning of September so we kind of know
Yes.
that way as we go into budget?
It's okay with me, but
I'm looking,
you
I'm
work
looking,
backwards.
I don't want to commit you to anything, sir. Yes, you can. And I think that this is an easy lift. We go through this, we take a look. The hard part is making sure that the production side of things is not affected by the technology decisions. And I think that over the next 30 to 60 days, we'll have a real clear picture. We're already getting there.
That's great, thank you.
Just so our city manager's clear, I don't know if we got the consensus on moving.
I think we did.
Okay.
Bill would-
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want to leave it out there.
You're like, I want that taken care of.
I do,
agree
but
with you.
I fully respect if we don't.
My only question on that, Wayne, is do you anticipate any potential conflict with that project as you're going through the audit? Would we be spending money on something that we don't need 6 months later, or is it something that would feed into the system as we move forward?
I don't see any conflicts there at all. Most of what we see in the budget that we're talking about doing we are talking about the chambers and the updates here. Most of these are hardware enhancements. This is a design that what you're seeing here, we've made the other things work within a design that was done in the late 80s and a build out that was done in the 90s and the early 2000s. This room was never intended to do what it does. The acoustics are totally wrong. The electronics are antiquated for what we do with it, and we've spent roughly that many dollars doing what you see today as far as the teams and the other things that we brought in. You know, we you know, as much as we love the octopus, it would be able to go away, and this sort of stuff would not be as visible as it is today. So no, there would be no conflicts, and it wouldn't be anything short term. We'd be building something that we could look at for the next 10 or 15 years. With most modern hardware and software too, you're looking at stuff that's designed to be updated. Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay. All right,
Thank you.
You're up.
We don't need to hit legal?
He's not here.
Yeah.
Well, I know he's not here, but
Change.
I don't think there's nothing to it though.
There was no
Yeah,
change.
there's very
Okay.
little to it.
Well, Finance
Finance.
is last.
And then if you'd like, the police have an update from yesterday's conversation.
Don't do that.
Well,
I want to
before we
let
get,
finance go
Before we do
first, if
that,
that's
though, let's,
okay.
yeah.
now let's listen to the police real quick so they can get
Okay.
out of here. And,
Alright.
we'll continue talking finance. We start with finance, we're gonna end up with last.
And then you just gotta give me a suggested military.
For the
to present.
military, we
Right,
got to
right.
do the military.
Okay.
Chief,
Chief?
So it's going.
Do you need a break?
I guess, let's take,
5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Just a gavel.
Okay. Tracy, Miss Tracy's back.
Anybody else left? Hey, Chief.
I
thought you were yesterday. You again?
He said you again.
The chief is here to answer some of the questions that were brought up yesterday, by Miss Page, so,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, I will try to be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
And, we'll go down the order. I'll start with the replacement vehicles, as that's one of the line items at $1.4 million. So the 18 vehicles that we're looking to replace, they are all spares. Only 3 of those vehicles are unmarked, 15 are marked. All of them have significant issues, such as no printer or internet connection, lights don't fully work, decals or wrap peeling or fading. The Dodge Chargers all have suspension or radiator issues. Many of the Fords have mechanical issues. All are well over the mileage and or age, and the mileage listed here on the sheet that I have doesn't include the idle hours. The idle hours, if I remember correctly, I believe it's 1 hour of idling is equivalent to 30 miles of driving. So those are the cars. I have the list of vehicles prepared. If the council wants to see the list of vehicles, we can turn that list of vehicles over to you guys. We're not hiding anything. That's just where we're at with the 18 vehicles.
What is there a standard every 8 years for departments across the country? Or is that just us, or is other departments, I would imagine an argument would be, well, why don't you just replace the engine? Why don't you just replace the tires, the transmission, the radios, the software? Is that a viable option with other departments?
Correct. In instances where the repair is more than the vehicle is worth, it doesn't make sense. But let's say we just got a car and it's a year old, and we have 15,000 miles on it. Yeah, we would replace the transmission, or we would replace the engine. We would fix whatever mechanical issue exists to extend the life of the car. These cars, let's make sure I read the right.
Age and mileage is basically what's going on now, Mr. Peterson, what you're
So
asking.
is it 8 years to?
Well, I think originally
And 100,000 miles?
when we first started doing this plan, I think we set it up for 7 years, every 7 years we replace them, but we didn't think about the mileage, okay, and now the problem he having here is the high mileage on them, so.
But I'll give you an example. Here's the list here. It's a 2009 Chevy Malibu. That's an administrative car. 2014 Ford Fusion, 2014 Ford Explorer, 3 2015 Ford Interceptors, 7 2016 Ford Interceptors, 2 2017 Ford Interceptors, 4 Dodge Chargers, 2018 Dodge Chargers, and 2019 Dodge Chargers.
The older one is probably the one that wasn't used on patrol most likely.
The Chevy Malibu, the Ford Fusion, I'd have to look at the 2014 Ford Explorer. Maybe it could have been repurposed, but the top 3 look like they were all I know for a fact the Malibu and the Fusion were never patrol vehicles.
But these are all over 7 years.
They over 7 years, yeah, but
correct. They're over 7 years and
As old as my car.
115,000 miles.
But I'm saying the mileage on them are probably a little bit, they older, so the mileage may be up there because they're older, but it's not gonna be like the ones that's on patrol, that's a little bit younger.
Correct, and you have
But that is protocol,
Yeah.
7 years.
Yeah.
That we're not just making that up.
Right, we're not.
We have 100 officers, we're gonna be replacing 15 to 20 vehicles every
Right.
year.
Right.
And that's just what it's gonna be.
You just still have to,
That's what
It is
that's
what
what
it is.
policy is, and that's what policy
It's
is.
what it's gonna be.
it's
It's not
what
like
it's
we're
gonna be.
inventing something different.
Basically, we got them set up, Mr. Peterson got us set on a rotation where every year we're gonna be replacing them,
Right.
try to keep them under this and everything, so.
And like I had mentioned yesterday, we work with Public Works, we work with the mechanics, they help us identify the vehicles that are in the worst condition, those are the vehicles that we surplus. And then you'll see probably next year's vehicles that will be getting surplus are the ones that we roll into spares right now, and that's kinda how it works, as the new cars come in, they get assigned the new cars, and then those cars go into spares, and we just keep going.
Bill and Brian, in case you're asked, one thing that we used to do is we used to pay for the police vehicles from the infrastructure fund, which is where our streets get paid from.
Oh, yeah.
And that was 800 to a
Oh, yeah.
million a year.
Right.
And now we're doing it from the police fund, so when we see the police numbers go up last year, it's actually because the money used to come from a fund, that was our streets, and now it's appropriately coming from the police fund, and so they're adjusting to that,
Impact
but
fees.
I didn't think anything was unusual with that or something.
No.
That one's,
Did you have information on the tank?
I do. I have an update on the tank, the rescue vehicle, the MRAP. It goes by 50 different names throughout the community. It's always
What's
labeled.
the right one to use?
We call it the rescue vehicle is what we call
The
it,
rescue.
or the armored vehicle. That's what
Well,
we
that's
call
nice.
High water vehicle.
But I'm glad Mr. Peterson, you kind of went into that, because that vehicle is an all-purpose vehicle. We can go and do high water rescues as we did when the
Emerald
hurricanes
Lake.
came through at Emerald Lakes on that little portion that's surrounded by water. That's one of the few vehicles that can maneuver through the water and deep water. We created some flexibility within our fleet by getting some F-150s and F-250s to where we can assist in those types of missions with smaller vehicles. The rescue vehicle is a very heavy vehicle, so it cannot get everywhere, if that makes sense. There are weight restrictions on certain roadways, so you have to create some flexibility within your fleet. Some quick stats that I don't want to keep us here much longer than we have to be. And we went back to 2023. Since 2023, we have had to ask the Mount Dora Police Department for assistance utilizing their Bearcat 15 times. We have used a Bearcat is a similar, it's a smaller armored vehicle, same protection rating. That is what they use for their high-risk incidents, to get SWAT operators on the scenes, do things like that. So apples to apples on this one. We have used the rescue vehicle 4 times on missions and 4 times for rescue operations since 2023. So if you add in the 15 and the 8, that's 23 times in the last 3 years. This is not a high-use vehicle. This is a low-frequency, high-risk vehicle. We roll this vehicle out when we need to go do something that is dangerous, and we need to deploy our personnel in a safe manner. It was used effectively during the Cottonwood incident that we had there, where we were able to deploy gas to the apartment from an armored place. When we went and picked up the homicide suspect, we used Mount Dora's Bearcat for that operation. The MRAP was the rescue vehicle was down. They function in many of the same ways, and that's what we're looking to do. Is we keep our eyes out on the military surplus program. We haven't seen what the military calls this vehicle is an MRAP, or a mine-resistant and armored personnel vehicle. We haven't seen one of those come available. And I had mentioned this yesterday. We're looking for grant opportunities. We're looking at the UASI grant. We haven't had a lot of success with that, and I understand that, but we keep putting it in. We also have other federal monies that are coming in the future, to where we may be able to purchase that with those funds. But I have to put it in the budget in case those funds don't come through. It wouldn't be fair for me to come in and ask for a $500,000 budget amendment to the council and then catch all of you by surprise. That doesn't make sense. That's not how we're going to do business as the police department. So that is the really condensed version of the armored vehicle. Any questions?
Were any lives saved in those 23 incidents?
We did. The Chief Azell had mentioned the one where we deployed. I think it was Hurricane Milton, and maybe you'll recall this. It made the news. A tree had come down through a residence, and someone was pinned to the bed.
Oh, do you remember?
That's how we were able to deploy. We trained the person to operate the vehicle. The paramedics jumped in. We deployed to the residence in the middle of the storm. The fire department's able to get the person in. We're actually able to get the person to the hospital. At some point, I don't remember how we got the doctor to the hospital, but the doctor ends up at the hospital as well. That vehicle, when I say that vehicle is an all-purpose vehicle, it is meant to do everything we need it to do. If we didn't have one of those, we'd be diminishing our capabilities and the assets we're able to provide to Clermont. But in states of emergency, we're really a South Lake regional asset. So when you think about it in terms of that, it's much more than just an armored vehicle, or as some people may say, a toy or something. There is functionality for it. There is use for it.
Is it worth anything?
The one we have now, we have to give back to the military.
That's right. But what did we pay for that? We didn't pay much, right?
We did pay, I think all in with the lights, the delivery and all that, we're somewhere around the $20,000.
Yeah, I didn't think it cost as well.
It was a
Very good.
Yeah, that was good.
I would say it was probably a once in a lifetime opportunity for us. We took advantage of the opportunity, but
So what's
If-
wrong with it? We have to give it back? Is that what you're
It's,
saying?
we don't have to give it back. It's 20 years old. The maintenance costs are rising. The air
Oh.
conditioning is not as reliable.
I mean, is it repairable?
Yes,
We
right
do
now
want
it's
to repair
You know, I
it's
mean-
down more than it's up, but we can.
I think are these like CJs where they last forever, or are they like our new modern cars? It's
Yeah, I
only
think
20
everything
years
has a lifespan on it.
I mean,
If it's 50
you
years old,
said
then
use
why-
it 13 times in 3 years.
23 times.
23 times. Because of the,
Well, you gotta remember, it was old when we got it.
Yeah.
so-
Yes, sir.
It had
It
been
wasn't
used-
brand new, huh?
It was, no, it wasn't brand new when we got it.
And the way I look at it was a really smart way to test how this type of vehicle might be used in our community
Correct.
without having to spend $500,000.
And we got it from the Army, right, and we have to return it to the Army when we get rid of it, we just can't get rid of it, that's why it has to go back to the Army.
It's kind of on loan from the military.
well, they don't
So
want
it's
to
not
let
in
that
the wrong
technology
hands.
out there.
Well, you don't want it in the wrong hands.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, well, thank you for those.
I'm quite sure the Army had used it quite a bit before we got it.
Oh, you better believe it. Be all you can be.
Thank you, that was all the questions, oh, I thought it was one more on the office space.
I will throw this out there to cut some of the decision making.
Yeah.
I understand I'm asking for $155,000 for a remodel of the police department. If that's not in this year's budget, I understand. At some point, I'm gonna have to do something to the building to create space at HQ. Just internally. I don't think sharing offices at the captain's level is appropriate when we have to have difficult conversations with personnel. If they're dealing with internal affairs, they're dealing with different things like that. I think that one-on-one meeting is way more impactful with the employee, whether you're giving them praise or whether you're disappointing them for poor performance. But as me sitting in front of y'all, if you end up cutting the $155,000, I understand that, and I am not married to that project. I would just say, in the future, we would have to come back and do some kind of renovation to the police department. I think my focus right now should be on Station 5 and ensuring that we have the appropriate funds to build a southern substation that will meet the needs of Wellness Way today and at least for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Ready for finance?
Yes, sir. Come on down. The price is right.
You started this and you gonna end this, okay?
Well, hopefully
Sounds
we,
ominous.
hopefully we ended on a
It
positive
does.
note. but,
Well, I'm hoping so.
Ready for all right. So much like the other departments, we'll start with talking about our current year in review. When I presented our proposed budget for this current year, this time last year, I talked about this year being a year where we review and update policies. We've brought 2 of those before you already, and thank you for your support on those. Currently, we are working, the next policy we'll bring before you is one related to utility billing and collection policies. And I'm trying to time the presentation of that with the presentation of the rate study. So I do anticipate that coming before you before the end of the fiscal year. As you know, we reestablished ourselves as a Distinguished Audit Award winner with GFOA for 2024. We do, so the goal and expectation obviously is to retain that every year going forward. We do have our 25 application in, and it is in a review status as we speak. One of the things I'm most proud about this last year is the creation of that popular annual financial report when we did present that audit for 25. So my intention is to create a similar document for this budget cycle as well. So once we get through the workshops on this, we'll create what's called a budget in brief. Similarly condensed version of the budget once we get to that point in this current cycle. Another accomplishment during the year is we updated the utility billing format in the spring, and as a side note, we're always open and receptive to adjustments and tweaks to that billing format. So I'd encourage both council and the public to let us know if they have recommendations on that. We control that. There's oftentimes a nominal cost on that, but always open to feedback on adjusting the billing format. And then, as you know, back in the winter, February, March, we launched Resident Access with auto pay and phased out the former direct debit program. We had a huge increase in call volume and customer servicing during that point in time, but we worked through it with patience and diligence, and we're 4 months into it now, and we're seeing the efficiencies we anticipated with that. So I'm happy with where we're at with that. Last two notes are more internal, but informational, but we did complete our banking transition around the start of the calendar year, and we're very happy with our banking relationships at this point in time. And lastly, last year I asked for council to consider establishing a tiered job classification model for our non-exempt team members. We did launch that a month or so ago. It was well received by the employees, and I'm confident that that's going to help with retention going forward, which was certainly a goal of that initiative. So once again, thanks to council for supporting that. All right, next slide shows you our current organization chart for the department as a whole. Currently 19.5 FTEs, and we're requesting 1.5 additions for a total of 21 into the new fiscal year. And I'll talk more specifically about those requests in a moment. But while we're on the org chart, I want to, much like what we talked about with other departments, we do have funding that's allocated to multiple areas. Generally speaking, the utility billing and collections team is all to the 4 enterprise funds. So there's no general fund impact by those individuals. And then on the finance division, majority of that is general fund impacted, but we do have some allocations in some cases to the enterprise funds. Next slide, we put together just some quick department matrix to give you an idea of the volume that we're working with, and this feeds into the discussion and on the communications department and the proposed 311 center. As you can see up top, accounts payable, we're issuing over 16,000 per year. That equates to over 300 per week. Utility billing call volume over 42,000. We believe we're going to be at the end of this year. That's over 800 calls per week with our utility billing and collections team. I think that number in 23 for them is a typo, and I will verify that, but I know those last 3 numbers are accurate. And then those last 2 rows, in terms of, shows you that steady progression, and as you would expect to see with a number of utility water and sewer customers that we have. We're up over 31,000 for water at this point, and close to 21,000 on the sewer side. So that growth, that annexation, that extensions of the service areas, this is reflective of that.
Did those numbers take into consideration the fact that the spring transition was an outlier?
Spring transition was an outlier.
The spring transition of the auto pay.
Changing the billing.
You had a big
That would
bump in
not have
calls.
impacted those numbers. My understanding is those numbers is the actual number of bills that we process.
The calls, sorry, utility billing call.
Yeah.
It's already factored.
Oh, sorry, utility, the second row.
Yeah.
Yes, that's included in that data.
And do we know what happened between 23 and 24 to cause that jump? from
I think that
20,000?
23 number is a typo.
Oh,
I
that's
will-
the one.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Right
I
there.
wasn't
Sorry.
tracking which one you thought might have been.
I will get an update on that, but I believe that's a typo.
And what is an accounts payable payment? What is that, and why is it down in 26?
That is the number of checks that are, or payments that are processed by our accounts payable team to all of our vendors. It does not include payroll. There's a few reasons why that number could be decreased. It could just simply be fewer payments made. It could be consolidation of bills with vendors. It's hard to explain.
Why would we have 16,000 vendors?
Oh no, we don't have 16,000 vendors. Those are the number of payments that we process. So some vendors we pay regularly on a monthly basis. Other vendors will pay sporadically. But you take all that activity together for the full fiscal year, we're processing over 16,000 accounts payable checks in the year.
That's basically everything,
that's what I'm saying,
pretty
what are
much
we
everything we buy.
Sorry?
Utilities?
Most of everything we buy pretty much. purchase.
Yeah, we
That's
have,
what that is.
we have reoccurring payments to,
City.
yes.
Oh.
Yeah, all of our accounting functions are centralized. Maybe I should have started with that point. Yeah, so we're processing the payables for every
For
department in
everybody.
the city.
I'm thinking we're talking utilities.
And you're thinking,
What
what
are
the
we paying?
hell?
No,
$16,000.
that's the whole city.
Okay.
So our AP team deals with a tremendous amount of volume, even though it's going down. And I'm getting a little ahead of myself, and Kyle, why don't we go ahead and go to the next slide? It's a good transition to some of the proposals that are in the fiscal year 26-27 budget. So I'll start in the middle for that purpose. There's two big things that are driving a 28% increase in operational costs in the proposed budget for the finance department. One is related to additional software modules. The one I'm most excited about is that first one, vendor access with AP automation. This is another Tyler module, so it's with our current vendor, but it's a new module. And what this would allow is for our vendors, through a secured portal, to submit their invoices to us electronically. And there's an AI component to that would then take those invoices, create that payable within our system, and help us turn around those payments in a much faster time. So it'll eliminate the paper pushing between departments before it gets to finance. It would still retain the workflow approvals of all of our supervisors and managers, and then it eliminates that data entry that our AP team has to do. So it makes it significantly more efficient. The problematic part with that may be getting vendors to sign up. So if we move forward with this, we'll be asking our team to help us push out information to the vendors and help with signups on that. The other thing that module will bring is the ability to electronically pay our vendors. That is not something that we are currently offering, but now we're in a point in terms of department stability, as well as with this module, where I'm ready for us to go that route. And we hear from vendors quite often, how come you can't turn around payments faster? Well, part of it is because we're on a primarily paper and manual process. And secondly, we pay by check through the mail. And so this investment would help in both of those endeavors. Then the second bullet point there is resident AI assistant. This is the finance department being the hub, if you will, of the ERP system. And our assistant director, Jenny Cassidy, is the point person for all of our software audit and decision making that's going on right now. So this is something that would be part of the communications and 311 center effort, but we're showing it as currently in the finance department budget. This is, as it says, an AI assistant. That phone call comes in, they can help direct to how to apply for a building permit or how to submit payment for invoicing, any number of things across the entire city. But that software investment is included in our budget. The second thing that is driving that 28% increase in operational costs in our department is we're working on consolidating our citywide expenditures into the finance department. So there's two line items within our department to where the year-to-year comparison is up around 170, 180% increase. That is because we are allocating payments for things such as our banking contracts and our investment consultant contracts throughout the city. This is an effort to bring all that into the finance department and make that process more efficient. So you would see a corresponding decrease in the other departments for those 170, 180% increase that you see on those two line items. So it's budget neutral, but it is moved into the finance department. Then going back to the top is the bullet point on the requested 1.5 FTE positions that we're asking for. The utility billing customer service rep is the part 5.5, the part-time request. As Mr. Mathis was describing earlier in talking about the Champion Center, multiple departments will be contributing staff to that effort. We foresee 2 individuals rotating in and out of that Champion Center from the utility billing team. So a lot of work that those 2 are currently doing will migrate with them into the Champion Center. However, I'm confident in saying that there's going to be at least some residual leftover within that team. So I don't want to leave them completely without adjusting for that. Initially, the request was for a full-time position. I said, I'll be glad to go to council and ask for a part-timer for this next year. Let's accumulate a year's worth of data and see how this pilot program goes, and then we can reassess and next year's budget, whether it's eliminate the part-time position altogether or to upgrade it to a full-time. But I would like a year's worth of data under this pilot program before we decide on the long-term status of that role. And then the top one is for the finance division, and it will be a newly created position. Mr. Bain earlier referred to a position as a unicorn position, and I chuckled because many times I've referred to this proposed position as a unicorn one. It is a newly created one. I'm envisioning it as a hybrid position, one that is rooted with a strong accounting base that will provide backup and a primary and backup roles to the current existing accountants on their compliant reporting to the state. This is our land lease report to the state. This is our local highway report to the state, fuel tax reports. There's 8 to 10 different compliance reports that we do on a regular basis. This person would take on some of those directly and serve in a backup capacity with others. And frankly, backup training and backup roles within our department is an area that we are lacking. So this position could help with that. But on the more forward-facing side of it, and on the analyst side, what I'm seeing is, envisioning is I'd like to take us, now that our department is stabilized, I'd like to take us to the next level. And that is with forward-facing improved reporting, whether it is within our budget book or developing a performance management program that's citywide that would be part of the quarterly budget reports, and frankly, when it comes to budgeting decisions. I smiled yesterday when we were talking about the water department facility and what is our cost of operations in the department. This is the type of role in a performance management program that could have those metrics routinely calculated, reported on, and then, as I said, become part of our decision-making and budgeting in the future. So again, in summary, this is a position I see and envision as serving in both an internal and a forward-facing public capacity, and we're ready to make that next step.
Tell us about the Triple Crown.
Excuse me?
Tell us about the Triple Crown.
Kyle, can we go back to the first slide that talks about the ACFR award? Like 3 slides. So in case you didn't hear, Councilmember Strange said, tell us about the Triple Crown. Triple Crown is not an official program. It is a term that finance directors commonly use. It's a self-appointed term for those as it relates to the GFOA award programs that they offer. They offer 3 different types of program awards. One is the Distinguished Audit Award, which we've reacquired. The second one is related to the popular annual financial report, which we just established, and we have submitted and is in a similar review status for the 25 report. Then the third component of the Triple Crown is the GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And that of the 3 is certainly the most difficult of the 3 to acquire. We did submit for it based off our new platform last year. I knew we wouldn't get it, and we did not, but we got invaluable feedback. So the intent is to get us to the point with our public reporting on all 3 of these to earn those 3 designations, and thus becoming a self-appointed Triple Crown Award winner. So there is a tie into this position that I'm requesting selfishly or on the city's behalf for that Triple Crown designation. It would mean that we are a model city when it comes to transparency and fiscal reporting.
I love it.
I want a picture of you with a triple crown.
There you go.
You know, you can do that.
On the
now.
balcony on third floor,
I was just
looking
about to
out
say
here
that's
on
a
the
good
lawn
one.
chairs
There you go. That's a banner. There you
with the
go.
purple banner.
There
You
you
know
go.
the ones with, like,
There are
the
others that are
gas
much more
arrow?
photogenic than I am.
That's a good one.
So how can we help you achieve the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award? What do you need from us as far as direction, so you can frame it and apply to the award?
Part of it is certainly the resources, partly with this position and possibly, probably an additional software module. But more practically, at the council level, is a strategic plan. An adopted strategic plan that we can tie to the budget, which by extension ties our daily, monthly, and annual budget goals to that strategic plan. And that's what GFOA is looking for, not only to serve as a reporting and transparency communications tool, but also something that says these are our priorities, here's how we plan to meet those through the budget process, and then document that within the budget award. We get to that point, we'll earn that award. We don't have that strategic plan currently. We do at a department level in a couple cases, but we don't have one citywide. That would, I'm not saying we can't get there without it, but it would certainly help us tremendously.
You said last year you applied for it and you got some valuable, it didn't win it, but you got valuable input.
Correct.
So have we, one of the things I used to do when I did these things is I take that list of where we were shortfall, where we came in shortfall, and made sure I checked off those squares each year. And that's what you're saying, that your strategic plan is one of those things that cost us last year when you submitted it?
Correct. That was one of the primary
Okay.
reasons why we did not get it awarded.
Okay.
What might you need from us? What are we missing? And you're gonna say strategic plan, I'm gonna call that circular definition. So you've heard all this, what are we missing? What do we need?
Some stated goals and purposes of the city.
How many?
So for instance, it varies. I can draw upon my own experience. We had a very robust performance management program at a prior municipality. We had 5 what we called key performance indicators, KPIs. One was to establish the city as a safe and secure community. The second one was to be a fiscally healthy and responsible community, so on and so forth. These were 5 overarching, broad citywide goals. And then the performance management program would develop a series of metrics in support of each of those. And we would regularly report to the city council what the status of all of those metrics and rolling up in support of that goal.
And that's the software you said you might need?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do we need to do to get there at this point?
How much is the software?
I have not included any software module for that program in this proposed budget because I didn't want to put the cart before the horse. I need a strategic plan on a citywide basis before I would suggest we invest in that.
Would you like me to work with him to present something?
Yeah,
The
well,
first two sounded
like I
amazing.
say, well, he said he got this valuable input from not making it last year. Of course, that's one of the things, like I say, I used to do when I was in the military. I submitted for an award and I didn't get it. They send me feedback and show me what squares I didn't fill. So I go along and make sure in the next year, to fill all the squares. You said the strategic plan, what's the other one?
Oh, yeah.
That other ones that you didn't meet that maybe we can help you with, is what she asking.
Yeah, the strategic plan, our budget does not have a documented strategic plan. So
Okay.
it is the major variable that
That's the
we
main-
were
Okay, that's-
deficient in their review. I said a few moments ago, I'll say it again, I think we could still get to that award designation without
We
it,
should do it.
but it would certainly strengthen us not only from an award context, but just from basic
Governance.
Governance, thank you.
Right.
That's a perfect word.
Right.
Your first two sounded great.
Right, well,
Yeah.
let's see what we need, Mr. Van Wagner, what we need to do to get the strategic plan accomplished. And then I guess after you get that done, we go to the next step.
Well, we've talked about attracting small businesses, right? Safe and secure came up, fiscally responsible came up.
Well, I don't know if,
Family oriented.
I'll be glad to share my previous
well,
experience with
I
city
don't-
manager.
and there's a certain requirements in your strategic plan that they're looking for. That they give, that you,
They don't necessarily have, they don't want to dictate what our
Okay.
strategic plan is. They want to see the presence of one and have it incorporated into your budget document.
okay, okay. So there's no real requirements or what, no certain,
Right, our goals are our goals, we established them. And then this position, in cooperation with the other departments, would develop a metrics program, i.e. a performance management program, in support of measuring our efforts towards meeting those goals.
A request for public.
Not very official anymore, but it's a
Public
workshop.
comment.
Can I
Are you
suggest
okay?
that your strategic plan probably comes and is informed a lot by your comprehensive plan and your city business plan, like that isn't that.
Yeah.
But I would imagine you would want it to be consistent with that, and there's a lot of material and recommendations coming out of that, even the small business stuff is
It's
a lot of that's coming from those things, so. you
Well,
might not have
that's
to
kind of
follow
why
it.
I'm sitting here going, if it helps you, I don't see that we're that far away from being able to say, these are our top 5 targeted goals as a city for the next, what do you say, 10 years? What's the term of the plan?
10 years?
Yeah.
5, 10, 20, what is it?
Ideally, these are overarching goals that always exist. I mean, we always want to be a safe and secure
Well,
community.
that's true.
We
Yeah,
always
yeah.
want to be a fiscally responsible
Listen, we've
community.
been here since 8:30. So,
We'd like to
Yeah.
I'll get his 5 with him and we'll sit down and chat individually in a workshop.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah, great.
All right, let's see.
Okay.
Back to the presentation here, capital, we don't have any capital, we don't have our own vehicles or anything like that. And then here's that fiscal summary, within the general fund. So this is just the finance division within the general fund. I mentioned the 28% increase in operating. It's tied to, as I said on the previous slide, the 2 software module additions, as well as consolidating some operating costs into the finance department division with the corresponding decreases in other departments. And then, of course, 10.4% increase in personnel is directly tied to the proposed position. That is it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the state of the city,
We gotta do the
I mean,
millage,
is
right?
really
We
good.
gotta do the
I think
millage,
we're in
right?
great position.
it's
I think maybe we gotta
basically
tweak the
make
budget a little
decision
bit,
well,
but I mean, I think we
Yeah,
owe
we
it
can't
to
go
the
above-
taxpayers
you can say
to
we
be,
want to keep it at
fiscally
4.5
responsible.
million, but you can always drop it down later. Most of the time, yeah. But they did the budget at at 4.36, I think it was.
Right. This year, you gotta have 4 people to change it above that millage rate.
Yeah.
Is my understanding.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
And here's the thing, you can always go up above the millage rate, whatever you set it at right now, say 5 or whatever, but you can never go
We can't go
above
above
that, but you can always come back down.
Right,
What is it now?
With
What
that
is it?
being said,
4.59.
what I would propose that we set a rate of 4.29.
As the maximum?
The maximum?
I support that.
What are you willing to cut?
Well, maybe we can cut that tank.
You're gonna need to cut more than the tank.
What is
I
4
think it was
point,
a $500,000 a tank.
4.29 is
700?
less, how much from 4.3601? And then 700,000 per 0.1 mil?
4.29, you're looking at a little another mill, so it's about 1.2.
It's about 550,000.
Yeah.
So it's 500.
It's over $500,000.
550,000 we have to cut.
So it's the tank.
That's okay.
Well,
Insurance.
keep in mind, I think we just asked them to put some other things back into the budget as well, okay? And I think when you prepared this at the 4.3601 or whatever, we was already 1.2 million short or whatever, we took out a reserve to balance it.
Our structural
If I'm not
deficit,
mistaken, that's what I read.
our structural deficit is around 1.5 million.
1.5.
1.5 million, okay, at 4.36.
We're advancing forward several projects that comprise that 1.5. I mean, some of this is money that we've had allocated this year that's going to end up being a surplus that's coming into next year. So
Okay,
we're
we're
not
really
really at a deficit, we're just carrying forward certain projects, which was one of the things I asked to see before we come back, and
Yeah.
so that we could see it more clearly.
I'd like clarification on that because I thought if you read just the numbers that are in our book, it looks like it's 6.5 million, but with the definitions we approved, it's
Right.
1.5. But is that 1.5? Is that 1.5 just because of carryover, or is it actually 1.5 in our current fiscal year expenses over revenues,
Right.
or is it both?
I like breaking it out so that we can see that information. But there's definitely carryover, because the comp plan alone.
That's why I'm asking the question, if that 1.5, what, is that 1.5 new 1.5, I guess maybe is a way to ask the question.
Right.
I'd like to go through the exercise instead of giving a number off the top of my head.
And we can't vote tonight.
I think it's a combination of both, sir.
Well, we have, but we have to give guidance on the maximum millage rate today.
Yes, the maximum.
We
So
have to
in
approve it on
the,
28th.
But we have to
have to
tell
have
them what to put on the resolution.
Put the maximum millage rate today, let them go back through and work the exercise, you can always go down, but you can't go
You
up.
can't go up.
Okay, mine,
in,
I was like, well, at 4.361, whatever you prepared it at, as I went through, I was okay with it. Of course, you can always come back down. And we just had, like I say, I think we just asked for a few things to be put back into the budget there. So I don't know where we are. Once you add those things back in.
Mr. Bain,
Yeah.
in my opening presentation, I had a slide that summarized the proposed additions for personnel.
Right.
The general fund portion of that, if I recall, was $680,000. So that's obviously new money.
That's new.
That's new money.
New structural deficit, if you will.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is certainly a portion of that 1.5.
Okay.
So I'd like everybody to have this information. It's historical information on Clermont's millage. From 1992 to 1998, the millage was 2.979. In 1999, it was 3.479. From 2000 to 2006, it was 3.729. So they got scared. But then 27 to 2012, it came back down to 3.142. From 2013 and 14, it bumped back up to 3.729. And then 2015 through 2021, it was 4.2.
Wow.
So we are the highest millage right now that Clermont has ever been. And let's keep in mind, millage is a percentage. It's not a rate, it's a percentage. So as we've grown, I continue to come back to growth should result in efficiency, and we're not seeing efficiency. So, you know, and the homestead exemption went up in 2008 from 25,000 to 50,000. So in 2008, our council maintained a 3.142 millage for 4 more years before there was any increase.
What year was that again?
So that was 2008 when we went from 25,000 to 50,000.
Okay.
So it's 25,000 from 1980 until 2008, and then it went up to 50,000 in 2008. So just kind of historical context as we're talking about, you know, what we can and can't do. I just look at this myself and say for, you know, 30 years, councils operated at 4.2 or below. For the most part, they were under 4.0. And so I will vote with the lowest 2 votes on July 28th, whatever they are. And I think our staff is competent and capable of backing into it. I like
I
that.
think 4.29, I think the staff could work it out to get that done for us.
If you can see the number, yeah, it could be okay.
I'm not willing to,
You're not willing to go that
to have that as the max. I'm, at a minimum, I'm willing to do the 4.3601, which was to have the budget
That's where I
presented.
stand.
That, because I would wanna know then specifically when we enact, cause there's 2 different votes. We enact the millage rate and we approve the budget.
Right.
I would wanna know before we, so saying that the max is gonna be the rollback, if we then decrease that from there, I would wanna know what that means for our budget before we approve that budget.
Yeah, we would have that, right? Yeah.
That's why I'm not willing to say the max is 4.2 right now, because like I'm not. As it's presented, I'm already concerned philosophically with the standpoint of a second year of a structural deficit being proposed in the budget, and so that has me concerned already. But I think that at a minimum, the maximum should be what was presented at the 4.3601. And if we want, between setting that and approving through the hearings and the workshops to make adjustments, we can come down, but we can't go above that.
Can't go above.
And so we say, as presented, would be the maximum. But we might still have opportunities to find ways to make that less. I just am, I haven't heard anything other than a desire, a personal desire to be less, strategically or operationally to support that. Anything lower.
Police alone had 655,000 that they said they could make.
Okay, but we're also rolling over $6 million for EMS that we don't have yet. So we could say that we could put that back in. We don't actually have, but we don't have an EMS program. So I get that. I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. That's included in here right now too. I'm willing to say that's the max. And then we as a council have to figure out, is that what we actually implement? Or do we go less? I'm not willing to set that max at a lesser rate today.
And I'm in agreement with
Mr.
that.
Wagner, can I just say, if we did 4.29, could you make that work?
I'll do whatever you tell me I need to do.
Well,
That's
I'm
my
asking,
role.
but you think, can you make it work?
I mean, she's just named off $600 some odd thousand.
Right.
I just have to look at it.
Right.
I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
So whatever the majority of you tell me to do, I will do. I've given you a budget.
Right.
And now you just have to tell me what you want me to do.
Well, we can go ahead and do it, and I stand with you, Mr. Bain, if what I commend you all for taking the initiative, go ahead and do the rollback rate and compare it. Now, Mr. Peterson, if you wanna look at going lower than that, right now, my suggestion is you go through the budget and you say, hey, we start going through it, what you gonna cut, if you go lower. Mr. Scott, you can tell them basically if we go the 4.29, what we will get and how much more we have, how much we need to cut from the budget to get there, to get where you need to be. But right now, what I'm seeing is you presented us with a product at 4.3601, which is less than what we were sitting at, so we got a reduction there. And I think we also had to go in, if I'm not mistaken, what I read, we had to go in and use some fund balance to get it balanced. Okay. I've heard, let's talk about add some more things in there. So that means we're gonna have to use more fund balance just now, just to keep it at 4 point, what you prepared it at. Which is, if we go back, I don't know, I can't remember how much money we was throwing back in there, what we just told people to throw back into the budget. We had one
I
of
don't
the
think we
things.
added much.
Huh?
We didn't.
I think the only thing we said
50.
was the IT, we asked
Yeah,
to move
too
from
much.
We asked-
28
we
to
asked the
27.
IT to roll in.
I don't know, did we ask any other department to add anything back in?
Well, if anything, we found that building services had a surplus, we found that our health insurance has a surplus, I mean, we're sitting on millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money. Tens of millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money. And look, you could go 3.0 and I'd say yes. I'm that serious about it. I mean, we have that much money that we're sitting on,
Right.
that the people have paid.
And I think we owe it to the taxpayers. I mean,
And-
just because everybody's, assessed valuations go up, we're getting all this additional money. Should we penalize the taxpayer? We have the money. I think 4.29 is a good number to go with.
You sitting on
Now-
you're sitting on the taxpayer money, you got all these projects, hey, some of it can be used for some of the projects we got out there, like the fire station, and maybe we don't have to go into so much debt services and everything doing these things. And I think, being I was here when we raised it, right, that was the whole idea when we raised the taxes before, because we anticipated having to build new fire stations and all these things. So to keep us from having to go in so much debt service, yeah, we raised the rates and everything to try to generate a
That's
little
not
bit more.
true. It's not
A little
true.
bit more
It's
revenue
not
and
true
everything.
because only 21% of that budget went to police and fire. 44% went to parks and recreation. The public was told we needed it for public safety, and that is not what it was used for. And we also took out a $15 million bond for the fire station. So it's factually inaccurate what you just said. The public was tricked into, I mean, we were forced to pay. The public objected. I was at every single one of those meetings when we went from 4.2 to 5.06. The public only spoke against it. The only people who spoke for it were staff who came to the dais and at the podium and said, please do this so I can get a pay raise. Please do this so I don't lose my job, which was not accurate when you looked at the actual budget. In fact, going from the 5.06 budget to the 5.02, which it was a whole issue with the budget, police and fire inspection took a cut of $40,000. I mean, it was just so inaccurate and misleading to the public. So yes, do I have a sense of justice that needs to be served? I do. When I look at the history of how this city has operated, and I see that we were under 4 for the better part of 20 years, yes. Is it a matter of principle? Perhaps. Do I believe in small government? I do. Do I think that we have millions of dollars to make it right? Yes, I do. Am I worried about 2028? A little bit, but I think we can figure it out.
Yeah.
It's only a little bit, actually.
Right.
I'm certain we can figure it out, and what I'm hoping we can all agree is that we're willing to give council direction, staff direction to figure it out.
Right.
Because if we don't give them direction to figure it out, and then we're just fighting, and then the public is fighting,
Yeah.
then
There's no
nothing
solution.
gets done. But if we say, you know what, hey, let's have a wild hair in this. What if we did 3.9? Show me a budget at 3.9. What's that look like? You know, I stood at that podium and said, can you just show me a rollback budget? And I was told by the city manager, I serve at the pleasure of the council. No, public, I'm not going to show you a rollback budget. I refuse to do it. That was wrong. So maybe we say, hey, we'd like to see a 3.9. Show me one. Show me a 4.2. And then we've got a 4.36. And we can look at all of them and see, instead of this game that was played of, well, we're going to have to cut services, well, show me. We have so much money that's not even true. We don't have to cut services.
Then in that scenario, we should advertise the maximum millage rate at 4.3601. Because we can't go above it, but we can certainly go below it.
I won't vote for it.
Okay. Well, I guess we need to provide consensus.
So 4.29.
I'm okay with 4.29.
I got you.
Ms. Strange, let me say this, I don't know where you got $15 million for, bond service. I don't recall any debt services going out for $15 million. fire station.
We
You know,
applied for it, we
and
got the
one of the
grant,
things
it was
that
in the
I'm starting to
budget
get
in
very aggravated
2025.
about it, you keep
was
throwing out these numbers.
$900,000, because I know the budget, I went through every line
We
item.
haven't even did a debt service for any
Was
fire
it
station
$900,000
yet.
in the budget in 2025
Yet.
to go towards debt
Yeah,
service for the
it's-
fire department, fire station two?
There was, but it was not acted upon.
Right,
Yeah.
we didn't, we stopped it before, well, we had applied for the grant, for the loan, and we had planned on it. That's why there was $900,000 in the budget in 2025.
Well,
for fire
900,
station two.
well,
That's
I
what it's
keep
for.
hearing these outrageous numbers and everything that's far above what was presented.
I agree with you. It wasn't what was presented to the public,
You know.
and that's why I ran.
And another thing, yes, I think during our budget process back in them days, we presented different budgets at all different rates. About 5 or 6 different rates.
Yes, all above, nothing was balanced at the current rate, let alone the rollback. Everything showed a deficiency, and it was all above 5.0. I agree with you, you're right. And it was wrong for it was wrong for council not to
And
hold
right now,
the city manager accountable.
what we finna do right now is gonna show a deficiency. So my thing is, what are we
Okay,
gonna
do it
cut?
without a deficiency.
What are we gonna cut?
Yep. Do it
Okay,
without a deficiency, I'm fine with that.
see,
Now, we've got capital projects, we gotta spend down, we either have to spend down or give back to the public, the $20 million in unrestricted funds. So we need to have a plan for that. That needs to be clearly communicated. And frankly, I'd like to see the rollback, or there's projects that we had several council or staff members say, I'm applying for a grant, I'm applying for a grant. Well, it'd be kinda nice if we said when we approve the budget, here are items that you can bring us an amendment for if you get these grants. And we might be able to say, okay, when that item comes to us as a budget amendment, it was included in the budget process, that we anticipated it, and we were gonna apply for a grant for it.
Mr. Van Wagner, Mr. Scott, what was it, 4.29? Prepare the budget as a whole, let us know what it need to be, I guess what you need to do is go back and prepare our budget at 4.29 and give us recommended cuts, okay? To get a balanced budget. Please, sir. Okay. Of course, at the next workshop, so I don't know when to schedule the next workshop and all, if you can present us all with that and everything, and, we just have to go through it and start cutting. Department's head and get with the department's head and see what cuts they don't have any problem with, please, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'd like to clarify your request, or we'd like to clarify your request, Mayor.
Mhm.
We haven't talked about this in this forum. There is I mentioned the revised law on the calculation of the maximum millage rate. In addition to that, there's a new requirement in the budget process to where we have to publicly present a 10% reduction plan for the city budget.
That's right.
So my question is, given your request you just made, do you want us to go through that exercise before we do that 10% exercise? Or do you want that to be part of the 10% exercise?
Both.
Yeah.
Show it, well, maybe if you, what was it when you reduced it, when you prepared the budget from, at, 4.36?
Our structural deficit was in the neighborhood of $1.5 million.
Yeah, but what, did it meet the 10%? Is that why you,
As I understand-
went at the rollback rate? Because of the 10%?
I'll defer to Mr. Van Wagner as to why, but as I did say during my presentation, at least partially because of the new maximum millage rate calculation.
10% reduction of what?
So the new requirement, as I understand it, requires us to publish a plan to reduce the budget by 10%. And as I understand it, that is the citywide budget. So if, for instance, we have $100 million budget, we have to present a document that shows what a $100,000, excuse me,
$10 million.
a $10 million reduction would be. And that could be something as simple as reducing $10 million worth of capital, or it could be much more sensitive and itemized. But we have to produce a plan.
We have to reduce it.
We don't have to adopt it, we just have to show
You
that
have to
we
show the
tried
plan.
to cut 10% and then have that on our website showing that we actually sat
Now-
and met and tried to cut it.
But here, I guess the question I really have on that, Mr. Scott, is the fact that is it 10% of what we budget now or last year's budget?
As I understand it, it's for the proposed budget.
The proposed.
Would Poe budget be 10% from last year's budget?
No, this
No,
No, this year.
no.
he said
So then
this
I
year.
think,
Well, that's a little crazy. I mean, if I sit here and prepare a
It should be
budget
last
right
year's
now, you
Yeah.
know, and everything, how am I gonna reduce it to 10%? What,
Yeah, let's
what,
get
where you
clarification.
coming
And
up
that's
on
why
this
I think they say don't have to adopt.
That's why you don't.
well, we don't have
Show
to
that
adopt
you
it,
have to
tried.
but I think if it has to be based off of our proposed, my understanding of the interpretation was what Mr. Borer is saying is that essentially whatever the municipalities or the government, because it could be a county as well, whatever the government entity is proposing for that next fiscal year budget, that they also have to publish a 10% reduction of that. So if that's the case,
No.
there was just consensus here to have a max millage rate of 4.29. So I think then that's however you have to get the budget to that 4.29, and then 10% from there, because that's essentially what was the direction that was given.
That makes sense.
Can we get with Mr. Waugh and find out the official ruling, you know, whether 10% on last year, a reduction of 10% last year?
So let's be clear, we look on page 1, we have all of our fund balances. And if we look at the expenditures, they total $168 million. So based on your interpretation, if we were to approve this current budget that's identified here, we would have to show what a $16.8 million reduction would be.
Correct, in a separate document, it's a separate standard.
But here's why I struggle with that a little bit, is for example, we're self-insured.
Right.
So we have 8.5 million of that is a self-insurance policy. That's what, they're not talking about the general fund?
It could be anything, as I understand it, it could be anything throughout the entire city budget, and we are not beholden to that. We just have to document that we went through an exercise to identify what a 10% reduction would look like.
See,
It's a state law.
If we constantly
it's a state
reduced
law,
our
and
water
I
fund,
thought the law was that they
Then the
were
water
looking
fund
at
would
the
have zero.
reduced last year's,
Do that.
this year's budget be 10% less.
you wouldn't do that. That doesn't make
True.
sense.
But it's a new requirement we have to meet.
But see,
Yeah,
And then a side note, and then not really related to budget, but beginning in calendar year 2027, we have to publish a quarterly report showing all the compensation of all employees in the city.
yeah, really?
So
It's also
there's a lot of new requirements
There's a lot
that
of new
come to
requirements,
us. Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I'm a little afraid about trying to set our millage so low, because we gonna find out, you keep trying to reduce this millage in a year or two, you're gonna find yourself in a lot of financial trouble, okay? With the laws and everything else we got coming, even though you're sitting here thinking we're reducing the budget, and cost of operating is still going up.
And if we hadn't raised the millage from 4.2 to 5.06, I might feel differently about it. I mean, I might agree with you if we hadn't raised it so much. But we raised it and we shouldn't have. So as far as I'm concerned, everything over 4.21 is, it's not a cut. That's where we should be. If we just kept the millage the same all those years.
I would encourage my fellow council members to save their arguments for the actual meeting and
pray on it.
Pray on it.
well, I mean, because this is, I mean, it goes down to a philosophical conversation of what
Right.
you want for your budget and what you want for your millage rate. And we have given the direction and the spirit of moving forward. We talked about that earlier. The consensus was given. It's 4.29. We're going to ask for clarification on the 10% reduction,
10%.
but I believe Mr. Borer is correct on that, how I've read it. But I guess we'll ask turn you off for that final clarification on that.
I thought it was 10% of last year's budget.
Is this a one-time 10% or is it an annual moving forward?
So according
Every year we have to go through that exercise.
Every year. I thought it was 10% of last year's budget, and each year from here on out, you would supposed to be showing it about 10% reduction. Is what I thought it was. You get with Mr. Ward, find out for sure. I didn't know.
According to ChatGPT, attorney
God save us all.
ChatGPT, it says, yes, there is a relatively new Florida law that requires municipalities to perform a 10% budget reduction exercise. But it's important to understand what that requires. The law does not require cities to actually cut their budgets by 10%. Instead, it requires them to identify and publicly show how they could reduce the tentative budget by 10% while protecting essential public services.
Yep.
Okay.
We have to do this at least 14 days before the final adoption of the budget.
Yep.
Wow. And we showing one.
So water and sewer, police and fire won't be affected.
So you saying that, so at what we at right now is 68 million, so that's $16.8 million we have to show a cut.
Yeah.
It can be as simple or as complex as what we want to make it.
Simple.
We are not beholden to it, but it is a required exercise.
A required exercise. Oh, happy day.
Okay.
And of course, if you cut, use that 10%, I guess we have to look and see what millage rate we would need to be at to balance everything.
I don't think that's part of the
That's
requirement.
not what it said. No, that ain't not what it said.
That's why I asked the
Finger
question
joke.
there, in case you're thinking in that context, you know.
And the thing, if I'm going through this exercise, and they telling me to go through this exercise to cut my budget by 10%, then I'm and say the state law say you mandate we cut it 10%. How are we gonna finance it?
It's an exercise,
It's an
so the point
exercise.
is just to go through it.
It's an
Yeah.
exercise,
It's a
and it
finger
shows,
drill,
it says we have to
basically.
show specific things that we're gonna cut, or in
Ways
the
and goals
exercise,
Once to get this done.
and that we must post it on our website.
Well, I mean, for example, if we spent $200,000, or excuse me, if we spent $655,000 on trees, we would be $655,000 towards that 16 million. So we might say, we're gonna spend our tree fund. I mean, one of my complaints is we're taxing people, but we're not spending. So part of this would be, if you look at our, if we look at our rec impact fee, we've got $11 million, almost $12 million in our recreation. Let's put a plan in place for how we're gonna spend it. We've collected it, we're not spending it. So I mean, that right there, we're at $12.5 million without trying.
Close.
I mean, so I don't think it'll be that terribly difficult, and that's where this capital piece becomes helpful, because we can say, here's projects, and here's the fund it's coming from, and how we're reducing it. Actually, I think that process will set a really good opportunity for the next few years as councils go through this.
But I don't think it's to show how we spend it.
How to spend, it's say
how to cut it.
reduce
It's
it.
how to cut
So
it.
you can't say we're gonna spend it. to
Spend
cut
it and
It's-
get down.
It's
No.
to say that you have to take that out from your expenditure
The
line,
expenditure line, not how you gonna spend it.
not how you actually reduce it. It's not actually reduced, it's actually cut.
Cut.
It's cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
spending, yeah, it's cut.
And again, it's, as Mr. Borer has said multiple times, it's an exercise. We have to put it on the web to comply with the state law to show,
So
hey,
we might say, just make the millage 2.0, and then we can use all the money in our impact enterprise.
All right, Mr. Board, you all, okay? Okay.
I do want to just ask a question. Do we have, what is the plan moving forward with workshops and conversations relative to millage and budget?
So on the 28th, you'll adopt the maximum millage rate. After that, there's nothing officially scheduled until the first trim meeting in September. But from there, I'll defer to Dan and Rick. I mean,
We had the August workshop we wanted to do for Parks and Rec.
I'm gonna recommend we get together again in August.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And go
that's a
over
good
it.
idea.
Yeah, we can show you the suggestions we have for the budget change, as well as talk about that 10%.
Yeah, I think we all had the 18th available, it was because the CRA, no?
I don't, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
It was on the calendar already, right?
yeah, I know, that's what, I'm just saying, I have a conference I have to go to for work, but that's, I mean, that's,
But you were gonna call in, you said to call
I was gonna call in for the shade meeting at 3.
What about, what's the next week look like?
So cancel that one?
Well, we have the
should
shade
try
meeting
to
at 3.
We have a council meeting on the 25th. Could we meet early? I mean, be considerably early
On the council
before a council meeting?
I don't know that we need to spend a great deal of time. You guys are the ones doing the work between now and then.
It depends how many questions you have and if you want to make different suggestions, which,
You've been given a direction and you gotta go through the 10%. I mean,
well, that will do, but I'm more thinking you're gonna weigh in on the reductions, because we're gonna say this is what we recommend, and you're gonna say yes or no to those reductions,
well,
to get it to the millage of the.
oh, those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be that much.
Oops.
Scott, what is the best report for us to look at on that 10% exercise?
Do we need to
Is there
do
an
it on that meeting,
overall
or-
budget somewhere?
There was an informational bulletin put out by, I forget whom, but I will find it and distribute it.
Does it need, do we need to discuss that in the workshop? or no?
The 10%?
Oh,
No,
we
the
can look
10%.
at-
The 10%, yes, right?
Yeah, that has to be at a workshop.
But maybe not the reductions.
The specific reductions that we're doing before that exercise, we do that whenever we need.
We
It
could
could
do
be a,
that
it could
at
be
a
a second
council
agenda
meeting.
item, right?
Yeah.
So that could be at a council meeting then. So to answer your question, I think just a 10% just reduction in the budget is what we have to show at some point. But it seems like that's more of a,
Yeah, I was just more wondering, are we having any more budget workshops? I know we currently don't have any on the calendar, and so if not, then it'll be handled in council meetings and the trim notice
can we
meetings.
do
and so-
that in a council meeting?
Talk about the budget.
Yeah, the 10% reduction.
I don't know for sure. It talked about a workshop, and I didn't say you had to do it by a workshop, so potentially we can do it by, I'll have to look into that.
Can we get back with you on that?
Yep.
I've got to just ask Christian
Okay.
to weigh in on it.
Sounds good.
But we need to do something in August.
Yep.
One way or another.
Do we spend $1.2 million on the CRA?
Say again?
If you look on page 8. Am I reading this right? On page 8, it shows fiscal year 27 proposed CRA fund $1.2 million. Is that a balance or is that an expenditure?
No, they're.
That's an expense.
Yes.
Do we have anything else?
No.
We're finished?
We're finished?
No, you okay?
Yeah, we're-
All right. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.